Klitschko is not here. This is his brother, isn't it?
Yeah, this is his brother, yeah.
He's not with us.
He will be, yeah. Dear guests, speakers.
Шановні гості, промовці, пані та панове, ми маємо велику честь привітати вас на початку 7-го щорічного Київського інвестиційного форуму. Сер Вінстон Черчилль сказав усі найважливіші
Single word. Freedom, justice, honor, duty, mercy, hope. The attention of the whole world is focused on Ukraine at the moment. It is not only the fate of Ukrainian people that is being decided in Ukraine, but the future of all Europe, all of us, our freedom and our hope. Over the past 9 months, the people of Ukraine had shown incredible resilience and strength defending democracy and fundamental human rights, while at the same time supporting each other and building unbreakable communities. With the help of our partners, all of us, Ukraine will win this fight, and after our victory, a new Ukraine will emerge. We have a unique opportunity to rebuild our cities in smarter and more inclusive ways. We can leverage the latest technology and innovations to reduce our environmental impact and improve quality of our lives in our cities. We can rebuild our economy with more equitable business models and practices and restore our communities by creating opportunities for all kinds of people to thrive. This is what we would like to start building together with you here today. This year, the focuses its attention on reviving Greater Kyiv and laying the foundation for an accelerated economic recovery. And here, we're talking about sustainability, innovation, and stable development, about how governments of European countries and cities, financial institutions, and private investors could help Kyiv address their urgent needs and contribute towards recovery, about most effective solutions to deal with the consequences of war, about the plan for restoration and modernization of the capital region. And finally, we will talk about the role of social economy, public-private partnership, digital technologies, and innovations in smart human-centric cities. I'm sure the discussion will be lively and fruitful. Without further ado, I would like to introduce the participants of keynote session. Mr. Philippe Klaus, Mayor of the City of Brussels. Mr. Vitaly Klitschko, Mayor of Kyiv. Mr. Didier Reynders, EU Commissioner for Justice. Mr. Pascal Smet, State Secretary of Capital Region of Brussels. Ms. Maïve Rutte, Deputy Director General for Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship and Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises in the European Commission. Traditionally, our forum takes place in the capital of Ukraine, in our Kyiv. But this year, the wonderful Monsieur Philippe Klaus graciously offered to organize it in the heart of the European Union, the ultimate European city, the tech city of Brussels. We are immensely grateful for this hospitality and support in organizing forum. I'm honored to invite and give the floor to the generous host, the Mayor of Brussels, Monsieur Philippe Klaus.
Dear Mr. Mayor Klitschko, dear Vitaly, distinguished Mr. Commissioner Didier Reynders, Madam Senior Advisor of the Government of Lithuania, Ponkoskaitė, dear Mr. Minister Pascal Smet, distinguished Ambassador, Excellencies, delegates, and Member of Government, my dear colleagues, Mayor of European and Ukrainian cities, honorable representative of business, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, Szanowni Druzy. I would like to welcome the delegation of the city of Kyiv and express to all of you my gratitude for coming today to the Brussels City Hall from different countries and multiple cities for the opening of this special 8th Kyiv Investment Forum. First of all, I truly regret that Vitaly Klitschko couldn't come personally to Brussels due to his obligation to manage the city of Kyiv at this difficult time. But I'm glad that he is now with us by video call. He, as a mayor, has a duty to be physically in Kyiv and to protect his people. As your friends and colleagues, I assure you that we fully understand in which situation you are. And I'm happy to welcome your brother, Volodymyr, and your High Representative who are here with us today. I know how difficult it was for the delegation of Kyiv to come here at a time when Ukraine and its capital are bombarded by Russian missiles. Missiles have been destroying for 9 months straight not only the city infrastructure, but also human lives daily. Every city of the world has something unique in this era. I felt it also when I visited Kyiv in May. I saw a very dynamic, beautiful, and vibrant city where golden domes of churches reflect the sun and sky, and where ancient history exists in harmony with the young and positive energy of its people. I felt a city's mood, ready to struggle until victory, trying by all means to live a normal life. We were in Kyiv with a mission to deliver medical and humanitarian assistance from city to city. Medical equipment so critically needed that to show that Brussels will stay with you as long as it takes. Our help continues. Brussels is grateful to our partner, University Hospitals of Saint-Pierre and its Director General, Philippe Leroy, for this generous and noble support given to Kyiv Clinical Hospital number 6. A week ago, a second truck with aid reached its destination. I also express our gratitude to our State Secretary Pascal Smet, with us today, for the ambulance provided to Kyiv. They are currently saving people's lives. It has been 278 days already that we cannot avoid mentioning the war when we speak about Ukraine. It is everywhere. For us, in the newspaper and headlines, in the needs of Ukrainian refugees that we host. But for Ukrainians, it is in their everyday life. The war which Russia started against Ukraine divided the contemporary history of Europe between before and after. Since the beginning of the invasion, Russia launched over 4,700 missiles on Ukrainian territory. But my main message today is straightforward. Despite the extremely difficult time, we should continue to assist Ukraine. To help this country to recover, we need to have an active business and humanitarian support on the ground. Thus, I encourage you to be an active participant of Ukraine's renewal and to become a part of the global European social responsibility network. The last weeks have been a true hell for Kyiv and for all Ukraine. At the ever-winter season, continued shelling destroyed almost 40% of the energy system of the country. Cities are swallowed by darkness, constant troubles with water and heating supplies, phone and internet connection. As Vitaly told a few days ago in his interview, they are trying to weaken us, but all they get, it's only making us stronger and angrier. I agree with him. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, Ukraine will win this war. The essential question is what happens after the war. By organizing this investment forum in Brussels, together with Vitaly, we wanted to find an answer to this question, how we can give a second breath for Kyiv after all that they are now going through. Our forum is about the future, Kyiv future. We have gathered here experts, diplomats, mayors, top European officials to shape a post-war recovery for the capital of Ukraine. Our teams have been working hard to create a very concrete and substantial agenda of the forum, which totally reflects the city's ambition for modernization and social orientation. A human-faced city is a contemporary trend of today. Our forum is an important step toward this. As you can see, the agenda is interesting, intellectual, and contains many actual subjects for us to discuss. I'm convinced that all 4 panels of the forum and its prominent speakers would enlarge your professional profile and growing. During this long but exciting day, when the Brussels City Hall is home to the Mayor of Kyiv, we will touch such aspects of Kyiv urban future as resilience, innovation, sustainability, investment in recovery, social economy, and digital solution. We, in Brussels, have something we can be proud of in the mentioned spheres, but we have also lessons to learn from our Kyiv friends. That's why I'm very grateful to Vitaly for the opportunity to host the Kyiv Investment Forum in Brussels. It is the first time that it takes place abroad. At the end of the day, Mayor Klitschko by video call and his brother Volodymyr and I we will have a joint open interactive dialogue with you, moderated by Mrs. Federica Mogherini, Rector of the College of Europe, so I invite all of you to attend it as well. Finally, I would like to mention that Brussels embraces Kyiv and is proud to be a reliable platform for its future prosperity and modernization. Dear Vitaly, I want you to know that you and your delegation are among allies. Here, your very dense agenda, many bilateral meetings and documents to be signed, is the best confirmation of our solidarity, friendship, and strong statement to help Ukraine and its capital for reconstruction and renovation. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you and to thank our both team from Brussels and Kyiv for their hard work to make this event happen. Distinguished guests, I wish all of us a very interesting and fruitful day. The City of Brussels welcomes you at the Kyiv Investment Forum 2022. Now, I have the pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Vitaly Klitschko, the Mayor of Kyiv. Thank you for your attention. Slava Ukraini.
To quote Sir Winston Churchill again, courage is the first of human qualities because it is a quality that guarantees all others. In famous 50 kilometers column of the Russian army was approaching Kyiv in February 2022, our next speaker had a choice to make, to choose himself and leave or stay and risk his life. As a great athlete and a great leader, he chose his city and his people. The days, weeks and months that followed weren't easy. They took a lot of strength and courage. With every missile that hit our city, his resolve grew only stronger. And even today, while the capital is recovering from a complete blackout, he chose to stay with his people and community instead of coming and greeting all of you in person. The choice that didn't come easy. It is my honor to welcome live from Kyiv, Mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, who will share with us his vision on what's next for the Ukrainian capital and what are some of most pressing challenges at the moment.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, dear Philip Klose, dear mayors of European city, representative of business, representative of government, Ukrainians, mayors, all friends of Ukraine, thank you very much for everything. What are you doing? Thank you very much for participate our investment forum. Great to have chance to talk with every one of you. I need a couple of minutes of your attention, and if you allow it to me, I switch to Ukrainian language.
First and foremost, I would like to extend my appreciation to the Mayor of Brussels, to my friend Philippe Klose. In the Trade Chamber of Brussels, after the offer to host this forum in your city, I would like to thank you for your support in its organization. Regrettably, I was planning and I was doing utmost to join you, but I cannot. Today, I cannot be present in person. The situation in Kyiv and in Ukraine and the challenges that needs to be addressed immediately require that I am present in Kyiv. I am hopeful that you would understand my choice. But I'm excited to be able to address you online. And do believe me, with all my heart, I am with you at the moment. This forum takes place outside Kyiv for the first time ever. It's quite symbolic that the first foreign Kyiv Investment Forum is hosted specifically in Brussels, at the heart of Europe. The European family sees that the Kyivites and all the Ukrainians are a part and see their future in Europe. Today, we are defending our European choice in a brutal war against an aggressor who invaded our land. We defend European values, peace and stability across all European continent as well. We do not give in, and we've been doing it for 9 months now, and we're winning. Despite being outnumbered, military advantage of the enemy, despite pervasive terrorism that the enemy has subjected our civilians to. In Kyiv, as a result of missile strikes, damaged and destroyed our 678 facilities. including 350 residential houses, 77 educational institutions, 80 facilities of municipal infrastructure, including transport infrastructure, 26 healthcare establishments. Only in Kyiv, 150 Kyivites were killed. 4 were children. We know the price of freedom, and we know the price of dignity like no one other. We are not afraid. We will not give in. A very, very difficult winter is coming to Kyiv because Russia bombed us with missiles. Vital infrastructure is seriously damaged. There's not enough power to go around. Blackouts have become a reality. The shortage of power supply, heat supply, and water supply are also problematic, especially after the recent attack. We have already restored. Kyiv is invincible. It lives. It works. It is working round the clock. Our municipal services to make sure that the civilians have all the vital supplies are working all the time. We are looking at various possible scenarios for the future. In the war situation, which we find ourselves in, you need to have emergency backup plans. You need to be ready to act. We have prepared more than 400 heating centers. We have brought electrical generations. We have met fuel supplies, water supplies. So we stocked up on anything that these centers could support people. We've also created heating centers at schools, at various social infrastructure institutions. In case of an emergency, people can come there, heat up some tea, charge their phone, and get the help they need. We are thankful to our partners and friends who provide help for Kyiv. Economic assistance, financial assistance, humanitarian assistance. We are thankful to the city of Brussels and personally to its mayor, Brussels, because they provide emergency vehicles and humanitarian assistance. We're thankful that you host Ukrainians who were fleeing war. We value your support. We will never forget it. The war continues. The imminent winter is going to be an overwhelmingly difficult challenge for the capital. Without the partners' help, it would be difficult for us to cope. Nowadays, Kyiv is in a dire need of power generations, buses, emergency vehicles, food supplies, ambulances. Treacherous enemy wants to threaten us into destroying our statehood, into destroying Ukrainian peoples. But we stand, we fight, and we believe in our victory over Putin's dictatorship. We believe in ourselves, we believe in our partners and allies. In allies such as Belgium, all countries of the democratic world, we believe in them. This is the only way we can deprive the aggressor of the opportunity of blackmailing European community. This is how you can develop a new, more reliable system of European security. The war continues. But we're already thinking about recovering our city, about its reconstruction, about its post-war recovery and transformation. It's not only about damaging what was rebuilding and reconstruction of the houses that were damaged. It's more than that. We want to upgrade the capital and the municipal services. Kyiv needs to become a city with a new energy, transport, service and social infrastructure. It needs to build on cutting-edge technology and innovation. A big focus is environment. healthcare, environmental protection, using our unique natural landscape of the capital. We want to create a reputation as a city for a healthy living. Post-war Kyiv, we see it as a dynamic city with loads of attractive business environment. We also want to introduce the so-called knowledge economy. Me and my team, we have all the factors to pave the way for our success. Kyiv has always been the first, the leading city for transformation. We have been at the forefront of innovation, and we continue to do so. Ukraine has to keep up doing reforms, and post-war, it will emerge as a powerful, young, new European state. Our pace towards EU membership depends on it. And the absolute majority of Ukrainians support this path. We're perfectly aware of the vital significance of Europe's support for Ukraine so that we can beat Putin's regime. For post-war recovery, we need your investment. We need your know-how. We hope we can rely on help, on mutually beneficial cooperation with the EU institutions, EU member states, and our business communities. United, stable, powerful Ukraine is impossible without free and successful Ukraine. I'm convinced together we shall win. Together we will be even stronger. Many of you have introduced me as an athlete in the past. It's my first profession. As a teenager, I was actually a tour guide. I was giving tours around the Ukrainian capitals. For those of you who have never been there, I invite you to visit us after war. You will discover an ancient, but very modern at the same time, European city. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your support. Together we shall be stronger. And together we will stop this useless war. Glory to Kyiv. Glory to Ukraine. Slava Ukraini. Thank you. Thank you for your respect. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Kos. Thank you, Mayor Klitschko. And our next speaker knows firsthand what Russians' missile strikes feel like. While visiting Kyiv in October, not only they witnessed the horrifying destruction caused by the Russian army in Kyiv region, but he also had to shelter from the strike on the capital. Former Minister of Defense, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Finance of Belgium, the man who is in charge of rule of law and consumer protection in the European Union, brave and courageous EU Commissioner for Justice, Monseigneur Didier Reynders. Stage on you.
Thank you. Monsieur le Bourgmestre, cher Philippe, Your Excellencies, honorable mayors, ladies and gentlemen, I was to say that just after the 24th February, we have seen so many losses of human lives, so many destructions in Ukraine due to such an unprovoked and unacceptable aggression coming from Russia, that it was needed to react quite immediately. I want to say that at the European level it was possible to do that, and so we have tried to provide a support to Ukraine from the day one. And I will say that till now it was possible for the European Union with the member states and with the financial institutions at the EU level to provide 19 billion of euros to our Ukrainian partners in grants, guarantees, loans, but also for the first time it was also very important to provide a military support, and via the European Peace Facility we have provided for 3.1 billion euro in military equipment. And again, it's a unique occasion for the European Union to do that. It will be very important to continue to make such a support. But it's not new. The war is not since the 24th of February, it's since 2014. And you know that since 2014, we have put into place a support group for Ukraine, and with three main priorities. In the short-term relief, of course, it was very important to act for a real macroeconomic support and financial support for the Ukrainian authorities and the Ukrainian government. But secondly, it was also very useful to provide humanitarian relief to people and cities, and then thirdly, to support the urgent rehabilitation of critical infrastructures. And in the humanitarian side, we have started the process since the beginning of the war in 2014 with such a kind of support for different kind of very important infrastructures, but certainly first in the municipalities, because already at that time was needed to receive many internal displaced people inside Ukraine. And of course, we need to continue to do that. And now, of course, we are working in the same way with the preparation for the winter. It was said by the mayor, we have seen so many destructions of energy facilities in Ukraine that it's very important to take the opportunity to repair those facilities as fast as possible with the support of the private sector from Europe, with the support of the member states, but also, of course, with our Ukrainian friends. And for the moment, we continue also to try to organize the good relations between the European Union and Ukrainian trade as far as possible. We have put into place some solidarity lanes. It's not only logistical corridors by road, it's also by train now. It's possible again to organize a real transfer of goods by train, and it was also possible to do that with all the different other capacity to organize transport, and that have given the opportunity to export 40 million tons of products, including 15 million tons of grain and other foodstuffs. And that's very important if we want to continue to organize the development of a part of the economic activity in Ukraine, and also to give support to some other countries, because you know that with foodstuffs coming from Ukraine, it's possible to help a lot of countries, and certainly first in Africa. It was said by the mayor, of course, we need to think about the future. And to think about the future, the first step was to discuss about the participation of Ukraine in the European family. And you know that we have recognized the status of candidate country for Ukraine. It was an important and historical decision in the Council on the proposal of the Commission. And now we try to continue to work on different reforms, step by step, to move to a correct process in the accession discussions that we have. And you know that it's very important to organize the rule of law in Ukraine and to fight against corruption, but to fight also for a better justice system and for better administrative organizations. But it was also said by the mayor, when we discuss about the future, it's not only about the accession process, it's also about the way to build a very modern country with very modern municipalities and cities. And of course, we will try to take Ukraine in the same process that we are organizing for the European municipalities for the moment. I'm thinking about the goal for 2030 or 2050 with the green transition, with the also the digital transition, and it's a long-term agenda that we will have to support Ukraine. And this is the reason why, for the moment, we are working also on the first step of the reconstruction. And in order to help Ukraine cover its sizable financing gap in 2023, the Commission presented on the 9th of November a proposal for a new instrument, macrofinancial assistance. This new instrument will channel up to 18 billion euros to Ukraine in highly concessional loans, and we are hoping that it will be possible to reach an agreement in the Council as fast as possible to start the payment to Ukraine from the 1st of January. I want to say two more things. First of all, from the beginning too, we have tried to organize a good integration of all the municipalities in the process of rehabilitation and reconstruction of Ukraine. And it's very important to continue to work with the decentralization reform in Ukraine and to be sure that it will be possible to have a growing consensus that the local level should be also properly involved throughout the recovery. Acting locally means also closer scrutiny and greater transparency. Engaging local level will therefore go hand in hand with the EU's approach to strengthen integrity and reduce the space for corruption. So we want to continue to work, of course, to provide macro-financial support for the Ukrainian government, but it's very important to try to be in contact with all the main municipalities in the country to work directly with the local authorities. And the Ukrainian international private sector, along with public sector, will also play a major role in recovery and reconstruction. Private sector will be involved in areas like privatization, public-private partnership, infrastructure reconstruction from housing for IDPs to critical infrastructure renewal, and the rapid damage and need assessments conducted by the World Bank together with Ukraine and the EU revealed the sheer scale of the impact inflicted by the Russian aggression. 97 billion US dollars are assessed as direct damage, and further 349 billion US dollars, or euros, because unfortunately it's quite the same for the moment, as reconstruction and recovery needs. So you see that we are not so far than 500 billion euros that are needed. And these estimates are growing by days and hours, because like it was said by the mayor, till now we have strikes on Kyiv and many other cities, and I have seen that it's true at the beginning of October. It was the restart of the strikes of Kyiv, and I've seen the resilience of the people. Just to give you an anecdote, I said to Vladimir, I was in the shelter during 3 hours, and without any panic in the population, with a very clear determination. And then after 3 hours, we'll go out. I came back to the reception at the hotel, and the guy at the reception was with me in the shelter. I gave my card, and he said, "How was your stay?" And I said, "Like you." It was the same stay than you in the shelter. And so immediately after the strikes, it's possible to see again the life, and the normal life, if I may, in the wartime in Kyiv and in other cities. And I want just to say that as Commissioner for Justice, of course, I'm more in charge of two elements. The first one is the implementation of the sanctions. Until now, I'm very proud to say that in Europe it was possible to freeze more than 18 billion euros from oligarchs and entities, Russian and Belarusian oligarchs and entities, but also to immobilize 300 billion euros from the reserve of the Central Bank of Russia. And so it will be very important to continue to think about the way, not only to organize by ourselves, like we have discussed in Berlin some times ago, the reconstruction, but to be sure that the Russian authorities will have to pay for the reconstruction, that we will have a participation of Russia. And so we are looking for such a way to organize in the best possible legal way the participation of Russia. And the second role that we have in my department is, of course, to be sure that it will be possible to bring all the perpetrators of war crimes to justice, because we need justice in Ukraine, and we need to be sure that all the perpetrators will be in front of an Ukrainian court, a court in one of the member states of the European Union, or before the International Criminal Court. For the rest of their life, they need to be sure that there is a real risk for them to be in front of a court or a tribunal. I insist on this because this afternoon we'll have again in Berlin a meeting of the G7 ministerial level for justice with all the colleagues for the G7 countries, and I'm sure that we have the same determination, not only to apply the sanction, not only to take part in the reconstruction of Ukraine, but to be sure that we will have justice in Ukraine. We need to do that for the Ukrainian people, and we need to be sure again that it will be possible to bring all the perpetrators of war crimes or crimes against humanity before justice. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you so much, Mr. Commissioner. And a man who lives and breathes sustainable urban development. Our speaker today is a former Minister of Mobility and Public Works in Brussels capital, the very person who helped to initiate the urban metamorphosis of Brussels, who was named the Minister of the Future while working as a Minister for Education, Youth, Equal Opportunities and Brussels Affairs in the Flemish government. Please join me in welcoming the State Secretary of the Brussels Capital Region, Mr. Pascal Smet.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mayor there, and you all here in all your titles and capacities. You know, when you live in a European city, people sometimes complain about traffic jams. People will complain that life is sometimes difficult, that things don't go as they wish. People will also say, and it's true, there's a lot of difficulties with paying our energy bills. There are a lot of things that is going on. But if you compare what the people of Kyiv and Ukraine has to live, how important our problems may be, they are nothing to what these people have to live and live through today. And we have seen the image now. And I think that most of us living in Brussels, Paris, Berlin, any other major or smaller European city can even imagine how it must be to wake up under sirens, to wake up and have fear that tomorrow you maybe are not longer there or a family member. So I'm not saying that our problems are not important, they are important, but everything is relative in life. And the people of Ukraine, and we saw it again with what the Major have said of Kyiv, and the people there, and I heard of Philip and other artists who have been there, are resilient and they are strong. And they know that they have to survive. And people here in Brussels and any other European cities had the same thing in the Second World War. They lived it through and they knew what it was. And at the end of the day, I think good always survives. And how harsh things are today, tomorrow will always be better. And maybe for some people, it may be awkward that we have a conference like this today. The reconstruction of Kyiv, why a war, a terrible war, a brutal war is going on. But I think it's necessary because it confirms the hope. It confirms the belief that tomorrow Kyiv will be a vibrant city again. And I think that's important, that we all, not only the international European community, send these messages to the Russian terrorists, that what they are doing is terribly wrong, and at the end of the day, they will not succeed. And so it is our duty as an international European community to help the people of Ukraine. Today, we're supporting them with everything what we can, but also tomorrow. And probably tomorrow will be more difficult because then other things will happen in the world. And I think if you build cities, then it's important to plan. And if you look to many of our cities, the best cities in Europe, they are planned. They are thought about it. And how weird it may sound, I think that Kyiv has today a possibility to do better, a chance to become a leading European city. And as the mayor of Kyiv has said, the challenges are enormous. We are living under climate change. We are living under poverty. We are living under migration pressure. And all these things can be resolved when you plan. And so it is our responsibility, not only of the European Union, of nations, to plan. And how important nations may be and how important international institutions may be, in the end of the day, it's in cities that it happens. It are mayors, it are cities who actually govern the people who live. And so I think this conference and the result of this conference should be that we together try to plan and build a better Kyiv. And we can do that. And the city of Brussels, you know, we are, well, the de facto, sorry, Madam Mayor of Paris, we are the capital of Europe. We, as a capital of Europe, the seat of the of NATO, European Union, and so many international organizations, we had a transformation from a city for cars to a city for people. And we were not always good. But we're doing it right now. And so what we in Kyiv should do now together is to plan to be a city with less cars, a city with sustainable building, a city that makes its water management working, a city that uses technology not as an objective, but as a mean for a better organization of a city that is able to confront the future. And there are a lot of possibilities. And I think we, again, as Europeans, and Brussels is willing to do so. We, Brussels Capital Region, together with the city of Brussels, since 20 years we have a cooperation agreement with Kyiv. And I have to be honest with you, our cooperation agreement was sleeping, was in a kind of idle mood. And I think now we have to revive it. And after these 20 years, we will give all the help that we can give to you and work together to make this happen. And I think we can. When you believe, you can, and we can. So it is important that public and private sector, from a government level, private level, work together and build a new Kyiv. And once again, it can only be done by planning today, because there is an absolutely possibility now for Kyiv to become actually the best city in the world. And that's something that we should put all in our heads and do that. So I'm very happy that you are here, and in the name of the Brussels Capital City Region, I think it is our will to host you, but not only to host you, to work together, and the difficult part will still come, and I will end with that. When the war is over, and the war will be over, and Ukraine will win, then it should be stayed in the, not only in the memory of the people, but also that we have to work and that the attention should be focused on that. And so it's important we organize that. So I wish you all a very good day today, and especially again to the people in Kyiv, because once again we are sitting here in the warmth and all these things, they don't have it. So they don't need only our moral support, but they also need our will to fight together with them today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. Thank you very much.
After the victory, to help with the recovery, Ukraine must turn to social innovators who kept the economy afloat during the war. With the right support, entrepreneurs could play a vital role in building a more sustainable and inclusive model for the Ukrainian economy. Given the extensive experience of our next speaker in finance and entrepreneurship, Ms. Maive Rute knows more than anyone else what it will take Ukraine to pave the way to growth and prosperity, and how the European Union could support it. Please welcome Ms. Maive Rute, Deputy Director General for Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship and Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises in the European Commission, to the stage.
Good morning. It's really a great honor to be today invited to this forum. And I'm more than delighted to have this occasion to speak a few words to you this morning on behalf, again, from the Commission, but particularly on behalf of the Commission Department dealing with entrepreneurship and industry policy. So, honorable mayors, ambassadors, commissioner, dear ladies and gentlemen, it's really an interesting and really historic moment we are having here at this conference. We are living certainly extraordinary times, and the previous speakers have already very well explained the situation Ukraine is in and how we in Europe sense it, or how we live it through. I do indeed believe that these extraordinary times are not only the times that we will remember by these heartless, brutal attacks of Russia on neighboring Ukraine, its people, its hospitals, schools, or enterprises. These are certainly also times we will remember as times when Europe looked at our hearts, and we found a lot of bravery and will to support the bravery in Ukraine, the extraordinary resilience that people are showing there. So these are the times when we together should be indeed looking for building a better future. And of course, the immediate question is, how can we help Kyiv? How can we help Ukrainians to prepare for the winter and have this necessary equipment, be it generators, be it water purification, be it the equipment needed for electricity grid. You may know that European Parliament quite recently, and actually also European Commission, the part where I work in DG GROW, we have joined forces for something called Generators for Hope. And we are exactly reaching out to many of the cities in Europe. So I do believe that also here we have quite a number of cities represented. We are reaching out to cities in Europe and regions in Europe to look into what you can do to help with finding these generators that are very much needed, and also further equipment, so that we could then organize either procurement, purchase, and of course logistics towards Ukraine. But today's forum, of course, is more than just the winter that we have to go through. Today we are certainly focusing also on how life will look the day after war is over. And I'm very much in the same line with the previous speakers, that this is now the time to look into how we can help Ukraine to be rebuilt and built back better than before. So I'm very pleased for the key words of the sessions today: resilience, innovation, and sustainability. And these three are also very much in the center of the European industrial policy and our internal market. As Commissioner Reynders has already said, the European Commission has immediately reacted to the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Money has been put together in the magnitude of 19.7 billion first, and then for next year another 18 billion has been foreseen. There are also specific dedicated credit lines coming from the European Bank of Investments, and also European Bank for Reconstruction and Development has foreseen clear amounts for Ukraine. But besides that, I think these are, of course, very important support packages. But today, I believe we should be thinking very much about what the entrepreneurs, what the businesses can do, how the industries can start working together. And therefore, let me say actually concretely what we are doing in order to help Ukraine to become the member of European Union, of course, but also very much to have access to European internal market. Well, Ukraine was actually already quite advanced in a number of areas before the candidate country status was given. But now, of course, since the candidate country to European Union status has been given, we are looking for ways of speeding up this process. And there is so-called, it's a bit of funny abbreviation called ACA process, which basically is a process whereby European Commission works very closely with Ukraine to help build up all these structures needed for actually having access to single market. And this is a very specific, unique process we have designed for Ukraine, whereby we involve them in various capacity building exercises, and really this should lead into the fast access to a single market, so that the Ukrainian goods could be sold here, but similarly, of course, business can be done from Europe towards Ukraine. We all furthermore are now going through a process opening up various expert groups. You know, Commission has really hundreds of all kinds of expert groups, and we would like to bring Ukrainian experts as observers, sometimes also as members if possible, to these various bodies, so that already very early on people could really get experience how in Europe legislation is made or how it is implemented. And this again should help. As to industry collaboration, we are working on ways of bringing Ukrainian businesses into various alliances that we have created recently for industry rebuilding, industry strengthening in Europe. We have such alliances for various new business areas or economic areas, which are very much about this resilience and sustainability that we talk about, and innovation, of course. So alliances for batteries, alliances for hydrogen, also raw materials, a new one on solar PV panels, solar energy is being soon launched. So on all of these, we would very much like to see Ukrainian businesses already being part of our thinking and our future value chains. On raw materials, quite recently, we have had a dedicated basically business forum on this, where concrete business investment cases were presented from Ukraine. We namely have a dedicated memorandum of understanding on raw materials, and investment cases for graphite, lithium, rare earth, polymetals were already presented from Ukraine. And I would say this is crucially important for Europe, because these are the types of raw materials we need for the energy transition, for the digital transition, and of course for the resilience as well. We are furthermore at the final stretch of having Ukraine becoming party in our single market program, which furthermore helps to build capacities and helps Ukraine to become sooner a member of European Union. As to what kind of ways there are for facilitating business collaboration, let me mention that we have a very important network, and the network is called Enterprise Europe Network. The name says Europe network, but it's in fact a network of business organizations that reaches towards something like 60 countries worldwide. So of course all the EU member states are parties, but also beyond that many other countries. And this is a network that helps to provide information to SMEs, small and medium-sized businesses, but also helps them to find partners and to go for markets elsewhere. So this is a network also we now use for reaching out to Ukraine, and Ukrainian companies are already able to promote their services, their products through this network. We are organizing with this network, and also with our European clusters network, dedicated events to again promote European business opportunities for Ukrainian businesses and the other way around, so that European businesses would find partners in Ukraine. We have helped creation of Ukrainian Cluster Alliance, which unites more than 37 members. This means that 1,900 enterprises and science research organizations are already partners of it. So important platforms for bringing Ukraine and Europe more closely together. We have launched websites, so if you Google, I believe, either European clusters or you Google Enterprise Europe Network, you should be also able to find how we bring these parties together, and there are dedicated websites for finding partners and offering also help and donations to Ukraine. The third example of what can come from the single market program, let me mention Erasmus for young entrepreneurs. Again, a very concrete program whereby young entrepreneurs from Ukraine can come and work in European entrepreneurs or enterprises for a few months and get this experience, which then they take back to their home country to build up their businesses there. And of course, social entrepreneurship is an element I should not forget, because there we have a lot of people who are helping already, either with helping to provide accommodation and support to war refugees, but also within Ukraine, many of the social enterprises are helping people and helping to mitigate the effects of the Russian military invasion of Ukraine. So social enterprises, social economy organizations are certainly partners in this hope of ending the war, and also looking into how Ukraine will be going through this reconstruction phase once we're through the war. So today I hope that these discussions are going to be concrete, are going to be creative, are going to be such that indeed gives hope to all of us. And will already be looking into this reconstruction of Kyiv and reconstruction of Ukraine. So I wish all of you a very good conference, and I also wish Ukraine success in battlefield and in reconstruction. Thank you.
I would like to thank all speakers for sharing their perspectives, for showing their support and standing by our side in this difficult time. And now we must ensure that the new Ukraine gets the support and investment it needs to form the basis for sustainable economic revival of our country, of our greater Kyiv. And please welcome to the stage the moderator to our next panel discussion on the future of urban endurance, Ms. Matvey Sitranam, international political, economic and business broadcaster, founder of Faculties Media Limited. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that working? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, so I think everyone can hear me, and I think all of us gathered in this room are here because we care about Ukraine. We care about people in Kyiv. I know I'm here because I have wonderful Ukrainian friends who have been amazingly brave and amazing through the summer. They've stuck it on the ground, and those who have left have done humongous work to support the people left behind. So I know all of you are here to show that support. All the speakers this morning have highlighted that. And it's been a difficult few months. I know sitting at the Munich Security Conference in February, no one thought this would happen. 4 days later, it did. And it was a difficult couple of months in the summer, but Kyiv survived. There was a spirit of strength in Kyiv. It is now winter, as Vitaly had highlighted. It is difficult times and difficult months ahead. It's going to be cold. It's going to be miserable. And the one thing that we can all do as citizens and the social cohesion that we all talk about is show the people in Kyiv and in other cities in Ukraine that we stand by them. The most important thing here is about rebuilding. And rebuilding requires infrastructure, it requires finances, it requires the will to share technological data, and it also requires the will to share your expertise. And that's what we're going to be talking about today. Expertise from different smart cities, different cities who have had different experiences from war to reconstruction to surviving dictatorships to building cities that the world looks at as examples. So, without much further ado, to talk a little bit about urban endurance, because that's what Kyiv and other cities in Ukraine are going to need in the coming years, can I please invite onto the stage Vladimir Klitschko. He is not just the brother of the mayor of Kyiv, but also the founder of Klitschko Ventures. If I can get you to join us on stage. Philippe Closet, mayor of the city of Brussels and our kind host, if I can get you up on stage as well. Well, he'll join us in a few minutes. Can I ask Anne Hidalgo, mayor of Paris, to please join us on stage? Johanna Vartiainen, the mayor of Helsinki, please join us on stage. Benjamina Karic, mayor of Sarajevo, please do join us. Roberto Galtieri, he's the mayor of Rome, please do join us. And also Anna Maria Chesnea, the Berlin delegate to the Federation and Permanent Secretary for Active Citizenship, Democracy Support and International Relations out of Berlin. And last but not the least, Lamia Kamal Shoaib, Director of the OECD Center for Entrepreneurship, SMEs, Regions and Cities. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for taking time. Please do have a seat. This is a conversation between all of us, so it's quite relaxed. Have a seat. Come join us. As we get comfortable, this is going to be a session where we are going to show support, but most importantly, as I said, I would love to understand how all your varied experiences can feed into not just what we need for tomorrow, as Pascal Smet said, a plan for tomorrow, which is very important, but a plan for this winter as well. So if I can ask you, Vladimir, to really set it out for us. Where are we now in Kyiv? You partner with your brother, help him so much. He couldn't be here with us. So outline for us what Kyiv and its people need right now.
If I may, I'm just gonna get up to see you all. I'm very thankful, in a certain ways, extension of the mayor of Kyiv to the mayor of Brussels. Mayor Klose, thank you so much for, after our meeting in Kyiv back in May, asking yourself, what can I do to support beautiful city of Kyiv with a history of 1,500 years. It's a beautiful city, by the way. You haven't been there, you should come, as the mayor did. You ask yourself, how can I help? And look at this. This event is taking place. I'm very happy about it. I'm not happy that some numbers were dropped, how many refugees have moved out of Ukraine. I mean, refugees got out of Ukraine and became refugees here in the European Union. I guess the number is 10 million. Unfortunately, and that really makes anybody sad, knowing that up to 2,000 children were murdered, raped, and injured in Ukraine. Up to 10,000 children were removed, not by their will and wish, out of Ukraine to Russia, stolen basically by Russia. How much more is that going to continue? And of course, we're talking about the future and investment, and it is great. Of course, we need to plan, because evil will always fail and the good is always going to win and conquer the evil. But right now is the process of it. Right now, the most challenging parts after destruction of our infrastructure, all of a sudden we have no electricity. I'm actually impressed that this direct broadcast that Vitaly had addressed from Kyiv, was addressing us from Kyiv, still working, thanks to probably generator. But not every family, not every Ukrainian has a chance to have a generator, to have electricity, to have water in a 20-floor building. Just imagine that. It is challenging times for Ukraine, and I'm more than sure that we will overcome together. We do fight, not just for us and our families. We do fight for us and our principles, democratic principles in Ukraine. We cannot be stopped because our will is stronger than any army and any invader. Our will of the Ukrainian people and our will of the European Union. Just think about it. We're all together. You cannot conquer us. You won't. You will fail. The Commissioner for Justice was addressing as well that behind every crime, murdering, rape, there is first and last name, who started it, who've done it, and justice will occur. Justice is extremely important, so nothing like that is going to happen. Unfortunately, after Second World War, it's happening in Europe again. Do you know why? Because there were no justice and no consequence since 2014, and we were warning the world, Russia will not stop after annexation of Crimea and supporting and putting their troops and shooting down Malaysian flight. Since 2014 is this war still going and has escalated on 24th of February because our voices were not heard. This is almost 300 days that this war is lasting. Thankfully, not 3 days, as Russians were expecting us to fail, as the free world actually was thinking Ukrainians will probably not stand more than that. But we are, because we're allies. Whatever we do in our lives, we're allies. We're together, and that's why we're so strong. And I want to address someone sitting here and representing major corporations, companies, private businesses, to ask yourself, as the mayor of Brussels, your mayor, ask himself, what can I do? How can I support? What can you do? And we're in Europe up to 500 million people living and working. If every single person will ask himself, herself, what can I do? Physically, meaning supporting in a certain way, verbally, what can I do? If every single of us is going to do something to protect our democracy. We speak about democracy, how great that is, live in a democracy. And I spent most of my time of my life, even though I was born back in the Soviet Union, not in democracy. We say the word, we understand the meaning of it, but we don't understand if you don't have it all of a sudden. How important to live, work, and have our families and our future for future generations in a democracy and not dictatorship. We chose in Ukraine since 2014, we will not live on our knees as slaves of a dictatorship. And we were fighting for it and will continue and we'll never stop because we will succeed in our goal. And I say we Europeans. I don't want to take too much of your time in having this monologue. I'm looking forward to the discussion, but answering your question, I just want to say, as Mayor said it with his background, and it's actually my background as well, I'm a fighter, I'm a former boxer, and we see it in the boxing. Let's keep on punching. Let's keep on supporting Ukraine. Ask yourself, what can you do? And if you do business with Russia, you're putting oil in the fire. Stop it. We need to act together, and we will succeed, and peace will come, and we will rebuild Ukraine. And I say that Ukraine is one of the largest countries, one of the richest countries in Europe. And I'm more than sure that any one of you is going to feel home, a way of home. As this forum taking place here in Brussels, and I do feel home, a way of home. Mayor, thank you so much, and thank you for everybody for your support. Slava Ukraini, glory to Ukraine. Thank you.
Vladimir, thank you very much for painting that picture and for saying you will keep punching and you will keep surviving. So I'm going to hand the mic to Mayor Hidalgo, because the one thing we know are the criteria for building a sustainable, resilient city that can endure. These folks have to endure. What are the lessons from Paris? You are a beacon in the world for how to do this and what not to do. Can you give us some guidance here?
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank my friend Philip. Thank you for this meeting, because it's very important to be together today and with you, dear Vladimir, and with your brother and our friend, the mayor of Kyiv. First of all, I want to say you that at the first day, just the day where the attack and the aggression from Russia to Ukraine, we are with you. We were with you. And I went to Kyiv in April. It was very hard to see the city, the beautiful city, because Ukraine is a very interesting, strong, and innovative city. And I went to Kyiv, and I had a meeting with the mayor, with Vitaly. And we organized together a little meeting with the French medias, and to say, I'm here because the Parisian people is with you, support you, and I'm here because I want to see and to explain to French people and Parisian people what's happened here, this aggression from Russia, and the courage, the incredible courage of the mayors, Vitaly, but also the mayor of Ukraine, and the people, the Ukrainian people, is an amazing, resistant and resilient people, and we are together. And before this moment, this meeting, when I came back to Paris, we organized with the NGOs, the help to Kyiv, like all the mayors in France, in Europe, because everybody, I think, almost everybody, were with you in this moment. Now we are with you in this new moment, because the winter will be very hard. We are here and we want to help you, and we want to be with you also for rebuild Ukraine and Kyiv, because I'm sure, we are sure that the Ukrainian people will win. This war is unfair, and you will win. We know that. How, when, but we know that Ukrainian people will win. And in all this support, I want to say to you that last week in Tunis, in North Africa, we had a meeting with the French network of, Francophone network of mayors. I'm leading this network, and we decided that Kyiv will be part of this network today, and we are working together in this network to organize also the help to Ukraine. Maybe one idea. I think now, in this winter, we need to organize very, very strongly and concretely our help. You need to have an organization, a task force between mayors, with the commission, with the businessmen. We need to have a task force to organize the help to Kyiv and the cities of Ukraine, because this help now, it's very, very urgently. We need to help you, because the winter will be very hard. We need to organize the help, but also this task force we have to create, because we help from our cities, we work, all the mayors in the networks, I think with the Eurocities, we have a lot of networks, but we need to organize that now to be more efficient, because it's very important that our help came at the right moment, now. And maybe this task force, mayors with commission, with, and thank you Lamia for being here, OECD, why not? This task force can also work with you, with Kyiv, to rebuild the city. Yes, we need plan. If you want to rebuild, you need to have a plan. Yes, we can help. Of course, our cities, Paris, maybe in the transformation of the infrastructure to go from a car to a bicycle is very interesting because it's a new model, not new model because Copenhagen and another city in Europe are very committed with these policies and were example for me. Copenhagen was an example for Paris in this plan. But we can work together with our experiences, with our also forces. We are smart cities, but we have to organize that. And maybe a task force. That is my idea to be more efficient in this help. And I said to you, Vladimir, I said to Vitaly, we are with you from the first day to the day who we can see the end of the war and the victory of Ukraine. This European nation, the victory of Ukraine. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
A solid idea indeed, Mayor Hidalgo, and I think we'll pick up on that as we progress in this discussion. So I want to turn to Mayor Karic. Your city has the experience of rebuilding post-war. You know the challenges and you know the wins. So run us through your ideas at this point of where both Vitaly and Vladimir are sitting, looking at their people.
It's my pleasure to be here today with my dear colleagues, mayors, and thank you for this amazing invitation. Dear Mr. Klitschko, dear colleagues, mayors, dear guests, I would like to start this speech very optimistically, because when aggression on Bosnia and Herzegovina and when the siege of Sarajevo started, I was a one-year-old baby. Now I'm 31, I'm mayor of capital city of Sarajevo. Sarajevo won, Bosnia and Herzegovina won, and I'm sure that Kyiv and Ukraine will do the same. In this moment, we feel every single moment in your city and in your country. 30 years passed. This year, we commemorate 30 years from the beginning of siege, the longest and the hardest siege in modern history. But we also celebrate 30 years of independence of Bosnia and Herzegovina. In the same time, we are very sad because when you ask our citizens in Sarajevo, they will say that they feel like it was yesterday and 30 years passed. And when we thought that never something similar will happen in Ukraine, in the world and in Europe, aggression on Ukraine started. So in the beginning of this year, when we were watching situation in Kyiv and in Ukraine, we were very afraid that something similar can happen again to us, because we saw that evil of fascism is still here. We need to fight together. During siege of Sarajevo, people of Sarajevo and people of Bosnia and Herzegovina were very brave. We didn't have enough weapons. We didn't have electricity. We didn't have food. We didn't have water. But we had a brave heart. And we won with our brave heart. During siege of Sarajevo, we had more than 2 cultural events per day. We had a war theater. We established the first war theater in Europe. We founded Sarajevo Film Festival during 1993, and today we enjoy one of the best European film festivals. We fight it with culture, We fight it with our soul, with our history and tradition. And that is always on the first place. I'm sure that now, 30 years after, we can say that infrastructural projects are still going. We still repair objects which were destroyed during the siege of Sarajevo. But the hardest thing is loss of human lives. I think that one human life is worth an entire world. And we feel very painful, and we feel pain when we see that children in Ukraine are killed. Nothing can explain that. And that is the hardest feeling. It's not important how many years pass. We are here to help you. We are not a rich country, but we have experience. We survived something very similar. And I'm sure that in the future, in Sarajevo, you will have a great friend. Today, we celebrate friendship with cities which helped us during siege. We are great friends, but now we enjoy visiting each other, and we remember how our friendship was important these days. I'm sure that very soon you will celebrate friendship with mayors who were on your side and who helped you during these hard times. Friends during hard times are also very good friends after everything is finished. And I'm sure that together with you, together with all other dear colleagues, mayors, very soon we will enjoy in better times. This year, Bosnia and Herzegovina has a chance to be a candidate, to win a candidate status to European Union. We feel that we are Europeans because we are heart of Europe. And everything what we want for our city and for our country, we want also for your city and for your country. Peace and prosperity for all your people. Because when you survive aggression, when you survive siege, you know that the most important thing is peace. And when you have peace, everything else is much, much easier. Thank you very much. And I wish you a very successful Kyiv Investment Forum here in Brussels. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Karic. Mayor Vartiainen, Helsinki is held up as an example for every smart city. You've done it right. You've had the chance to do it right. Kyiv is facing a completely different set of challenges. At this point, what would your advice to them be for the endurance that they're looking for, both in the short term and in the long term?
Thank you. I hope this what you said about Helsinki is not overblown, but we are doing our best. Let me just start by thanking Mayor Philip Klaus and Vitaly Klitschko for inviting me to this panel. It's a real honor. And let me also emphasize how strongly the Helsinki citizens and the Finnish people feel for Kyiv and Ukraine. With our history of tragic and violent, let's say tragic and violent history with our eastern neighbor, this feeling of solidarity with Ukraine in Finland is huge. I think of the generation of my mother. She's 91 years old. She is very much alive. She was 8 years old when her town Vyborg in Karelia, eastern Finland, was invaded by the then Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin, who told the Finnish people then that the country was run by fascists and the Soviet army would be in Helsinki in a couple of weeks. Well, it turned out not that way. Finland had to cede some territory after a 3-month war, after imposing huge losses for this invading army. So for the generation of my mother, there's nothing new. And we feel strongly with you in Ukraine. But there is And in particular, when we think of how much Ukraine as a country already suffered from the violent doctrines of the last century. The famine that was initiated by communism and then the Second World War. It's so tragic that Ukraine has to undergo this now. But there is a constructive lesson as well in the Finnish experience and in the experience of many countries that have undergone such existential challenges, even in other parts of the world. I'm thinking of South Korea or Taiwan and my country, Finland. When a country is under an existential threat, under the threat of annihilation, that can also turn to an opportunity because it concentrates the minds. You understand that you will not survive, perhaps as a nation, with such neighbors, unless you are a first-rate, good society for all your citizens that is just, equitable, which respects the rule of law. And when earlier in this panel, the moderator referred to the experience of the setup of Vitaly Klitschko, whether to save himself or work for the city and his country. He chose the latter. And in a situation of an existential threat, that makes this choice, in fact, easy for the businessman, the business people, the administrator, the politician. Whether you just want to put some money in your own pocket or get some short-term advantage, or whether you want to work for your country in the long term. And you understand that unless we all work for our country, then our country might not survive. And this might sound very idealistic, but there is sound, and this refers to my past as a kind of academic scholar and economic history. There are good experiences on this, and I'm thinking of my own country. After the Second World War, between communism and capitalism and this difficult eastern neighbor, we Finns understood that we would not survive unless we are a first-rate, prosperous society. We had to invest in the future. And Ukraine stands in a similar situation now. And everything that is spoken here and what I have learned when I had the opportunity to visit Kyiv testifies that Ukraine will be up to this challenge. So basically, I'm also optimistic. And of course, as the city of Helsinki, we will do our uttermost to share our best experiences, how to digitalize our services, how to promote the use of reuse of raw materials, how to build shelters for the civilian people. I know there was an official from Kyiv a couple of days ago who visited us wanting to know about our digital strategies. So all these our practical ways of sharing our good experiences and of course learning from Kyiv's. I'm not pretending we are sort of better and more intelligent in all respects at all, but let's share our best practices. And do believe me, Helsinki is extremely committed to help Kyiv in all the ways we can do. Perhaps to come back to my point about this challenge being an opportunity. One can hardly overestimate the impact of good governance, the rule of law and good administration. And this is something where we also, without sort of saying that we are better than everybody else, but we want to share our experiences because in the long run, there is no more potent weapon against the gang of thugs that rules Russia than the rule of law and a functioning democracy and an administration with integrity. That is something that the Nordic countries are also known for. And this is, in the long run, almost everything that matters. In the short run, of course, Ukraine and Kyiv need weapons, blankets, energy infrastructure, ambulances, all these material conditions for surviving this horrible aggression. But in the long run, it is good governance, administration without integrity, without corruption, that really creates a country that is good for all its citizens. And that is really the bulwark against any Putinian dictators. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Vatien. And I think that's a key point that you bring up with governance, and then you start bringing up democracy and human capital. All of those are key elements in building sustainable cities for the future. So, Mayor Gualtieri, you have this experience, a difficult experience of, an old city like Rome, which needs so much put into it, where people are waiting to see what Rome will turn into. The lessons that Rome can share, what do you want and hope for as a partnership with Kyiv, and what are the lessons that you can share since you became mayor a year ago?
Thank you. First of all, let me thank the mayors of Brussels and of Kyiv for inviting us to this conference and express my really strong support, the support of the mayor, my support of all the citizens of Rome, to the Ukrainian people, to the people of Kyiv and the other Ukrainian cities which are suffering and terrible, unjustifiable, barbaric aggression by Russian. And I have to say that the feeling of the Roman people is a feeling really of very, very strong solidarity and support. They have shown many times already welcoming refugees and participating with a lot of generosity to all the programs of support. And that, I think, the reason is not that we are impressed by the bravery, by the courage of the Ukrainian fighters, the Ukrainian citizens, but because we know what Volodymyr just told us, that they are fighting not just for Ukrainian freedom, they are fighting for our freedom. So that's really a common fight for freedom, and I think all the citizens of Rome feel that very, very much and very strongly. I think that's pretty important what we are discussing today, and I will also try to say what of our experience can be useful to support Kyiv and its reconstruction. I think, first of all, but we have to be fully aware of what Vitaly told us and what we know. That's now there is really, we are in emergency since the war started, but now we are really in a particular emergency because they don't have electricity, and that's, I understand, is really, really a big problem. And that's why we immediately, and Rome has accepted to participate to the initiative launched by the European President, Roberta Metsola, of Generators of Hope, and we have immediately worked for that, so I can say Rome will participate. We have already identified 2 power generators that we are ready to send to Kyiv, to Ukraine, and I really hope that if all the mayors will do the same, we can really give a concrete, immediate contribution to an emergency, because it's not acceptable that with this way of warfare, which is really against any legal standard, people is left without electricity, without heating, trying to fighting against civilians for military purposes, and that I'm sure that they will not succeed, but it's also our duty to contribute that this does not succeed. So Rome is participating to generators of hope, and at the same time, I consider extremely important the topic of this conference, which is how we can support also reconstruction, and not just reconstruction, because the challenge we are facing, that Rome is facing, is Rome has a lot of problems. We have a lot of lack of investment in the last years. I don't enter you into this, but what we decided to do, we don't just simply need a bit more efficient to be like we were some years ago. No, we need to take the opportunity now to lead a season of transformation. Cities need now not just more efficiency, cities need transformation, because cities need to be at the core of the challenges of our time. The challenges of our world are the challenge of the cities that become climatically neutral, to become digital, but digital in a sense that support people, to have a different concept of urban regeneration that puts people at the centers, and proximity. Proximity means not just to have a service online, but to have a kind of environment where people participate and feel protagonists and feel close to the city, close to each other. Because in these challenges, I think, for resilience and for transformation, the main asset is not just investment, which is fundamental, is, of course, and is fundamental, as the Mayor of Helsinki was saying, good governance and practices. But the first asset for resilience and for transformation is the people. We experienced that. I give you an example where we actually was finance minister, not mayor, but when COVID hit Italy first in the Western world, everybody was saying, okay, Italy will not be able to stand because the public debt, because the inefficiency, they will be, destroyed by this. But then what happened was not just that we did, I think, good things from the government, but the people, they went to the balcony singing, they expressed sense of solidarity, and what is saying, when a lot of people are saying, okay, Ukraine cannot stand an aggression, military aggression, Russia, they are too mighty, better we already say, okay, better you compromise immediately because, they are going to win. And then what happened was the people of Ukraine, their bravery. So we think that in our concept of 15-minute cities that we share very much with Paris, of innovative, sustainable cities with service of proximity, cities with lead transformation to our innovation, sustainability, and cohesion, the people, the active participation of the people is the first asset. So what we are trying, first of all, is investing a lot on school, on young people, and support also, we did a new regulation of common management of common goods to make people, association, NGOs, even business, small business, active participating to the transformation of city. And this is, of course, something we are very ready to share, as we are ready to share our initiative of energy communities. Again, making people protagonists to the fight against climate change, supporting, incentivizing, building of small energy communities across the city, first on the roof of our buildings, public buildings, but also, and then giving incentive and supporting, making them protagonists of this energy transition. So this is another area where we are working as we are trying to build the next generation 5G network across the city to make this the basis of services for families, businesses, and public administration. But again, we want the people to be part of this, and services not being just top-down, but be based on what neighborhood by neighborhood people identify. So we could also, we are ready to support on a lot of areas, start from what maybe we are stronger, which is conservation, preservation of cultural heritage. But I think Rome is ready to be part of the task force and identified, and I think our experience, our project, will be at the center of a very strong wave of solidarity, because I think Kyiv now is a tragedy what's going on. But I think the bravery of Kyiv people, of Ukrainian people, can really make of Kyiv not just a city which is rebuilt, but a city that can drive to be at the forefront, contribute to drive a new season of transformation of our cities. And Rome would be part, and we are ready to cooperate and support to Kyiv become the example of how from a tragedy you become a leader of a new season of city welfare. Thank you.
Mayor Gualtieri, thank you so much. Mayor Hidalgo, you might have started something here. You might have to create that task force now. You set the idea out. I think everyone's buying in. You might have an extra job on your hands. So before we get back to that question of that task force and what else it can contribute, if I can ask Anna Maria Tresnia, give us the Berlin perspective here. You guys have seen it all. So run us through the endurance aspect of what Kyiv can do. It should be.
All right. So, can you hear me? Perfect. Honorable Mayor of Brussels, Philippe Close, which is here in the room, Mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, and his representative, Vladimir Klitschko, dear Commissioner Didier Reinders, estimated colleagues and investors, ladies and gentlemen, let me please first say that I am honored to be here and to follow your invitation. I convey you the most warm greetings from the governing mayor of Berlin, Franziska Giffey, that could not be herself here. But as we received your invitation, let me reassure you, we felt it is our duty to be here and to contribute to support Ukraine, to build a greater Ukraine again in these challenging times. Berlin is a safe harbor, not only for many exile democratic forces, but also a safe harbor for refugees from Ukraine. And we offered support within the last 9 months for estimately 350,000 people that arrived in our city and over 100,000 people that remain here. And now I know this is not the aim that people remain in exile, that they should have an opportunity to return back to Kyiv. We are committed to help them as long as it takes. We perceive Berlin as a hub for democratic civil society where we join forces. And therefore, I will focus on the cooperation between democratic communities and the government at all levels in my presentation. European cities will be successful in the 21st century if they manage to be both dynamic business locations and vibrant democratic communities, based on solidarity and supported by a strong and active civil society. Democracy and civil participation, political participation make our cities both stronger and more attractive. Especially in crisis times like these, we can see that resilience as well as economic opportunities come from a strong, active civil society. After the Russian attack on Ukraine on the 24th of February, up to 10,000 people a day started to arrive in Berlin from Ukraine. The authorities, of course, were not prepared. They were not alone in dealing with the new arrivals. Rather, the people from Berlin, from all parts, also from Germany, of our urban community, got personally involved in helping them. And that was the decisive factor. So that you have a clear picture, we had to contribute as a government with 1,000 places per night for sleeping and accommodation, but the other 9,000 found support from the civil society as well. Their involvement helped to prevent chaos and made it possible to take a coordinated approach. A tremendous outpouring of support took place, close coordination between the administration and the Ukrainian community, volunteer groups, welfare associations, and dedicated people from all parts of society. Even now, 9 months later, it's vital that both the administration and civil society are continuing to do their part, contributing and collaborating with one another. As for the future will be good if we manage to combine economic growth, success with social cohesion. And I think this is also the heart of the European Union. I come to the next part. So if cities are to have strong and resilient economies, it is essential to involve civil society in planning processes from the outset. Civil society, higher education and research and business all need to be involved in creating a sustainable strategic framework for shaping our cities. I've already mentioned how important it is to work together in crisis situation, and we did that by including the expertise of civil society directly into our task force and crisis management infrastructure. However, it's also a question of our image of the city of tomorrow. How do we imagine it, that we live together, and what strategies will we need to get to use to get us there? Therefore, we need, in complex societies, to put forces together. That calls for an approach that brings in different stakeholders. It's not only the government, it's not only the civil society, it's all them together. It's also business, it's also higher education and research institutions, and of course, I've already said it, the administration. As a result, Berlin has often managed to pave the way for important fundamental decisions through dialogue that makes it possible to take very different perspectives and aspects into account, gain widespread acceptance within population as well and society, and motivate people to see the project getting successful. One example is also Berlin's 2020 and 2025 engagement strategy, which is one of the guidelines of the Berlin government policy. It was drafted at the Red Town Hall in a participatory process with civil society. Civic engagement has many facets, and it is essential to democratic communities and cities with vibrant neighborhood communities. It also fosters social capital. It needs good general conditions and, as well, supporting infrastructure that promotes active citizenship and participation. These are neighborhood centers and volunteer agencies. These are libraries, adult education centers, contact points for civic participation in the boroughs and citywide. And this also implies ways to get children and young people involved. We have a platform that's called meinberlin.de as an online platform for participation. So everybody has a chance, from young to old, to participate in how we shape the city. And therefore, Berlin can look back on a century of extremes. 2 world wars, you said it. We have lived it all. The crimes of National Socialism, the Holocaust, the communist era, and the city's division by a wall and barbed wire. We are grateful for the trust people have in our country after all of the suffering and injustice. And today we are incredibly happy. After the peaceful revolution of 1989, the fall of the Berlin Wall and German reunification, that we were given the chance to build a new, greater Berlin, a successful economy and a vibrant democracy in all of Berlin and in all of Germany. And here I come to the game changer. I think a game changer that you also have in Ukraine, that's trust. Trust is a hard currency when we are tackling the challenges of the future. And Putin's regime he lacks this trust. So free and democratic Kyiv has earned trust, and Berlin stands by the side of Kyiv. And we are willing to share our experiences and how to tackle the further challenges and to share our expertise in participation. Also, we have been the European Volunteer Capital of 2021. And it's clear that, yes, dear Vladimir, we cannot deliver arms from city to city. But with commitment of the Berlin government and the magnificent power of civil society, we can contribute to deliver humanitarian aid, may it be medicaments, may it be food, may it be firefighters systems. And we will prove our possibilities to support the EU program Generators for Hope. We commit in joining forces from capital to capital. You are not alone, and we will share our common task here to make Kyiv greater again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna Maria. It's a touchy topic, and I'm glad you touched on it and saved me from having to do that. So I'm going to hand over to Lamia, who may be the only person here who is not from a city but represents the OECD in all its glory and can possibly touch on what an international organization can do to bind everyone with the same ambitions together.
Thank you very much. Well, I represent an international organization that was created out of a war. When the United States and Canada decided to launch the Marshall Plan, remember 1947. So the OECD is really playing its part to support the reconstruction and the recovery in Ukraine. members, by the way, they have agreed to open a dialogue on accession last June. We have established an office in Ukraine now, operating from Paris, but soon in Kyiv. And we are already contributing to provide input to the Ukraine National Recovery Plan on all chapters, and my department is contributing on the chapter on cities and regions. It's not new that we are working with Ukraine. We have been working for a long time on different issues, including on decentralization. And by the way, we're going to launch soon, by the end of this week, from the OECD Secretary General and the Minister of Regional Development of Ukraine. They're going to launch a report entitled Rebuilding Ukraine by Reinforcing Regional and Municipal Governance. And this report, actually, it says that the decentralization reforms that have been pursued prior to the war have been instrumental to make your city resilient and respond to the very difficult circumstances, and particularly this is the case of Kyiv. And the report also mentioned the importance to reinforce some national capacity, municipal expertise that are really relevant and crucial for the future, for the implementation of investment projects, to make sure that they can strengthen their effort to address corruption issues, which are in general very high when in post-disaster funding. Now, of course, all these examples that we have been hearing today, they are really relevant to build this municipal expertise. We are now talking about European cities. It's also very interesting to hear from non-European cities, and they are engaged with us in the OECD, from United States, from Canada, but also from Japan, from other parts of the world that have been confronted with similar issues, and they stand ready to help. We are today in an investment forum, so we talk about investment. We have been talking about building the investment for a better Kyiv, better cities for tomorrow, investing in quality infrastructure. The point that I would like to make is, first, it's really important, and some mayors have already mentioned that we go beyond the traditional focus on hard investment, focusing on the soft, engaging also all type of actors in the investment processes, so that it's not only the large firms but also the small businesses that are engaged. We are talking about urban endurance. Urban endurance means resiliency. Of course, digital and climate are the two, digitalization and climate action are the two critical tools to advance resiliency. But here again, we have to be sure that they are human-centered and they are not impeding on some segment of the population. And this is my last point. In all these debates, very important to think about the question of an intended effect of investment in exacerbating existing inequalities between people that we observe in all large cities around the world, and that could be also the case in Kyiv. And here the OECD has created a coalition of 60 mayors from around the world under the leadership of Mayor Hidalgo. We are now in the process of discussing what could be the different pillars of work, and one of the critical pillars that many mayors have proposed is support to Ukraine, inviting in particular the mayor of Kyiv to join the coalition. We stand ready. We have cities also from the United States and from Latin America that has expressed their interest to support. And of course, we stand ready to support the task force that Mayor Hidalgo is going to establish.
I think you just laid yourself open for this, Mayor. I think you need to take this.
No, I think... My micro, yes, thank you. I think maybe this task force will be like a strategic committee from mayors, maybe with the mayor of the champions mayors with OECD and the mayors present here and other mayors, we can be strategic committee to help like angels, you know, and the help, the investment, with the businessman, all this thing is the decision of the Ukrainian people and of the city of Kyiv. We don't have to decide what is the way. We know that we have the digital transformation and the climate change issues. They are the bigger issues, but also how we can support the democracy, because the democracy is very, very bad in many countries, not just inclusive in Europe, you know. But we can maybe, the mayors, in this task force, I think it will be better that the mayor of Brussels lead this task force, because we are here in Brussels because he is hosting us, and we can organize around Kyiv with Brussels this strategic committee with mayors and with OECD and Commission, European Commission, to support and to help us to organize with Kyiv all the concrete help, you know.
I think that's a good question to put to Philip Closet when he comes back and sits down. But if I can ask you, Vladimir, you had a chance to listen to everyone. We're talking about investments at the end of the day. We're also looking at support, immediate support that Mayor Gualtieri mentioned. We're looking at those generators. How, and since you are a founder of a fund, tell us, how do you see, or how do you want a public-private partnership to play out, not just in the short term, but the mid to the long term? Because folks are asking for governance, folks are asking for the involvement of social capital. What do you see coming from the business side, but also because you are hand in hand with your brother in helping run the city? You see both sides. What do you need, and how are you going to make it happen for encouraging investments?
I would say that the mayor of Paris just mentioned it. Of course, there's like, you know, global warming, and there are other so-called bigger challenges. But I would say there are a lot of challenges in this world. And Ukraine right now is in the center of these challenges. On one hand, we're fighting for democracy and freedom. On the other hand, the world is threatened. Mother Nature, our existence. Why we have 5 major nuclear power plants in Ukraine. If just one of them goes off, as Fukushima and Chernobyl one day was, forget about economy, forget about everything. We're gonna be in a deep, dark hole, the world. It's not just existence of the Ukrainian population, it's the existence of the world, and consequences going to be taken for thousands of years. That's just an addition. As I said, there are a lot of challenges in the world, obviously, but right now Ukraine is right in the core of it. How can you be so dedicated to support Ukraine? We're Ukrainians asking, and I personally been asking for weapons, been asking for humanitarian help, for generators, for a lot. And when is enough? It's never enough as long as this war, senseless war, is still going. Yes, we're talking about rebuilding, but we need to finish the war first. Whatever we're rebuilding is going to be attacked like it's happening every Monday. Once a week, continued attack on the infrastructure, on population, life in general of Russia. We need to finish this war. It is important. And then, obviously, to answer your question, you can only be on the long term committed when when it's not just one-sided help as we're asking. For right now, it's just kind of, yes, in exchange that we're protecting, and the front line is far in the east, not that far, by the way. What is like, some people from Brussels I've heard go into Spain, their favorite places, and it's like around about 2,000 kilometers from here. You know, Ukraine is not that far, exactly the same distance. And the front line is also like up to 2,000 kilometers because we're one of the largest European countries, counting the south and the east and the north of Ukraine, with all the threat that comes from Belarus. But when you are thinking of post-war time, of course it's going to be interesting for business, for entrepreneurs. We're, not to forget, one of the most educated nations in the world on IT sector. Not to forget, one of great, just name a few, great creativity that we have accomplished. I say we, because like we all use WhatsApp, for instance. Guess who was creating it? Jan Koum, a Ukrainian. If we think about aviation, the first helicopter was launched in Kyiv with Igor Sikorsky. Mria, the largest cargo airplane that was destroyed in Gostomel, in the satellite city of next to Bucha and Borodyanka and Irpin, Gostomel, where Mria was destroyed. Mria, in translation from Ukraine, means a dream. So you cannot destroy dream. Yes, you destroyed the airplane, one of the largest and so on, but we're going to rebuild it. You cannot destroy our dream. Our dream. It's not just my dream, but our dream. Your dream as well. And when you invest, you will get definitely lucrative opportunities. And for long term, you will have return. Not just something, but concrete on different stages, because we have, as I said, most educated people. Mm-hmm. We have the richest ground, probably in the world. All the Mendeleev chart is in Ukraine, whatever it is. So there is a lot to discover in Ukraine. I just want to, maybe it's a little bit too early for right now, but some of you were visiting Ukraine, and please come back. Mm-hmm. Or please come visit after the war or during the war. For instance, the city of Kyiv. It is all possible. Yeah, it's a little complicated and long because you're going to drive long, either by train or by car, but it's possible. So to answer your question, longevity is with endurance, with investment and commitment, and with definitely whatever we ask, we will give you in return multiple times. First, with the protection of democracy. Second, on the economical side, you will definitely enjoy your time in Ukraine, doing business in Ukraine, work with the Ukrainians, and you will definitely have fun. So to speak of fun during the wartime, it's difficult, but I will tell you that you definitely will. As just an example, I'm sorry, I will remind you of this feeling. Some of you maybe were at the finals of the Champions League in Kyiv. Maybe some of you were, maybe not, but it was a parade of life, of creativity, where all the nations got together and celebrated such an amazing event. And also the celebrations will come and occur.
Thank you for outlining that for us. And you are right. There is a time and a place for it, which is why we're having these discussions for the future. So, unfortunately for you, Mayor Klaus, you stepped out of the room, but you were put in a bit of a difficult spot where I think you've now been nominated as the head of this potential task force that Mayor Hidalgo has proposed.
I have the same impression when Anne speak about the task force that I was decided.
But the OECD stands ready to help. So just to give you a heads up on what's coming your way, let me hand it over to all of you, because each one of you brings a very precise bit of experience. And this is what I want to ask you in a very succinct manner before we head back into having questions from the audience. What is the action plan at this point for Kyiv's Maria? What is the dream? in the next 6 months, because let's keep it real, this war is still ongoing. If I can ask you, Anna Maria, from your perspective, and very quickly, if I can go down the panel.
Yes, so just to make it short, I think the power of civil society within Europe and European cities can use their forces and their power to organize humanitarian aid, to make visible what happens there, to also offer shelter, for example, for journalists that continue to do their work, and also inform against disinformation propaganda from Russia, and so forth and so forth. So do promote civil society organizations. We do this, we make this a priority also in our engagement policy, that we work very closely with the Ukrainian community that has grown very much in the Berlin capital. And this is the contribution that we can use to also contribute to concrete help day by day.
Mayor Gualtieri?
Yes, I agree that civil society is key, and we would like to continue and even deepen our program of cooperation with young Ukrainians, invite them, having exchanges program, and make concrete this being part of the Union, the European Union, not just of a network of families. As I said, now I consider really a priority that we buy a lot of power generators and we send them really soon. That's essential. And I think that bringing together also on investment, urban regeneration program, joint program, public-private partnership, and our experience of how we are building up now in Rome a lot of PPPs to regenerate our cities, that also can be a concrete contribution.
Thank you very much, Mayor Maric.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would say that I was very emotional when you said that the most important thing is to stop the war, because we perfectly understand that during aggression on Bosnia and Herzegovina and during siege of Sarajevo, when you asked every single citizen what is the most important thing in that moment, they wouldn't say to reconstruct infrastructure, they wouldn't say to have much more food, they would say just please stop the war. So we can say that we are aware that that's top priority for Ukraine and for Kyiv and for all people. We are also aware that infrastructure is destroying of infrastructure is a very visible problem, and we are aware that infrastructure is destroyed not because infrastructure is only a military target. During siege of Sarajevo, schools were destroyed. In one school, we had improvised schools in basements, and one teacher in primary school, together with her students, was killed during siege. So we need to stop, and we need to help in that way. Let's try to, I would say, put in the first place peace. Let's save human lives, all of us. City Hall, when now we have amazing City Hall, it was a library. 1 million of books burned out during when City Hall was attacked. So it's not only war and aggression against country, it's war and aggression against its people, against its culture, and actually aggression is not only to destroy country, it's to destroy, I would say, the meritum and the spirit and soul of the cities and the country. They won't succeed, and I can say that Sarajevo and Bosnia and Herzegovina can help with our own experiences how to fight against evil, and of course how to provide help for people, but not only help with food and supplements, but also a psychological help for all victims, all civilians and their families, because I think that very soon, yes, you will feel that people are in the center of attention, and I'm sure that there is enough will in all European cities, in European capitals and among us to help with the infrastructure. But we need to put people in the center of attention, because cities are beautiful with amazing infrastructure, with amazing culture, but people are on the first place. So let's take care about people, all of us.
Action plan there for people. Mayor Hidalgo, very quickly, what would the action plan for Kyiv be?
Well, the peace and the victory of Ukraine, and maybe have a vision for the future. In this vision, I think Ukraine, like all our countries, have to go out from the fossil energy, because you can see all the wars in our century are provoked by the tension about the fossil energy. And in this vision for peace, I think also for better life, we need to have more green energy, and maybe Ukraine can be an example for us.
Well, we will soon be signing this agreement on friendship and the memorandum of understanding with Kyiv. And then we will start working on the particulars, listening to our Kyiv friends and colleagues. And on many fronts, it might be how to digitalize education, or may I mention, we will soon be organizing together with the UN an event in Helsinki on how to protect the civilian population, how to build shelters, something that is very topical now for all Ukrainian cities, and Ukrainian representatives will be there. These are examples of what we will certainly be doing. And if there will be any task force, whether it's Philip or Anne, of course, we are very happy to concur. Thank you.
Oh, check box. I'm winning here. This task force is starting to sound like something I can shout about. If I can ask you, Lamia, what you think the action plan very quickly should be.
Yeah, I think everybody agree on the shared values for the action plan for the future. But I heard also this tension between the short term and the long term. And at the end, I understand that, you know, there are immediate needs, but also, you know, some of the elements that are critical for the long term, they are also valid for the short term. When you have a school that is being destroyed and you have to reconstruct overnight, better to have the best practices in place. So many of the elements for the long term can be also very useful for the short term. And again, this, I think in the task force that the mayor of Brussels is going to lead now, very important to think about how we can support the city of Kyiv during the winter, because this was, I think, the very touching words from the introductory remarks. The winter is going to be hard, and maybe have a plan for the very short term, in addition to long-standing support for the medium and long term.
Mayor Closet, you have been put on the spot, so the final word is yours. Thank you for hosting us. We have the short term, the long term, we've got the generators as a short-term solution, the long-term plan for making sure we have green energy and putting people at the center. Your final words on what the action plan should look like.
Well, for a short term, everybody understands that health and energy as the priority that we can provide to Kyiv and Ukraine city. I think we can organize this task force together, also with supplier and provider, to organize, to find some middles to help during this terrible winter. For health, we have all of us in our city, we're leading some hospitals. And in fact, it's more easy that it seems. Sometimes we speak about doctors, about what we can help, and when we do the connection, is my advice to my colleague, when you do the connection with the doctors in Kyiv or other cities and doctors in our city, they speak the same language. They speak immediately the same language, and they know what they need. That first of all is the best to do in this task force. For middle term and long term, for me, what is very, very important to build a better world is education and culture. I saw so many children in Kyiv and other cities ready to restart to the school. Here, all the children refugees are in our school. They learn French in 2 months. They learn French in 2 months. They understand. There are other friends. They share experiments. And I think for the long term, what we can do also is school from our city adopt another school in Ukraine to exchange program, to build a better world is always with stringent that we can do.
Thank you very much for that. The short and sweet indeed. We also have a few keynote listeners in the room, and I want to get their perspectives because we have to sign the memorandum, and I know everyone's schedules in this room are very, very busy. So I'm going to bring a mic around. We have the mayor of Poznan in the room. Yeah, perfect. If I can get you a mic, that would be fantastic. There you go.
We were speaking how to stop the war, and also at the beginning the Commissioner for Justice for European, he said that all the crimes will be accused and so on. Maybe we should encourage the politicians on the national level because we know about crimes. Bucha and also now the bombarding the Kyiv, Kharkiv and different cities. We know who is responsible for it. We know Mr. Putin, Mr. Lavrov, Mr. Shoigu. Maybe we should, from our level, from the city level, demand from the European Commission not to wait till Ukraine win. Maybe it will stop the war, because if somebody knows he already is accused for committing crimes, maybe it could help. Of course, at the moment we could send the blankets, the energy, the electricity generator. In Poznan, the city of size 540,000 people, we have 80,000 migrants now. And of course, we are also ready to take the new ones. We managed to find accommodation for next 20, 30, 40,000. But maybe we should start not only to defend. You are the boxer, it is also my hobby. Maybe we should also start to punch, because we know who is responsible. Putin, Lavrov, and all these people. Maybe it is time not to wait okay, with politicians at the national level, like Mr. President Macron or so, maybe they hope it is still possible to negotiate with Putin, and so Mr. Prime Minister Chamberlain thought the same way. And we could maybe take some lessons from the World War II.
Thank you very much for that. The Deputy Mayor of Lyon is with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Sonia Starovtsevs, the Deputy Mayor of the City of Lyon in France. I want to thank you for inviting us, but also for everyone who took the floor today for what you said, and especially for your support to the city of Kyiv and overall for the country of Ukraine. I would like to say two things. First, I am myself French, but I also have a Ukrainian background. So when I became a deputy mayor, one of the first things we did in 2020 was to stop the partnership with the city of St. Petersburg and Moscow. Because a lot of people here have said that the war started. A lot of people here have said that they have been supporting Ukraine and Kyiv since the war started in February, but I remember the war started before that, in 2014. And when I hear you say, we will fight until the entire country is free, I want to remind everyone that it means the entire country, Donbass and Crimea as well, and we will stand by you as a city until it's done. Thank you. Secondly, I would like to thank Madame la Maire, Anne Hidalgo, for suggesting creating a task force to bring together mayors, but also the European Commission, anyone who has the possibility to actually act and support concretely Ukraine and Kyiv. And I hope this will be done maybe within other realms, like you talk about Eurocities, for instance. We were several mayors, like the city of Helsinki, Mayor of Helsinki. We went to Kyiv in August with the Mayor of Riga, Tirana, Athens. I'm forgetting a lot of mayors. Marseille, of course. And within Eurocities, there are task force. There is already a task force. We're meeting during lunch to discuss what can be done within that network of major cities. And that would be a great honor to have the task force led, of course, Philippe Claus, the mayor of Brussels, within the realm of the network, so as not to maybe multiply, I don't know, multiplier the initiatives, but also to make sure that everyone is including every city, those who are maybe not part of the network and those who are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and that's an important point. Replication is a danger. If I can ask the Deputy Mayor of Riga, the mic, please. We like the mic to stay in the room for now.
Right. My name is Linda Wazol. I represent the city of Riga. I'm vice mayor in the city. And my reflection when listening to all the panelists today is, makes me say these words that future starts today. Future starts in the present moment. So we can't really divide present and future, which means that friendship that we talk about and investments that are so crucial, they start today with the needs that we have responded to today. So I represent a capital city of a country whose defense has given away much more than 1/3 of our arms, some of which arrived on the 23rd of February in Ukraine, which is important to us because it is our war as well. I represent people who have on individual, voluntary basis organized many convoys to drive and donate their personal SUVs to the Ukrainian army. So more than 900 are there by now. We have got one back as a trophy. We see what the Russian army has done to that. It was placed in the middle of the city for our people to see how crucial this support, their personal support is. And of course I represent a city which is giving away our buses from the public transport. We are preparing the second set of buses being driven to Kyiv. Some of them are already driving in the streets of Kyiv. We're in the process of purchasing generators. So these are the investments that we offer to you now. And we will continue. We will be there after the victory as well. But you know that we are with our deeds with you already today. Besides taking care of your people and those babies who are born in our cities so that they are ready to digitalize, to make your cities smart and prosperous when the victory is with us. And just a very practical point, in case some people from the European Commission and EU institutions I think it is worth from the point of view of cities to emphasize that the investment really is very often more efficient and react to the various needs of European people quicker if you cooperate directly with the cities. So city to city and EU to city cooperation is indeed very crucial, I think, now and further on. Thank you. Razом переможемо.
Тільки разом.
Thank you so much for that.
I know, as a matter of fact, why are you so committed? Because you know you're next. You've been already invaded by the Soviet Union. You know you're next, as well as Poland. So there's, as well as Berlin, by the way. Yeah? Not to forget that. So those ambitions of Soviet Empire are still out there in Putin's mind. And we need to stop it together now. And thank you for the support. Just want to say thank you. I've faced your people. I've seen them, I've met them from early beginning in March of this year. They were right there, not just with the equipment, but also personally. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a comment from the mayor of Podgorica. There you are.
Thank you very much. My name is Ivan Vukovic. I'm a mayor of Podgorica, which is the capital city of Montenegro. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity. Klose Ichko. We stand strongly with our friends in Kyiv, our friends in Ukraine. The delegation of Podgorica had a chance a year ago to visit the beautiful city, and then we were happy to host the delegation of Kyiv on the occasion of our Liberation Day, which is in December. Now, today we talk about how unimaginable this situation is. I wouldn't like to sound cruel, but for us, perhaps not so much, with our historical experiences, some of which my dear friend Benjamina had shared with you. We, in the Western Balkans, have a long history of the problems that are now we're kind of fighting with. We also have a rich experience with Russian malign foreign policy influence. I'd like to remind you that in 2016 there was an attempted coup d'etat in Montenegro. Why? Because Montenegro proclaimed as one of its foreign policy priorities to join NATO, which happened. 2017, well, on the occasion of the parliamentary election in 2016, there was a group of Russian agents who tried to overthrow the legitimate government. And back then we tried to warn the world and our European friends that there is a hybrid war underway in the Western Balkans, hybrid war which has an aim to kill the European idea. And I think that is why it's absolutely vital for us to meet today, not in Kyiv, but in Brussels. Because Ukraine is a target today, but in the long run, Europe is the target. European way of life, values and principles, and I can, go at lengths about what is happening in that part of Europe, how, there's a network of Russian businessmen and media. The church, unfortunately, is also instrumentalized, that is working relentlessly against the prospect of that part of Europe joining the EU sometime soon. We're talking about Montenegro, we're talking about Bosnia and Herzegovina, we're talking about Serbia, Northern Macedonia, Albania, you name it. So there's a bigger picture that I hope that you will keep in mind. It's not only Baltic states, it's not only Poland, it's also, things that are happening down there. Hybrid war that is very tangible, which is why we understand what's going on. We appreciate your heroic fight because we think you're fighting for all of us. And I think it's absolutely vital for the EU to stand strong and to stay together. If we get disintegrated, this war will go on and the outcome will become less likely. If the EU stays together, stays strong, if we manage to overcome certain challenges, the lack of consensus, unfortunately, that we're experiencing lately in the European Council and such, then we will come out of this war victorious, both Ukrainians and Europeans, which is why I hope that Europe will stand together. This is how Europe will help brave Ukrainians to win this war. Slava Ukraini!
Mayor, thank you so very much for that. And to all of the mayors who have gathered here, I know we don't have time at this point. We've run out of time because I'm trying to keep you all on time for your networking and your lunches, and we have to get the memorandum signed. So if I can request our wonderful panel, give them a round of applause to take your seats. I'm going to call you up one by one as we get the stage reset for the signing of the memorandum. Please take a seat. Take the garbage off it. The mic is on. The mic is on. What? Seriously, guys. Okay, could I request everyone to please take a seat because the most important part of this morning is about to start. No, could you please hang on because the group picture needs to happen after. I'm really sorry. If finish this picture and then we have to get started. Sorry. No, that's fine. Could I request the rest of you to all take your seats? I'd be very grateful.
We kindly ask you take your seats. Thank you.
To the wonderful photographers, we're about to create an opportunity for you all to get this picture in a more coordinated fashion. So if you could let the mayors step off for 2 minutes. Mayor Clase, don't go too far. I'm going to call you up right away. Yeah. But do hang around. I'm just going to make sure that I call you in the order I've been given. Right, to the ladies and the gents in the background, if I can request you all, the most critical part of this morning's session is the memorandum that we are going to sign for Kyiv. So if I can invite, and I assure you the event is not wrapping up at this point, so if I can get everyone to please take their seats, and if the photographers could move away from the podium to create an environment that we require.
Do it.
I'm going to ask the city of Brussels and the city of Kyiv to please come up on stage first to please sign the memorandum. So if I can ask Mayor Closet and the representative or the deputy mayor of Kyiv to please come up on stage.
Will it be here?
Yes. But if I can request Mayor Closet to come. And a deputy mayor of Kyiv, please. Could you get his microphone on, please?
I understand that everyone is very enthusiastic, but please take your seat just for 5 minutes, also for the press. Then we have a meeting moment for all the press. Can I ask to everybody to take this seat just for 5 minutes? Thank you for this session. I know it's very long, they are always, but we can show that we can also give discipline. Just 5 minutes after is the network moment and the lunch, but we need that everybody takes this place. Please, at the end of this room, it's always more easy when it's the chief of the police department who speak to the people, and you know that. Then please, can I ask that everybody to take the seat? In 2 minutes, we ask at the press to come, but maybe Mr. just there in the middle, can you take your seat, please? We need just 5 minutes of your time to sign the memorandum, the MMU.
Could I request
and I ask
you to
everybody
take your
to
seats,
seat.
please?
Thank you.
Thank you. If I could request everyone in
We
the
are
back
almost
to
there.
take a seat.
Thank you.
I think we're well set up. Thank you so much for that, Mayor. So I'm going to kick this memorandum signing. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm going to kick off this memorandum signing by inviting Mayor Closet back on stage and also the Deputy Mayor of Kyiv. If I could ask you, gentlemen, to please wait on stage for me. I'd like to invite the Mayor of Paris, please, to come and join us on stage to sign the memorandum. Mayor Hidalgo, if I can call you up on stage. Thank you very much. If you could join the gentleman. Could I invite the Mayor of Rome, please, to come on stage to sign the memorandum? Mayor Gualtieri, thank you very much. Could I invite the Mayor of Helsinki to please join us? Mayor, thank you very much. Please join your colleagues on stage. Could I invite the Mayor of Poznan on stage, please, to join us? Thank you very much, Mayor. Can I invite the Mayor for Podgorica, please, on stage to sign the memorandum? Thank you very much, Mayor. If I may invite Delegate and Permanent Secretary for Berlin to please come and sign on Berlin's behalf. May I invite the Deputy Mayor of Lyon, please, to join us. Thank you very much. And may I, last but finally, invite the Deputy Mayor of Riga to join us. And it's always a joy when a city joins in, and here's my era. May I invite the Mayor of Sarajevo to come join us and sign the memorandum. I'm not sure here, but I think the Mayor of Vilnius is joining us as well on stage. May I invite the Mayor of Vilnius to come join us? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for showing your commitment to Kyiv. Mayor Clase, for bringing these people together, for driving the agenda. Here's an opportunity to take a fantastic picture. If some of the staff members can move this podium. If I can request all you wonderful mayors, I've been told, if you can give them one picture, if you can turn around so they can take a picture with everyone in the group, that would be fantastic. Are you taking the picture from the group? Could everyone in the room stand up so you're part of this photograph? Thank you very much. We want to show Kyiv that we are together and we stand with them. Yes. Thank you very much. As we all get back to our seats, we will now begin the most important thing that the mayors have talked about, which is the bilateral agreements between Kyiv and Helsinki, Kyiv and Dublin, Kyiv and Sarajevo, and the joint declaration of mutual understanding and supporting recovery and sustainable development. Can we move the podium back onto the middle of the stage, please? Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the process of the signing of the bilateral agreement within the next minute or so. Vladimir, I'm going to move this. Vladimir. Thank you very much for everyone who is gathering for support. If I can invite, as we get our podium settled for the bilateral agreements, remember this is a critical facet and part of, I think we can all take our seats. How's that? Let's celebrate a little bit of the unity that we're seeing here. And it's been wonderful to see the unity and the enthusiasm in this room. But these bilateral agreements must be signed to make enthusiasm more than just that. So let's make it. We're sitting back down again. I am a joyful instructor of seating. So let's have our seats. Let's give a minute to everyone to take their seats, because these bilateral agreements are going to be critical for Kyiv's success. If I can ask our wonderful colleagues in the media to take a little pause. Have a seat, everybody. As the mayors collect and gather, let's remember that the memorandum is very important, but the bilateral agreements are the most important. Mayor Klose is already talking about the task force. It looks like he's heading up a task force of his own right now. Mayor, if I can get your attention. Sit down. Right. We have pretty much who we need now. So the bilateral signings begin. If I can invite the Deputy Mayor of Kyiv back on stage. Mykola. Mykola. Can we all sit down, please? Can we all take our seats? This is the first group that does not listen to me. Bada bing, bada bing. We are doing something really important, ladies and gentlemen. Mykola, do you want to get up on stage? All right, let's get this bilateral agreement signed. Our first Deputy Mayor of Kyiv joins us on stage. If I can invite Mayor of Helsinki. Thank you very much for signing this. Mayor Vatianen, thank you so very much for signing this. If I can keep you on stage, because you have many, many of these to sign now, and invite up Benjamina Karic. Benjamina, if I can get you to come up and sign on behalf of Sarajevo. He's making sure you sign everywhere on the dotted line, so you are tied down now. If I can now invite the Lord Mayor of Dublin, Carolyn Conroy, up on stage to sign the bilateral agreement with the city of Kyiv. My thanks to everybody today. You have shown this morning how much you stand with Vitaly and Vladimir and the people of Kyiv and Ukraine. Thank you for signing the memorandums on behalf of your cities. Thank you for signing the bilaterals on behalf of your cities and its people. Let's keep supporting them. It's going to be a tough winter. Thank you very much for your time.
Цим урочистим моментом закінчує роботу перша половина Київського інвестиційного форуму. Попереду нас очікують дискусії з економічного відновлення Великого Києва, ролі соціальної економіки та цифрової трансформації на цьому шляху. Фіналом форуму стане відкритий діалог з мерами Брюсселю та Києва. Сесія запитань та відповідей відбудеться на головній сцені о 19-й годині. Запрошуємо на ланч. Оголошується перерва до 13 години 20 хвилин.
This ceremony marks the end of the first part of the Kyiv Investment Forum in the economic recovery of Greater Kyiv and the role of the socio-economy and digital transformation in achieving it. The final session of the forum is the open discussion with the mayors of Brussels and Kyiv. This Q&A session will take place on the main stage at 7 o'clock. We will begin the lunch break now until 13:20. Participants of the side event by Eurocities Kyiv Agglomeration Sustainable Rebuilding, please proceed to Salle Ogival.
Представники преси, будь ласка, залишайтеся в цій залі. Тут саме
Dear representatives
нас 20 хвилин. Хто час буде? Час на моніторі, можливо, показували, щоб мені були таймки.
Я тобі скажу. Поки беремо Q&A, обов'язково представлятися. А хто дає мікрофон?
У них є мікрофони в руках.
Ні, а питання як тобі?
Я без поняття, що їм у них є додатковий мікрофон.
Thank you.
Тим, хто... Окей.
In the past, this was court of justice. This is really, yeah, 200 or 300 century. And now this room just beside is the room for the wedding ceremony. I don't know their relationship with the court of justice and wedding ceremony. Yeah, maybe something. Then sometimes. Yeah, in the beginning the construction they began the beginning of the 15th century. In 14,003.
Okay, we're ready to begin. It's just going to be a couple of minutes before we establish the connection with Kyiv. So we've got about 20 minutes for questions with our wonderful guest, with Mayor Philippe Closet from Brussels, with Volodymyr Klitschko, and with Mayor Vitaly Klitschko, who will be with us from Kyiv shortly. Please begin by introducing yourself and the media outlet that you represent. So who's got some questions to ask? You can start by raising your hand, and our lovely Alessia will give you the microphone. Yeah, so.
Доброго дня, я буду по-українськи.
Hello, I will ask my question in Ukrainian, if interpretation is available. On the 17th of November marks the 26th anniversary on the first day where Volodymyr Klitschko, Vitaly Klitschko started their boxing careers. It's been 26 years since then. We know why this forum is held today. Everybody wants the war to end. People who are here today think about the revival of Kyiv. Volodymyr, you've been in politics now for 26 years. What's the difference between the politics and professional sports?
Without translation, the difference, is there any difference between the politics and my athletic background, so sports? Honestly, we are using the same principles of focus, agility, coordination, and endurance in the sport, and the same principles are good during the wartime, good in the politics, good in the family life, good as foundation at this forum, because our focus is obviously to finish the war and rebuild. Agility stands, there are different ways how to do it. We need to be agile in our mind. And I love this theory of Darwin. Not the strongest is going to survive and not the smartest, but someone who really adjusts to the environment. So adjustment to the environment is extremely important to us. Coordination, we need to coordinate. So many mayors of cities, European cities, are together today, and obviously it's lots of coordination because you need allies. Whatever task you have in life, you cannot achieve it alone. You need to have an ally to help you achieve that. And if someone's gonna say that I made myself, that's wrong. It's impossible. You cannot make yourself but you need allies. A person that says it already wrong because person's parents made it. Let's start with that. So you always need help and support. And I'm so happy that we have Mayor of Brussels here with us to help build this foundation to all of us to cooperate. And unity during this war shows us new qualities that we need to be closer to each other. We need to be listened, heard, and it is so good to see how agile our minds are. Thank you, Mayor, for taking this initiative and creating this platform. And mostly importantly, we cannot forget it, endurance, especially during the winter time. The principle of endurance beats masterpiece and talent. And as I said, endurance as well as the will defeat one of the strongest armies in the world as well during this war. That's why ahead of winter, we need to have good endurance to overstand it and eventually to protect Ukraine, protect democratic principles, and stop the senseless war.
Thank you so much. Are there any more questions from the room? Yes, Olena, please.
My name is Olena Abramovich. I'm a journalist for Ukrainian TV station and I'm based in Brussels. And I have a question to the mayor of Brussels. Right now, a lot of cities are committing to rebuild either certain cities in Ukraine or towns or maybe objects. What is the plan of Brussels in Ukraine in terms of reconstruction concretely? Thank you.
But it's maybe the goal of this meeting, because we know that the public authorities have a special role to play, but with the private sector, I'm convinced that we can multiply the help for the different cities in Ukraine. For me, it's important to say that a concrete action is not so difficult to have. I give the example of the hospitals. When we put some doctors together, and we speak about medicine, we speak about hospital, they speak the same languages. It's the same for education. But I'm sure that for the company and for business, it's also the same languages. Then it's true that now it's the war in Ukraine, then there are emergency programs to build together. But if we think today about the future together, and you know for a business you need time to build this business, because the people need to reach each other and to find solutions. How can we do together? It's why there are so many people coming from transport company, from building company, for some energy provider, some banker, a lot of company who comes today to have this first contact. In fact, if we organize this Kyiv program in a normal time, I'm not sure there are so many companies who comes. It's because they know they want to support the cause of Ukraine, but also to support the future of Ukraine, then they come. When we build the different mayor, different authorities, European Bank, private investors, all of the company, they are ready to support because they know it's so important to find an issue for this war, but also to find some disposition. But in regards of the city of Brussels, our first assets, it's our program with the hospitals, because we choose this way in conversation with Vitaly and his team to say, okay, what we can do, we have 4 university hospitals on our territory, we manage, we're leading 4 hospitals, and then we work on programs, special programs. For example, I'll give you an example. When I went to Ukraine, I have meeting with people from the staff of Vitaly Klitschko and say we have a huge problem with the rape women by the Russian soldier. And we have no program to find a solution for that issue for these women. And I say that in Brussels, we invent a new program that we spread all over our territory in Belgium. And this program is in the Saint-Pierre hospitals. And during 10 days, there are psychologists, gynecologists, doctors, nurses, who comes in Brussels to follow the program of our institution. This is very concrete. That got not a lot of money, but it's very concrete to share experiments. It's why I say always that you are a small city or a bigger city, it doesn't matter. You can do something. It's the same for the company for me. If you are a little company or a big company, you can do something for Ukraine. It's the goal of this meeting.
Thank you so much. Are there any more questions from the audience?
Yeah, if I just may add also, there was a number of memorandums signed today. Could you explain a little bit what those memorandums are about?
But the goal is to create a task force to share the experiments and the demand of Kyiv and other cities in Ukraine. Because one of the best things to be very efficient is to have the correct information. As I said about the doctors, they speak together now. They doesn't need me. They need me for the money and for the middle. But for the information, it doesn't need me. It's the same with this task force. If there are problems with the energy supplier, provider, okay, which country, which city can find a provider to give this, what do you call, generator? Is anybody ever, maybe in his hospital, radiography materials? Is anybody have something for a school, for example? With this task force, we can share all the information. The European Union is there, NATO also, to provide weapons, billions to reconstruction. But concrete action from the city is also important. I have just a meeting just before this press moment with one of the representatives of the European Bank in Ukraine. And he said, okay, we provide some million, but every action is now necessary. And the goal of this memorandum of understanding, is to create this task force between, now I think we are 10 mayors, I don't remember, or we are, or 12 mayors, but to grow this platform, everybody can reach that, okay, I have this, how can we share this experiment or these materials with Ukraine?
Thank you so much. We're also able now to bring the connection with Kyiv, so please welcome Vitaly Klitschko. Are there any questions? Welcome. Thank you so much for being with us here, Vitaly. We'd love to hear from you. Oh, please go ahead.
One more time. I want to say thank you very much to Philip and also big regards to my brother Vladimir. Thank you very much because you are not official, but you deep involved what going on in our country. You help a lot, and also to be representative of mayor and as citizens of our city, it's very important to be there and to give the real information to everyone what's going on in our home country. Today I'm already explain about the situation with our current situation. It's not easy. It's a huge challenge for our homeland, for our city, and the main goal right now of please don't believe in Russians. The all information regarding special operation is liar. It's war. It's genocide. It's terrorism. Because in the war, during the war, clear rules: never touch children, women. But in this case, with destroying our infrastructure, the aggressor want to freezing us in cold winter. They want to make us depressive mood in people, and we everybody have to live somewhere in Europe and make our country free. For aggressors, they need Ukraine without Ukrainians. I have a feeling to destroy the historical center of our hometown, and we doesn't have front line in Kyiv, in capital of Ukraine, but we have huge damages, a lot of buildings destroyed, and a lot of our citizens are already killed. But we stay strong. and instead depressive mood, I talked to people in our hometown. They very angry and ready to stay. We don't want to leave our homes, and we ready to defend our homes, families, our children. And we fighting for European future, because our main priority to be the part of European family. It's very important to make clear European rules and to be a European country with criterion, human rights, press freedom, democratic values. It's main priority. And also, I want to say one more time, thank you very much for everyone who believe in Ukraine, who support Ukraine. And Ukraine have huge potential. Biggest country in Europe. It's very talented people live in Ukraine. It's always we was peaceful country with peaceful people, but right now we have to defend our sovereignty and territorial integrity. Its main goal, success of Ukraine, it's priority for us. European values and economical success, political success, and we're fighting for that. And our success is the best answer for our friends and also for our enemies. But for our friends, we're ready to give so many opportunities to make the business in our hometown. I understand it's very important, it's life important for our hometown. It's jobs, it's taxes, and it's a new opportunity, and that's why we present a lot of projects. We have to prepare right now for day after tomorrow. I'm more than sure the war will stop. I'm more than sure in day after tomorrow we have to develop our homes, our country, our cities, and that's why we look in success. We look into the partners, and we give the great opportunity in the great condition for everyone who ready to help us, because to implement experience, to implement the business, and we already prepare so many cases for investment for people who believe in Ukraine and who want to make a business in our hometown. We have everything for that, and that's why it's priority for me as mayor of Kyiv, and that's why we, for many reasons, first of all, the safety, we make our investment forum right now in Brussels. Thank you one more time for Philip, for your help, for your hospitality, and to do it this investment forum in Europe.
Thank you so much. And we have one more question from the press. This will be the final question for today. So please go ahead, Elena.
Доброго дня, пане мер. I will ask in English. What are your expectations from the Brussels city as a capital of Belgium in terms of help for Kyiv? Thank you.
One more time, thank you for all our friends, and for Brussels. We never forget the help what Kyiv received from Brussels. We receive ambulances, we receive the buses, we receive humanitarian help from Brussels community. It's very important for us in this difficult condition. We expect also the not just political, economical support, humanitarian help. We expect also to exchange our programs and to receive the know-how which can be very successful to implement in Kyiv. Just weeks or 2 weeks ago, they stopped. It was Expo, IT Expo in Barcelona. I talked to my colleague, Mayor of Barcelona. It's more than 200 countries, 700 cities present the new technologies. And we not just ask our partner to help, we also can share our success, because Kyiv have great development of services, IT services to community, and I'm really enjoy to present our system, smart city system, digital Kyiv, safety city, what actually work and work very successful to our partners. And I'm enjoy if European mayors really shocked and surprised how far we are, how good we are. And that's why we not just asking, we ready to share our good experience, our success with our partners. And together we're much stronger. Everyone know my boxing background, sport background. I love this example. Every finger, like in boxing, pretty strong. But if finger come together, it will be much, much stronger. It's that why to our reality, together with the help of each other, we're much stronger, because we right now in Ukraine defend not just our homes, we defend the same values, the same democratic values what have a European country and our neighbors. And that's why it's very important to help each other to share success and to make Europe much more successful. And Kyiv have a lot of opportunities, and we're totally open and ready to work with our partners. And I want to ask the business people, I am ready, together with my brother, to working as your bodyguards regarding your success, regarding your business in our home, in our hometown. We need that. We need success. We need changes. We need new jobs. We need taxes. We need European standards of life. And I see our unity, it's our plans. If we implement, we be successful. Success is a key word for us, for Ukrainian, especially in this difficult situation. Sorry for a long answer for your question.
Thank you so much for this inspiring answer. We do have a minute for one last question, and I'm going to hand over to the Deutsche Welle team.
Thank you very much. Ksenia Polska, Deutsche Welle, Ukrainian and Russian. And the question is, do you have a plan B in case of a long and severe cold and a long blackout at the same time? This is a question not only for you, but maybe also for the partners who talked about being prepared in the short term, not only the long term. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. To be honest, we never expect in modern time we have the biggest war after the Second World War in Europe. It was shock for everyone, and also shock for every Ukrainian. But right now it's hard reality. We see how many attacks in our towns, how many people, we don't know exactly numbers, but it's thousands and thousands civilians killed around Ukraine, just more than 150 in our hometown where was never front line. And also died children. Yes, of course, we are responsible. We are mayors responsible for services. And right now, for main question in our hometown, also in Ukraine, is safety. Safety, and we are ready to. We have to be prepared and calculate many different scenarios. And I don't want to make a panic and talk about some worst case scenario, but we hope it's not happens, but everybody have to be prepared for many scenarios, also for best scenario, and to know exactly in this case what we have to doing, how we can help the people. Right now, the question, heating, water, electricity, and actually was destroyed a couple of days ago, and our workers worked 24 hours, 3 days long, and right now to bring the water, the heating in our houses and electricity. We have deficit of electricity, but right now every apartment in our hometown have hot water and heating. But right now with electricity, it's deficit around between 40 and 50% of our population have a problem with electricity. That's why we switched in some districts in our town for a couple of hours, and the next couple of hours give the electricity to another districts. And we hope everything depends from Ukrainian forces. They defend our air above our heads from Russian rockets, but we thank you for Ukrainian forces. They do everything was possible. Thank you for defensive weapons, what we receive from our partners. But right now we're fighting to deliver services to everyone. And also we calculate right now to work with our partners if will be worst case. We hope it's not happens, but we definitely have to be prepared. Thank you for your question.
Thank you so much. We are at the time now, so a huge thank you.
No, I just want to answer to the question of the journalist that we know that this winter is a very difficult moment to pass for all the Ukrainian people. It's why I speak about the first goal of our visit is to help with surgery, medical equipment, ambulance, fire department equipment. But now, for this winter, we know that one of the tactics of the Russians is to destroy the energy. I speak in my keynote about that 40% of the energy provider was destroyed by the rockets and missiles from Russia. Then I'm convinced that the emergency to do is to speak about the different provider in Ukraine and our provider. How can we help for that? First of all, for emergency, I saw image in the hospitals when they need to practice surgery only with a small lamp because there are no energy. Then with all this image and testimony, we can find in meeting like this, like today, is why I speak always about the provider of the energy, what we can do together. We know that it's not possible for the European country to provide all the energy like at a normal time. But for the emergency services, also maybe to connect, maybe to give some materials for the energy company in Ukraine is maybe one concrete things that the city can do. And my idea in this platform, in this task force, to speak first of all about hospitals and health, but also about energy, because your question is really a real topics, because we know that with the winter is a real moment, very good, difficult moment for the Ukrainian population.
Thank you so much. So a huge thank you to our speakers today, Mr. Vitaly Klitschko.
Thank you, Vitaly. Thank you for
Mr. Volodymyr Klitschko, and then Mr. Philippe Closet. Thank you. Please enjoy some lunch, and we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock for the afternoon program. Thank you.
Шановні пані та панове, розпочинає роботу друга дискусійна панель Київського інвестиційного форуму «Інвестиції у відновлення та розвиток Великого Києву». Просимо гостей зайняти місця у залі. Будь ласка, переведіть телефони в режим тихої роботи. Зустрічайте модератора дискусії Паула Тама, репортер Politico Europe.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin the second panel discussion of the Kyiv Investment Forum, Investments in Recovery and Development of Greater Kyiv. Please return to your seats in the main auditorium and set your phones to the silent mode. Please, welcome to the stage the session moderator Paola Tama, Politico Europe reporter.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. Thank you for being here. My name is Paola Tama. I'm a reporter for Politico Europe, and we're here to talk about the reconstruction of Kyiv and Greater Kyiv. Russia's invasion has wrecked Ukraine's economy, which is projected to shrink by 35% this year, and has uprooted millions of people from their homes, disrupted agriculture and economic activities. The economic losses can be even bigger due to the blackouts caused by Russia's ongoing attacks in the energy infrastructure of Ukraine. With every day that the war continues, the cost of post-war reconstruction, which are currently estimated at $350 billion by the World Bank, are rising. Of that, Ukraine needs $105 billion to address its most urgent needs in the next 18 to 36 months, according to the World Bank. Once the war ends, it won't be the end of it. The economic and social context will remain very challenging. Ukraine and Greater Kyiv will face enormous challenges and will not cope with them alone. They need the support of everybody. Implementing the post-war recovery plan, Ukraine and Greater Kyiv should not be passive recipients of external aid, but active contributors to the European post-war transformation. Proper institutional framework, financing, and help can advance Ukraine's practical integration within the EU. But what are these mechanisms? How do they work? Has Kyiv metropolitan area elaborated a recovery plan fit for purpose? What support has already been provided, and what is on the way? We'll discuss these issues with a distinguished panel of guests. Please let me welcome to the stage Mykola Povorodnyk, First Deputy Head of Kyiv City State Administration. Jean-Éric Dezagon, who is the head of Ukraine's Office of the European Investment Bank. Laurent Zilberberg, President of the European Long-Term Investors Association. Yevgenia Pitbudna, who is Corporate Affairs Director and member of the Board of Directors of Pharmac, Head of Healthcare Committee at the Union of Ukrainian Entrepreneurs. Katarina Maternova, Deputy Director General of the Director General of the European Commission for Neighborhood and Enlargement. And Rana Karache-Haddad, EFC Regional Director for Central and Eastern Europe. Please be seated. Thank you very much. The way that this will work is that each speaker will give a very short presentation, and I will be strict on timing to allow for some discussions. And afterwards, we will have some panel questions. So please, let's start with you, Mykola.
Good afternoon. Friends, first and foremost, I would like to extend our thanks to all the partners of the Kyiv, to everybody who didn't leave us high and dry in this difficult hour. Your help is invaluable because it helps to do the most important things, to save lives and to keep a live megapolis Kyiv going. On the 24th of February, the first enemy missiles hit Kyiv. I was acutely aware it's high time we take crucial decisions. 278 days into this war, we are probably facing the most difficult days since 1941, since World War II. The Kyiv economy made some progress before the war, and thanks to that we could actively drive growth, we created comfortable services for the citizens, and we could plan for the future. All that was, however, before the war, and we had to put all our plans on hold. The city's economy shrank, and in certain areas economic activities were almost completely stopped after the war began. Due to the disruption of logistics and supply chain, the loss of markets, or due to stop of economic activities, up to 85% of the businesses in Kyiv were affected. However, in April, things took up. Since April, 45% of the businesses work as usual, and another 42% partially restored their operations. Presently, as a result of enemy attacks in Kyiv, over 670 infrastructure facilities were damaged. More than 4 houses are residential houses, hospitals, kindergartens, transport infrastructures. Some offices were also damaged, some of them beyond repair. Now Russia targets energy infrastructure, continuing its infamous terror of the civilians. The city authorities restore and repair houses, social infrastructure, roads, etc. to the best extent possible. This is funded by the local and the state budgets, as well as donor and charities. Money comes from the EU, USA, and many other sources. Currently, Kyiv is wounded, but it is not defeated. Despite difficult humanitarian situation, the city also provides assistance to recently liberated territories. No matter how we struggle, we sent some assistance to the city of Kherson that was recently liberated. We feel responsible that there are people in greater need than Kyiv today is. After Bucha, Irpin, Hostomel, Borodanka and other towns were liberated, they basically physically stood in the way from on the way of the Russian aggression of the Russian troops in February, March and early April this year. We provided extensive assistance. We provided some medical services, clearing of the debris, etc. We try to make sure that the greater Kyiv citizens and the citizens of the settlements felt that Kyiv also can help. War only made our resolve greater. The right path to drive growth in Kyiv under the conditions of good neighborhood relationships. And Kyiv will grow in many areas: transportation, municipal services, energy sector, digitalization, environment, social services, etc., etc. We will cooperate with the neighborhood community, and this cooperation would cover reindustrialization of industrial areas. When I speak of our future plans, I am certain, because I have every faith in Ukrainian army, in our partners, and in the victory of Ukraine. Every civilized world country will be jubilant over darkness and evil. This is a new chance for our transformation. We understand that there will be challenges for post-war Ukraine in transforming Ukraine. Jointly with partners, we draft roadmap to drive future economic growth. In our future city, capital and knowledge will result in new products with high added values. Kyiv has positive experience of working with international aid. For example, we do overhaul for heating centers. It was funded by the Norwegian money. We also created a concept of integrated development of Podil borough. Kyiv has for many years cooperation with international financial institutions, European Investment Bank, European Bank of Recovery and Development, and other international and European institutions. We see an upgrade of the municipal transport thanks to that effort. We see improved mobility, overhauled lighting, and loads of other projects. To engage more investors, Kyiv has a lot to offer through many mechanisms: public-private partnerships, investment bids, privatizations, and also land lease. In the nearest future, Kyiv would prioritize engaging international investment in the following sectors: defense, green and renewables, and the ICT. Should we talk about recovery while the war is still lasting? Probably that's a question that anyone would ask. I think it's absolutely worth talking about it. We're open to any cooperation with partners for technical and economic support. Today, we stand ready. Aggressor always loses the war, and we intend to make Kyiv the champion of post-war development. Thank you, and glory to Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you. I now pass the floor to Jean-Ric Desagon, head of Ukraine's office at the EIB.
Yes, I have a few slides. I don't know if you can put them on the screen.
They should be preparing them.
Thank you. Well, I can already start. I mean, yes, thank you very much. You will see that the bank has been active in Ukraine since 2007. We have a portfolio today in Ukraine of about 7.2 billion. I would like to remind that everything we do is in general done in cooperation with the Commission, meaning that our operations in Ukraine are guaranteed by the Commission, and also they provide very often funding for technical assistance or grants. With 7.2 billion, EIB is one of the largest investors in Ukraine with EBRD and World Bank. You can see on the pie chart what we do in Ukraine and how it splits up. You see that transport is one of the key sector we finance, but also municipalities, energy are a lot of important part of what we do. Then we're also active in the private sector. We have about 7% for the private sector itself, the large corporates, and 23% for the SMEs. If we go to next slide, that's a few examples of what we do. You will see very quickly that the main thing we do are very large infrastructure. The connection for transport, a very famous example is what we have done by connecting Ukraine today to Europe via the Biscuit Tunnel. It's something we did with EBRD. Connectivity energy, we have been financing many high power voltage lines. We also substations that have now been bombarded. On top of that, you will see what we do. We have a lot of transport in municipalities. That is really key for the bank to finance green transport in municipalities. And we also have sustainable energy, where we try to do is to finance energy efficiency, and efficiency in building, things like that, hydropower. And finally, I talked about before, SMEs, that's one of the also important sector we try to finance. On the next slide, we can switch to the next. Thank you very much. I would just mention what we have done since the beginning of the war. In March of this year, we disbursed 670 million to support Ukraine. That money went to the budget of the state. And again, then the budget of the state distribute that to the highest priorities they could see. In addition to that, we have 1.59 billion committed to also disburse to Ukraine. We hope this year we disburse 500 million in September and 500 million in October, and we hope to disburse the remaining before the end of this year or in January. So this money, this 1 billion we disburse, went very much to the sector that you see have been affected by this war. So we talk about transport, we talk about energy. So we try to put money where we can help to rebuild the energy sector, the transport, and to some extent also housing where it's needed. 60 million were grant we had received from the Commission for other things, and we have been repurposing them in agreement with the Commission to humanitarian aid. So we have done about 1.7 billion so far. We should be at 2.2 billion disbursement for the end of the year or early January. That is within 12 months, and I would like, I see Katrina is here, like to thank the Commission for the support, because all this money is in cooperation with the Commission and guaranteed by the Commission. Next slide. So we also have done some very small, but we have done some purely humanitarian aid support. You see this amount of 2.5 million, and then 50 and 40. I just show this slide because I would like to stress how important all these contributions are. I mean, yes, it's important to do 2.2 billion to support infrastructure, but when you give 100,000 euro to Ukraine, you can also finance a lot of food, medication, and so on. So everything, I think, is important, and that's the reason why also the bank did this very small envelope, but some humanitarian aid. On the next slide, then we will move to probably what we should speak about today. It's what we have been doing with the municipality of Kyiv. One thing, there are 4 projects I would like to mention. The first one is electric transport. We signed for 100 million to support electric transport for the city of Kyiv, and that is undergoing. We also have another project where we support Kyiv in terms of transport. That is a project of 50 million for Kyiv, so that is to support public transport in Kyiv. Finally, we have 30 million for lighting, which I think is also important in the sense that it is very, very different to have light in a city, especially a large city like Kyiv, or without. It creates some different types of comfort for the people and safety. And so finally, really, it's road safety. We have proposed 9 million for road safety for the city of Kyiv, which I think is also a key thing in the city. It's a large city, so road safety is probably one of the most important ones. So that gives us project for close to 200 million that we have done today in Kyiv. You see very much is in transport, but in public transport, which is probably something important. On the next slide, I will show you what we are discussing now. We are discussing with the municipality 450 million for metro rolling stock. We are discussing a program of 500 million for metro extension, and we are also discussing a third one, which is about the reconstruction of social housing. Many of these projects will be done in cooperation with other IFIs. And my conclusion is that, obviously, the amounts we are talking about to reconstruct Ukraine are huge. We talk about 105 billion, 350 billion, even in Lugano we talk about 750 billion. Now, where can EIB help? And I think that as a private investor, you will come to Ukraine, you will come to Kyiv if a public bank like EIB does its role. And the role of a public bank is very much to do this kind of investment, to give transport to people, to reconstruct electricity, to construct housing where it's needed. Thanks to that, the city will work, and then I guess that will give trust also to investors to come to city, to invest in the city. And also I think having a leading role with the Commission on what we do today in Kyiv should also bring confidence. The key things, we cannot wait. We have to do things now, and that's why we are doing this project, and we're actively discussing. We're going to have we had a meeting a few weeks ago. My colleague Stella are going to have a meeting tomorrow with the city to discuss how we can progress on the project, because we have to do it now. If we don't do it now, nothing will happen, and we will not attract private investors if we don't start to do things now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you also for keeping to the timing. Laurent Zilberberg is next.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I represent LT, which is the European Long-Term Investors Association, which gathers national banks, which are public. You may know some of them, KfW in Germany, CASA in Italy, ICO in Spain. We cover 30 of those public banks all over Europe. And I will not elaborate of what each of the bank is doing for Ukraine. You will find all the figures on the website, and you will have it on the site. I would like to focus on the 2 points. The first point is how the current economic situation is paradoxically an opportunity for the recovery. And there are 3 reasons for that. The first reason is that the public finance, even if they are scarce, are more legitimate today than they were 15 years ago or 20 years ago in the 80s or the 90s. And NPBI, National Public Banks, have proved that they are robust. They went through the crisis of 2008, 2009, and their role now is acknowledged as key actors in all the economies, and they are acknowledged as the missing link between local needs and global vision. The second opportunity, if I may say so, is inflation. Inflation is obviously a nightmare. But for long-term investors, it could be an opportunity because it enables us to make a difference between short-term investment and long-term investment. It gives time a value. When there is no interest rate, when there is no inflation, you are keen to invest for the short term rather than for the long term. The third reason is that the drama and the dramatic scene of wars shows that the assets, the infrastructures that Jean-Éric just spoke about are key. And they shall not be regarded only on a return on investment. It's also about externality, positive externalities. When there are no roads, you cannot have economic activities. With no transport, with no electricity. And we see that with the image today on the TV. And the second point I would like to say is what are the need for having a good recovery and what are the needs for the development. The first thing is liquidity, is money. But money can take different forms. It can be about equity, it can be about loans, it can be about grants, and it can be about guarantee. And those tools, all those tools, shall be used differently. It cannot only be about grants, it cannot only be about loans and whatever. The second is about trust. Not only in the future, we all believe that tomorrow, that future for Ukraine would be better than today. There is no doubt about that. But it's also trust with local partners and in the local governance as well. And this is a key aspect, this trust. The third point is economic opportunities. They shall be clearly identified and not analyzed as a windfall effect. Ukraine shall not be windfall effect. It shall be an opportunity, an economic opportunity in the future. Of course, and this is the fourth point, we need to assess and to have a risk management about that. We know the different steps that investors are going through. Identification, what are the risks? Analyze, make an evaluation, rank the different risks, how shall we treat the risk, and also to monitor them and to review it. But once again, we need to assess the role for public and private actors for doing so in finance. Public actors are enablers. We cannot do things alone. We need the private, and we need to attract the private actors for doing that. But they need also to have the risk taken by the public to be rewarded. If it is not rewarded, it won't work. And the last point is about cooperation. Cooperation is not only about joint venture or similar project. It's also exchange of good practices and technical assistance. And those are the very first step for innovative project. And lastly, I would like to say just one thing. Economy of the world tomorrow will be more and more about cooperation between public and private. We call that in France, in Europe, blending, but in the world it's about concessionality, and it's also how we can make synergy together. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, please, Yevgenia Pidubna.
Thank you for this opportunity. I will take a little bit different focus since I reproduce the business working in Ukraine. I arrived here to Brussels late at night yesterday, and I have to go back to Kyiv tomorrow, 7 in the morning. So what I want to say in the first place, thank you for all the institutions, and thank you for you as private persons, because these are your taxes that actually convert into all the humanitarian medicinal products that arrive to Ukraine, and all those guns and all those heaters, whatever comes. Thank you, we appreciate it so much, and it gives us moral and physical strength to fight further. And I look a little bit weird on that panel with all people representing banks and institutions, and I'm from private sector. But since we talk about investments here now, I would like to emphasize why actually I'm here. First, during the COVID, it became obvious that pharmaceutical industry has become one of the leaders driving innovations. You remember the vaccine was invented like in half a year, I think, and it helped the humankind to overcome the crisis. And during the war in Ukraine, we see how important it is to have a good developed healthcare and, of course, access to medicines, physical and in terms of financial availability, etc. This is point number one about how the whole world sees how pharmacy and healthcare is important now. Second, in the previous panels, we heard speakers telling about how important it is while rebuilding Ukraine to concentrate on added value industries, on smart industries. And before that, the huge focus before the 24th of February, the huge focus was on IT, for instance, and we really were successful. Kyiv was one of the big hubs which was selling the ideas in IT sector. And I can say that pharmacy is at least not less than IT, because it has both IT and digitalization products and projects in healthcare, which are really helpful. We have some of them in Ukraine, like electronic recipe and all these data and prescriptions, and it's really good to have this in place. And also pharmaceutical industry is really generating a lot of added value inside the country, and it has some taste of innovations and science, no matter if it is a original production or generics production. And third thing why I'm sitting here is that Kyiv is a real hub for local pharmacy, because like at least 5 biggest pharmaceutical producers, innovators which have laboratories which are certified up to European standards, etc., actually are located either in Kyiv or really close to Kyiv in like suburb area. And currently the Ministry of Health, even before the big war started, was thinking about the big bio-cluster, which would attract investments, which would attract talents all over Ukraine in Kyiv, and from other countries also to be working in Kyiv. But before talking about some specific points on where the investment come to, I would like to show you the history of my company and the history of healthcare, on how we started in the first days of war, how we were working in the first month, and how we keep fighting on. And then I will finish, wrap up with the investment points.
Can we have the video, please?
This is our Ukraine. This is our Kyiv. And this is our Farmak. We used to work to provide people with the best medicines, to let doctors use the top quality medical products. We used to create the up-to-date workshops, introduce the best world technologies, learn and develop. But on February 24, a military invasion to our country happened. Our country was attacked by military forces several times larger than Ukrainian ones. More than 900 healthcare facilities have been damaged, and 127 of them are completely destroyed. Russian terrorists shot 90 ambulances. 450 pharmacies have been damaged. Infrastructure and production facilities have been affected. We've witnessed a lot of grief. No one knew how it might end. but we never gave up. We've got back to what we used to do because it was the most important thing at the time. We went back to work and continued the production process. We took on restoring everything that had been damaged in an organized and friendly manner, being zealous and brave. And even though the war continues, rockets keep coming, and we hide in bomb shelters to the sounds of air raid alarms, we go back to work anyway. We make medicines and deliver them to everyone in need, to destroyed cities, to damaged homes, to the hands of people who survived the terrible days of war. We are in Ukraine. We keep doing our work, and the victory will definitely be ours.
Thank you. All the pictures you've seen, these are our private videos or something taken from the internet, but most of all are ours, how we work. But the most important thing is that we do not give up, and we feel even more strength, especially with the international support. And we pay taxes, we pay salaries, we keep doing what we have to in terms of supplying all the local and even external supplies on time. But the most important thing is that we keep investing. During this big war in May of 2024, we have built a brand new line for production of liquid medicines, sterile liquid medicines, and we will not stop with that. And we invite you to invest and develop together with us. There are several reasons for that, to do that with pharmaceutical industry in Kyiv. First, it's our geographical position. We should look beyond CIS region, because Ukraine is connecting Europe with, with CIS, ex-Soviet, but also we have Middle East, Northern Asia, we have Central Asia, Northern America, sorry, Northern Africa, third was good, third time it worked. So, I mean, we can become an exports hub. Also, due to the geographic position, we can help Europe to decrease the dependency on Indian and China supplies of active pharmaceutical ingredients, because we faced that during the COVID. And we can, like, physically, geographically be a closer supplier. And we have all the good conditions for that. For many years, Ukraine has developed its education in chemistry and pharmacy, and we have industrial zones where we can build factories to be producing the active pharmaceutical ingredients again. We can supply basic generic drugs to Europe, so that no pandemic, should it happen again, will disrupt the supply chains to that extent. And also, pharmaceutical industry in Ukraine, since the big war started, was announced to be the priority industry, which are like 5 or 6 in Ukraine in general. So there will be a lot of focus and a lot of stimulation of investments. And it can be either direct investment with building new lines or investing into active pharmaceutical ingredients production, but it also can be transfer of technology, clinical trials. It can be research and development, because before in this region the biggest player was Russia, but the investments are going down, and I do not see them going up for like next 10 years at least, I hope. So there is a space for a new regional player, and this player is strong, as you can see from our video, not only from that. So I think there are a lot of prospects, and I think that our Prime Minister at one of the events with I think it were Canadian investors, and he said that those who come first will gain most, which means it's not about building a production site in center of Kyiv. Of course, it will be a wrong decision, I think. But some of investments which come from corporations, joint ventures, sharing of technologies, actually are not that much at physical threat, so that they can have the maximum green light from the government, get the best corporations with best universities and best local companies. Thank you so much for that, and sorry for taking a little bit more time, but I really wanted to show that video. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, Katarina Maternova from the Commission.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me. Always nice to be in this glorious room and glorious building on Grand Place. I'm not going to be telling you how much the Commission and the Member States have done. You can go to our websites. You can see the 19 billion since the beginning of the war. Overall, now we are processing 80 billion in immediate support. Let me address 3 points, a little bit taking a different angle. One is on the needs. Jean-Éric mentioned the word Lugano. There was a conference at the beginning of July where the discussion was about 750 billion needs and Marshall plans and very much looking far, far, far. A missed opportunity in my view, because there is an active war going on and there are needs that are very much short-term, which was good that a month ago when there was a conference in Berlin called by our President von der Leyen and Chancellor Scholz, the focus was much more on the need to survive in the war for the government, for the businesses to be able to function, for the infrastructure to be maintained, and also, of course, the arms to equip the awesome Ukrainian army to actually win the war. So there was much more focus on the short term, but I think right now, and we are going to yet to a third conference that will be in Paris on the 13th of December, we are not only talking about short term, we are talking about immediate needs. And I think we are right now very much looking at how to get generators, how to get transformers, how to get the necessary equipment to maintain the electricity grid, and how to keep water running, how to keep the lights on. We are discussing purchasing LED bulbs instead of the incandescent ones to help with the stabilization of the grid. This is just to say Ukraine needs to win the war, and it needs to win the war not only for itself, but for all of us. Because the evil that is affecting Ukraine, the fact that you have a permanent member of the Security Council actually bombing hospitals, playgrounds, maternity wards, destroying the electricity grid ahead of the winter, cannot win. And it's in our interest, all of us, not only on Ukraine. So that's my first point. My second point is we are here at the Kyiv Investment Forum, and I want to say that the European Commission is, and European Union in general, and together with member states, is a huge supporter of decentralization. We've had a huge project, over 100 million euros in grants dedicated to decentralization, and I actually think it's one of the most impactful reforms that Ukraine went through before the war. It took a number of years, and I think the war times have shown the validity of it, because a lot of at the beginning, when the entire humanitarian machine was only kicking into gear and took a while, you actually had incredible amount of activity by civil society organizations, by local governments, by local volunteers, and in this spirit, we actually have significantly increase our support that goes directly to cities and towns for IDP housing, for municipal infrastructure repairs, and also funding for the civil society organizations. We repurposed very quickly our resources to help with the emergency support, now with the repairs, so I can only commend to actually have a Kyiv investment forum looking at the needs and the developments from a perspective of a city. Okay, Kyiv is the largest city, but it's something which is very much worth looking at and supporting. And what we have done around Kyiv is that we have took a number of the liberated cities around Kyiv and are helping with infrastructure repairs, with schools, with some winterization needs, etc. And my third point is I have tried to think what are really the value propositions for investors and for all of us when we're looking at Ukraine. So I'll try to be quick. First is the human capital, the resilience that you and others have shown is really just unimaginable. Your capacity of resilience eclipses anything that you now have, and you now have in many, certainly anywhere in Europe. So that's one, including the strengths of civil society. Second, it's the breadbasket of the world, essentially, and the quality and the potential of agriculture is immense. Three, rare raw materials. Ukraine is the host to most of the new economy needs for chips and everything, rare nickel and cadmium. I can't even name them all. Four is the digitalization. Ukraine, hands down, is the most digitalized country in Europe. The war actually helped that. I have a colleague who is hosting a family with a teenager and who was amused when he saw that Electrabel is still sending envelopes. He says, "Oh, envelopes, we haven't had those for a while." There are an immense amount of public services that only happen in the digital sphere, and the war was an accelerator. Equally, the green transition. Just one data point, the largest polluter in Ukraine, which was Azovstal, no longer exists. It's going to be a green recovery because there is no other way. And last but not least, Ukraine has the most battle-ready and best army in Europe, hands down again. And just I'll finish by quoting Chancellor Scholz at a business forum that preceded this conference in Berlin a month ago. When he was talking to German businesses, he was saying, invest in Ukraine and realize that you are investing in a future member of the European Union. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you for that. And last but not least, Rana Karadžić-Haddad.
Thank you very much. I think all great interventions and everything that everyone said on the panel are things that certainly we resonate with at IFC. Maybe I will put my comments into two components of what we're doing and also explaining why we're doing it. So first, in terms of what's happening with us today, shortly after this, we're going to be signing an agreement to repurpose some money. So IFC has a large advisory program, but repurposing some money that was part of our energy efficiency fund that will be used towards housing, some repairs, supporting the homes and some of the needs for some of the houses across the country. This will be used to help fix things like windows, doors, roofs, walls, all very, very critical work that needs to be done across the country. We'll be piloting something, across, 5 different cities and municipalities to hopefully then take this across the country. We've also worked, this is with the EC, with Katrina, who I'm learning has a very big portfolio, quite impressive, I have to say. And we've also repurposed also another 25 million euros, and we signed that in October to provide housing for internationally displaced people. So there is a large component that we're trying to activate right now, which is very, very important. And that's also in partnership with the European Commission. The other bucket that I will mention, and it was touched on in different components across the panel, is, and I know all of you here are very much aware, and you've seen the numbers in terms of what is needed in terms of reconstructing and rebuilding Ukraine. I'm going to go ahead and repeat that, right? And there's a reason why. So if we're looking about the sort of restructuring and efforts needed, we've seen figures somewhere to the tune of 350 billion that's needed. This is in comparison with the GDP of the country in 2021 of 200 billion. This is a large amount, and I think everybody here is aware that that's the case. And what's important about that is, what does this mean? And I think everybody here touched on it. It's going to be all of us coming together to support. So it's not going to be one entity doing this. It's not going to be the public sector, it's going to be also the private sector. And this is where IFC comes in, and this is where we want to provide support, is to help the private sector. We know before the war, 70% of the economy, of economic activity was driven by the private sector. And we've heard very much here by our panelists in terms of how that's impacted. So what we are trying to do now at IFC in terms of intervention is to see how can we support these companies. And as Yevgenia has eloquently shown, is there's a lot of resistance and a lot of drive, and the sector there is quite resolute. But also, as Laurent had mentioned, it's not without its risk. And so what IFC is looking to do, which is part of the World Bank Group, World Bank has already, deployed about, in terms of budgetary support, close to 18 billion. And that's public sector work. So IFC has made a commitment to say, okay, we want to deploy 2 billion to support the country. Can we just do this, on our own? No, we can't. We need and this is where the structuring of how we're going to support the private sector is important and is also critical. We need to bring in some donor money, some partnership money to help us to de-risk that. So IFC is committed to say we will put in 1 billion of ours, but we need also another equal amount from donor support. And the reason that that's also worth noting is that when you do that, and hopefully we will be able to bring in we work alongside other partner financial institutions or bring them in with that, is that when you do that, and that's part of the message that I want to send, is you get a multiplier effect. It's not dollar in and then dollar into the country, it's dollar donor money, then IFC money, partnership money, and also the companies themselves, they are putting capital in. So you can get, and we are hoping to achieve somewhere for every dollar of donor money coming in, a multiplier of effect of somewhere to 3 to 4 times. So that resonates, and that's something that I think is important to share. And how will we do this? We're looking to, because again, something we're doing immediately, but then also phasing in our intervention. And along the lines of what many people were mentioning in the panel, is looking at things in the immediate term. How do we get critical commodities and goods in and out of the country? How can we support them to do that? And that's something that we will be doing in the immediate term, supporting critical goods coming in and out, internationally displaced people, and on a selective basis, some infrastructure. Then, in a longer term, once we've used these 2 billion, we'll be looking at deploying long-term capital to rebuild infrastructure in the country. And again, we really do believe that the private sector has a very important role to play, but they cannot do it alone. They need to work with other financial institutions, and we need to work with the donor community. Let me just close by sharing with you a couple of statistics in terms of what IFC has done in Ukraine. So since about 2004, IFC has deployed over 3 billion into the country. Our portfolio now is somewhere around 230 million in Ukraine. And I'm happy to note that we have also made some investments since the start of the war. We've, alongside with our partner EBRD, invested into a private equity fund, Horizon Capital, not too long ago. And we are actively now talking to our clients to see how much more we can support them. Again, I think I've ran out of the time, but everyone else has a little bit gone over, so I'll go. And I think just for me, the message that I want to continue to reinforce is that everybody needs to come in together. So it's not just one entity, it's not one institution, it's all of the institutions. It's not just the public sector, it's also the private sector. But in doing so, we need to bring in that risk-absorbing capital to enable financial institutions to deploy towards the private sector. But with it, you will get a catalytic effect.
Thank you so much, and thanks everyone. Please remain seated because we have a news moment, and give a round of hands to all of our panelists if you like. And can I please invite our last 2 speakers, so Katerina Maternova and Rana Karadashesh-Haddad, for the signing of a partnership agreement between IFC and the European Commission here on the moderator's stand. Sorry? That's fine, let them say it themselves. We need the sign-up. Hi. So what they're signing is a partnership agreement on an energy efficiency fund, correct? And they need to move out. A round of hand for everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I'm going to return to my post and ask you to do the same. We are now having a very short Q&A with the speakers. I have prepared a couple of questions. I'm going to ask all of you to be telegraphic because we're over time already. We have heard that we need to start investments now, but that there are risks. I know that the government and the administrations are working very hard to de-risk these investments. Can we maybe start from the end on what is your assessment of how best to de-risk investments in Ukraine right now?
Well, I would say that there's no one way. And so let me talk about just investments in the private sector. So there's no one sort of magic way to do that. What it is we work with our donor partners to structure them in different ways, and it all will depend on the nature of the investment, the nature of the duration of the facility that you're providing, and the nature of the sector, and whether you're looking at sort of working capital needs or hard assets. So there's going to be a whole range of ways that you can do that. But having said that, there are a few ways that you can look at it. So one, it can be just a dollar-for-dollar deployment of blended finance. Another could be an unfunded guarantee where the money sits and is only used if certain scenarios pan out. Another could be structured as, for example, what we call, in financial terms, a first loss component, which then, allows the capital to either go out for a longer term or structured in a way that absorbs more risk. So there are many different ways in which it can be deployed, and I think all of the above could certainly work in the environment in Ukraine. And the other thing I would say is some may need higher levels of concessionality and some may need lower levels of concessionality. And that's how we're looking to structure ours. So we've actually been having detailed discussion with all of our industry teams, with our clients, to get a sense of how much can we, if you're going to support the private sector, can we, before we bring in any kind of donor or blended finance support, how much can we structure it to help de-risk it as much as possible, and then from there determine how much then support we would need. So the idea is to minimize it as much as possible, but you won't know until you start to look at the details of the investments or the clients or the sector that you're looking at.
Thank you very much. Katarina, so you had a remark.
Yes, just to mention that in the European Commission 3 years ago, we started a program called European Fund for Sustainable Development, EFSD, which has now been majorly expanded and scaled up, where we provide precisely, and I think it's the first public institution that has gone at this scale into de-risking. It provides guarantees, which we provide via international financial institutions and public development banks. So the KfWs and the ones that you mentioned, as well as Jean-Éric was mentioning, that for EIB there is a special relationship. Virtually everything that EIB does abroad is guaranteed by us with the small exceptions. But we also, under open architecture, work with all of the relevant institutions. We have programs with IFC, with EBRD, with a number of others. And for Ukraine, that is specifically necessary. What we have also done is repurpose, now that the war started, the old guarantees, for example, with EBRD, we repurposed for the needs of the energy company, Ukrenergo, and Ukrzheleznica, which is the railroad company, for the repairs. We repurposed with the programs that Jan Erik was mentioning that came very helpfully now during the war. So it's a sufficiently flexible instrument that can adapt to circumstances, and in the current 7-year planning period, there is close to 11 billion euros that's going to be deployed globally for a lot of guarantees.
Thank you. And Jan-Erik, I wanted to ask you, because one of the programs that you're discussing, on your slides it said Russian bombing, ? How does the EIB function in such an environment? How do you de-risk your investments?
Well, I mean, I think, as Catherine also mentioned, I mean, it's very much a risk that we share with the Commission. I mean, but anyway, we have to see how we do that. I think that we cannot really say that what we do has no risk to be bombed the next day. That's something we have to start from. But what we try to do probably is to try to go in direction of decentralization. I mean, it's not the time to build a bridge for 200 million. It's maybe the time to build 100 bridges for 2 million each. And I think that is how you have to go. You have to look at doing much smaller projects in energy, in transport, in everything, when you can. I mean, sometimes you have to make a big road and you take a risk. But I think you have to diversify. I mean, it's very classic in finance. You have to diversify the risk by having maybe smaller entities that you build today. And that makes it very difficult for the enemy to bomb that one or to destroy it. So I think we have to look at that, how we can make it smaller investment, but very much needed investment. So that is, I think that's really the first point. And I think for the private sector, seeing that the public institution like World Bank, EBRD, we are busy, we still keep going, that gives confidence. But it's true, I think, that also going in the direction of Katrina, there need to be some kind of first loss pieces of guarantee coming from the political sector. Being the Commission, being a member states, being the US, then maybe need to be something there to give some additional confidence to the private sector that first piece losses maybe are covered.
Thank you. The next question that I have is how to create the correct business environment in Ukraine for investments during the war, but also afterwards in the reconstruction period. And I will put this question to Yevgenia and to Mykola. Essentially, the Ukrainian government passed a law a few months ago which has the ability to revoke the licenses of foreign companies to put their pharmaceutical products on the Ukrainian market. One company producing generic pharmaceutical was targeted so far with the law. It was a Hungarian company. And more are being evaluated. And this is a source of worry for the European business community on can we do business in Ukraine in a stable business environment. So can you tell us what is the rationale for this law, what is the EU reaction, and how does that fit in with the need to attract FDI?
Thank you for this question. This is probably the most important question for anyone who is importing medicines to Ukraine. And this is a political decision of the state which wanted to reduce, I'm not commenting on political decisions, you should understand me, because we are doing business and we are doing it transparently. So I'm also representing, you can see it on the slide, I'm the head of healthcare committee, which unites the biggest pharmaceutical producers who work based on compliance and transparency. And I must say that we were not, our opinion was not asked, we were not part of the process of creating this environment. So this is difficult for me to comment on that right at the moment. If you ask about the rational side, I can tell of what we saw during the press conferences and we read on the media. And what we see is that if there was a certain pressure that pushed lots of international companies away from Russia, but medicines usually do not fall under these sanctions, and they are always excluded from sanctions, as it is linked to the basic human right for medical care, etc. But I think the ratio was that as other companies left, the biggest ones that are sponsoring the budget of Russia are those pharmaceutical companies. This is if you're asking me about the ratio which is behind this. But further than that, it's difficult for me to comment except for only legal aspects, as to do this law possible, there was another act of the government which put the criteria which exclude essential, original, biotech medicines, or those medicines that do not have enough of analogs in the market. And this is the only thing I can comment so far, because we are not impacted directly by these restrictions. We did not perform any personal lobbyism, only representing the united voice of the industries through the healthcare committee of the Union of Ukrainian Entrepreneurs. We have our open position that we did not take part, and we do not give any feedback on the decisions of the government during the war. We still work transparently and think that Ukrainian patients should at no way be left without essential medicines. That's our position.
Thank you so much for that. And now I have another news moment for you, ladies and gentlemen, because I would like to invite on stage Teresa Czernivska, which is the Vice President of the European Investment Bank, and Mikola Povoroznik, who is the first Deputy Head of the City Administration, to sign a memorandum of understanding on Kyiv infrastructure, specifically on the metro, both modernization and extension. Please give it a round of applause.
Before I sign, and to pick up on the latest point that was discussed here, I'm not sure if we should do it now or a bit later, but I would like to give our cooperation with European Investment Bank as an example. It's about the urgency of the decisions that are taken. About a month ago, we had a meeting, and we started discussing possible investments in Kyiv during wartime. Naturally, there are different vantage points vis-à-vis this type of investment, but still, we discussed it before, but I would like to highlight it. Currently, the population of the city is 3.5 million. People returned to the city. This project is supposed to cover the modernization of metro cars, because people need to be transported. The cars in Kyiv metro were mostly manufactured back in the USSR and the Soviet Union. Purchasing equipment to repair this wagon is unthinkable. You cannot do it because equipment comes from Russia. Therefore, there's a need to modernize this railway service now so that the service could be delivered to Kyiv citizens at times of war. The question of the Russian influence is vis-à-vis this Hungarian pharmaceutical company. Governmental decisions taken during war are mostly political. During the first session, there was an appeal to businesses who are still operational in Russia. But it only further fuels war, a war that is fought in the European territory. This war affected practically everybody in Ukraine and practically almost everyone in Europe.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here today and participate in the Kyiv Investment Forum here in Brussels. On behalf of the European Investment Bank, it's a great pleasure to sign today a Memorandum of Understanding with our great partner, City of Kyiv, and confirm once again our strong commitment to collaborate even closer with City of Kyiv on large-scale projects, which is modernization of city transport infrastructure, and particularly metro in Kyiv. Ladies and gentlemen, it's very important to prepare projects currently now before war is ended. We need to be prepared. We need to must act and support our friends in Kyiv and other places in Ukraine. And we need to support people, and also we need to invest to keep economy running, to allow our Ukrainian counterparties to build resilience, to create hard currency, and once again, to support entrepreneurs and people who are in very, very, very difficult situation now. Just perhaps last sentence, I would like to underline that the European Investment Bank is committed to support Ukraine, as we are doing since the beginning of this terrible war. Since the beginning, European Investment Bank has disbursed 1.7 billion euros to cover most urgent needs, to finance projects, to support basic infrastructure, roads, railways, and transportation. So we are very grateful that today we have this opportunity to show our commitment and to support our friends once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And finally, what I would like to, please take a seat. I'd like to invite two speakers for some reflective remarks, very short, and then you will be free. Mathieu Beigbeder, who is Director of the Cabinet of the President of Metropolis of Greater Paris. Please come to the stage.
Thank you for inviting me. As you mentioned, I represent Greater Paris Metropolis, which is an inter-municipality of 131 cities, including Paris. I just want to give you a quick example, a short testimony of public cooperation between Greater Paris Metropolis and the city of Kyiv. This cooperation has been initiated in 2018 by Mayor Klitschko and President of Greater Paris Metropolis, Mr. Ollier. It's within the framework of this bilateral cooperation that we have provided a 1 million euros support to Kyiv. Indeed, in July 2022, last July, on the proposal of Mayor Klitschko, whom we met in Kyiv, Greater Paris Metropolis decided to support a pedestrian bridge across the Dnieper River, up to 1 million, as I said, 1 million euros in the Obolon district. This is an infrastructure development project carried out by the city of Kyiv, which we are helping to make its territory more resilient. In my opinion, the fact that the city and the Oblast of Kyiv has identified specific reconstruction and development projects that require support has made it possible to carry this out. Thank you for your attention, and we stand with Kyiv and Ukraine.
Thank you so much. Can I now please invite to the stage Jaromir Heinz, who is Director of the Department of the City of Development of Prague and a representative today of Eurocities. Please welcome to the stage.
Good afternoon. Thank you for invitation, and I'm glad that I could briefly send you some remarks which I have from the meeting which was going and probably still is going downstairs with the representatives of municipalities from Greater Kyiv, and also having there present people from Kyiv and from Eurocities. This is based on the agreement which was done by Eurocities and the representative of Ukraine, city of Kyiv, and also the association which was established in 2019 to support the development of the city Kyiv as a metropolitan area. In Eurocities there is a working group which is working on the metropolitan issues towards and through the European countries and cities. And I have to say that we were very surprised and we appreciated that our colleagues from Ukraine had already started the cooperation, and there was also a link to the town of Bucha and Ivankiv and many others who share with us their current needs. But what we want to also address, and maybe it's not time for today work, but maybe in future, to have task force and work more in cooperation for not short, but long-term perspectives and planning, and work to have sustainable, resilient development of city Kyiv, but also neighboring municipalities, which should enable in future the good investments and the long-term benefits for everybody, for local people who still have to suffer today, but also have to look forward. So we discussed different issues. We tried to share our knowledge about metropolitan areas. We presented good examples from Amsterdam, Lille, Lyon, Oslo. Also not as successful examples as also Prague case might be mentioned in terms of cooperation between the region and the capital city of Prague. And we would like to further cooperate and offer our expertise as a Eurocities members and experts. So we hope that there will be a space to continue what we have been started today. Thank you very much and hope everything goes well. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention, and thank you so much for our panelists. I just wanted to wrap the discussion with the main takeaways of today. We heard about Kyiv's and Greater Kyiv investment need. We heard about international financial institutions and how they can step in to de-risk investments, of which there is a humongous need. What is clear is that Ukraine has everything that it takes for a successful recovery and reconstruction. Its business community is extremely resilient. I just wanted to share one data point that Finance Minister Sergei Marchenko gave me. At the beginning of the war, the share of businesses which stopped operation was nearly 3/4. Now that's back to 11%. And that's, I think, a testament to the huge resilience of private business, but also just of every individual Ukrainian. Ukraine has also high human capital, as we heard, natural resources, a vibrant business community, and civil society. But Ukraine needs a lot. It needs all hands on deck for reconstruction. And to succeed, it has to ensure that the private sector fully participates in the reconstruction. A strong and engaged private sector boosts economic growth and an efficient post-war recovery. It's the interest of Ukraine, as well as the European Union, as its future home, and allied partners to ensure that investments in reconstruction start as soon as possible, because otherwise it will just face a steeper bill further down the line. And I would like to close with Mykola's words and with Yevgenia's, when they said that Kyiv is wounded but not defeated, and that those who come first will gain most. With that, thank you so much for your attention, and I hand over the floor for the next panel.
Дякуємо учасникам дискусійної панелі «Інвестиції у відновлення та розвиток Великого Києву». Запрошуємо на сцену модератора третьої дискусійної панелі «Соціальна економіка як драйвер відродження Києва». Зустрічайте Катерина Співакова, комунікаційна експерткиня та членкиня консультативної ради Impact Force.
Many thanks to the participants of the panel Investments in Recovery and Development of Greater Kyiv. We would like to invite to the stage the moderator of the third panel, Social Economy as a Driver for Kyiv's Revival. Please welcome Katerina Spivakova, communications expert and a member of the advisory board of Impact Force.
start to begin.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are starting the third panel. So, Ukraine is fighting on two fronts at the same time. The economic front is not less important than the military one. The economic front is absolutely crucial for Ukrainian resilience, fight for freedom, post-war recovery, and long-term prosperity. If the Ukrainian economy collapses, democracy will fail too. The more the economy is sustained and active, the more taxes will be paid to contribute to the sustainability of the government and local authorities. Social enterprises and entrepreneurs will play an important role in the recovery process of Ukraine. Despite all the misery around, people are willing to think about the future, to invest in it. Invest in the future of their local communities and of their country. The potential of Ukrainian social entrepreneurship sector is significant. Existing successful good practices all around the country are inspiring people, are inspiring Ukrainians to venture into this new business model. Ukrainians may be short of funding and lacking some expertise and knowledge, but anyway, they are definitely full of desire. Our honored speakers will discuss the advantages of social impact economy and innovation. They will share their experience and knowledge in identifying essential social problems, ways to solve them, and ideas which will enhance faster restoration of Ukraine and further EU integration. Please welcome our speakers of the next panel, which is named Social Economy as a Driver for Kyiv's Revival. So I'm welcoming Mr. Francois Bonici, Director of Schwab Foundation and Head of Social Innovation of the World Economic Forum. Hello. Please take a seat. Mr. Rowan Barner, Director of Google.org, Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Mr. Philip Hirscher, CEO of Fineo. And Remigius Šimashas, Mayor of Vilnius. So I think I will add some gender equality to this panel. Okay. Thank you. We have enough chairs. We have enough chairs. So in recent years, social economy has become a popular subject on the public agenda. Our first speaker and gentleman, oh, is this because I sit here? No? So our first speaker is Francois Bonici, Director of the Schwab Foundation for Social and Entrepreneurship and Head of Social Innovation at the World Economic Forum. So Francois, can you explain us? I think I will stay here because it makes some strange noises when I'm trying to bring some gender equality to the panel. So, Francois, can you explain in simple words what the social economy is all about and how can social innovation help Ukraine to recover and to solve the post-war problems?
Thank you so much, Katerina, and thanks to Impact Force and the Kyiv Investment Forum for having us here. As you mentioned, I'll just briefly introduce the World Economic Forum for those of you who don't know. As the International Organization for Public-Private Cooperation, we've heard about the need for that this morning already. And the Schwab Foundation is its sister organization that has been focused on bottom-up solutions to social and environmental challenges in the world. Following the beginning of the war, the World Economic Forum immediately condemned Russia's war of unprovoked military aggression against the Ukraine, and we stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine and want to offer our platform as best we can to be most helpful. We're pleased to have this deep cooperation with business and government and have President Zelensky, Prime Minister Shmyhal, and Mayor Klitschko at our annual meeting in 2022 in Davos, as well as many other leaders representing the Ukraine. So from the institution, I want to go to the personal for a minute. So I'm a medical doctor by training, and I've worked in humanitarian and disaster settings. While I've never been on the front line of a war, I've been a medic for military casualties. And so just personally this morning, watching the videos and thinking again and being present here around what is happening, it kind of moves me to make sure that we're doing whatever we can to support in this time. It was also my introduction to why we need sustainability and recovery efforts, even in times of humanitarian disasters and crises. It's clear from this morning, we've heard that there is a great need for an economic recovery. But at the same time, there's going to be a great social need that comes from the consequences of the war. Mental health, disabilities, disrupted families, migration, education that's been disrupted, many things that will have economic impacts. And we've spoken a lot about finance and investment and infrastructure, but at the same time, people are what run an economy, right? And so we need to make sure that the social services are also going to be integrated into the recovery plans. So for a moment, to get to your question about what is the social economy, very quickly, it places social and environmental priorities alongside economic activity. So how does that happen? And what we've seen around the world is that we no longer have this dichotomy between just business, which is there to make profit, and non-profits and charity, which is there to do good. Over the last several decades, we've seen a merger of businesses being more sustainable, more inclusive, wanting to be more purposeful, and non-profits and civil society organizations being more entrepreneurial, using technology, being more sustainable, looking at scaling and growing, and working together with public sector and business. And what we've seen around the world is this now is probably contributes to a global GDP of about 7%. There's relatively good data released in the last couple of years that shows this whole sector is a real economic sector. It creates jobs, and it provides social and environmental good. It also provides up to 12% of employment in some countries, and importantly, actually grows in times of financial crises. And so we've seen these in the last several financial crises, that this sector grows while other sectors contract. And we've seen that in COVID as well. The turnover of social enterprises was 18% higher than peers without a social mission of similar-sized enterprises. So there's something very important to grow. And what we've seen is community-based, innovative, bottom-up solutions emerging either as social enterprises or nonprofits that are entrepreneurial, businesses that have social purpose, addressing things like mental health, like education, filling in the gaps where perhaps government doesn't reach, or working with private sector, or working with government to extend their services. This is going to be critical, particularly at a time where you perhaps need more local solutions, where not everything can be centralized. And in a country that is digitalizing in the way that Ukraine is, there's a real opportunity to take advantage of that and empower civic action through entrepreneurialism. And I think that's what we're here to talk about today. I won't go on too long because we've got some other amazing panelists here. But a couple of examples that might be important to mention. I mean, we have a social entrepreneur from the Schwab Foundation in Odessa, The Way Home. The other really amazing thing about these actors is they're able to be on the ground, agile, change what they do, and serve local needs. And so that's what The Way Home has done, addressed transporting families, bringing families back together, addressing mental health issues and physical health issues, as well as psychological issues. So they are more agile, and what we also are showing is that they can also be commercially viable. We'll talk perhaps a little bit later on the panel, I think, about why it's important to think about policy regulation and financing of this sector, but I think I want to start just by saying there's not been sufficient recognition that this is happening, right? It happens below the radar, it happens below the visibility of many countries and governments in the world, but we're seeing now the year 2022 has really been a strong drive for the social economy, the European Action Plan, the OECD legal recommendations, the ILO Convention. All of this has been passed to support the social economy in 2022 because the European Commission and many others believe that this is really an important sector to grow if we want to build inclusive economies. Thanks, Katerina.
Thank you, Francois. So our next speaker is Rowan Barnett, Director, Google.org, Europe, Middle East, and Asia. Oh, and Africa, I'm sorry. And Google is, of course, very much data-driven and human-centric company, human-focused company. And Rowan oversees Google's philanthropic funding, product donations, and employees giving and volunteering initiatives. And my question to Rowan is, why is it so important to promote social entrepreneurship? And how could tech solutions boost the development of the social economy?
Thank you very much. And yeah, let me also start by saying a huge thank you for, it's an honor to be here, and maybe to also start with the human-centered and the personal. I mean, I also come from a refugee background family, a Holocaust family with roots as well in Ukraine, and so it's, I think for all of us and many, many Googlers across the world, it's been heartbreaking. And since day one, Google has also been committed to how do you make tools and technology, how do we make our tools and technology accessible and particularly for those in need, working with the governments and also through our philanthropy at google.org. Together with our Googlers, we've given over 45 million in funding to support humanitarian relief efforts, but also, and I think this is where we're now, particularly at this stage of our funding, looking at how do we help the recovery. And now part of that, if you have 4.8 million people who've lost jobs, you have so many that have seen their salary hugely cut, you have millions displaced, how do you get those people back into jobs? So they need digital skills, they need opportunities. That's one part of the recovery. But the other part that we're also looking at and that we've had quite a bit of experience in supporting across Europe is how do we support social innovators to be to be part of of that change that needs to be happen in all levels. I mean, we're facing just immense problems, not just the global ones of climate and how do we generally build more inclusive, green, sustainable cities and societies and economies, but in the case of Kyiv, I mean, you also have, think of a whole generation of traumatized school children, of traumatized teachers, of people with disabilities, mental health, So these are a range of problems that it is impossible for the government to tackle on its own at this pace of which it needs to support. And so this is where you really need social innovators, the social economy, which has shown itself to be such an incredible force, this response to the Ukraine war throughout Europe, enabling, first of all, refugees to come, creating solutions, whether it's, I'll let you talk more about, some of the approaches and matching with housing and Ukrainians. A lot of this has really been out of the social economy and then working in partnership with the government. I think what we need to do, and will take governments, it will take companies, it will take philanthropy, it will take investors, is we just need to empower those people who are already working on innovative solutions to do that at greater scale. It's not something we're talking about in the clouds. There are people that have great ideas, they are technically savvy, and they just need that support, that investment to scale what they're working on to help thousands and hundreds of thousands more people. So I think that is where we need to come together. We're playing, our part in terms of what are the tools that we can make available. Data is a part of that. Take climate, for instance. On a city level in Kyiv, how do we enable a group of social innovators that are working to make Kyiv a green city and rebuild as a green city? Well, you need data. So take something like the Google Environmental Insights Explorer that we make available to nonprofits that can then analyze transport data, air quality, etc., and work then with the city hand in hand. And I think those are, some of the examples that we just need to give more investment to them and tangible support. So, I think it's from a company perspective, we look at not only funding, but also what are you best positioned as a company? What do you have? What are your resources that you can offer to the social economy? Because there is a need for access to capital, but there's also a need and access to technology and access to skills. So I think I would encourage certainly all funders to be looking and all companies to be looking at what are you positioned to add? And for us, for instance, we send teams of Googlers for 6 months, so a team of engineers, up 7 to 15 engineers to a non-profit or social enterprise for 6 months full time to help build out as part of a fellowship a technical solution and get that to scale. And that's something, to give you one example, normative. It's a carbon calculator for SMEs, and a social enterprise is already, we help them build this out and then offer this for free to SMEs, and 3,000 SMEs are already using it, and this is the kind of thing we just give social enterprises and innovators the tools, technology, and support, and they will create impactful solutions.
Okay, thank you, Rowan. And now I want to give the floor to the next speaker, Philip Hilscher, the CEO of Fineo. Fineo is a think and do tank to strengthen civil society. Fineo is a consulting company for non-profits and startups that focuses on social impact projects, making sure that not-profit organizations reach their goals. Fineo's diverse team works with organizations to think ahead, strategize, and implement tailored operation plans to achieve the maximum impact. It is very important to find the right partners to achieve the impact, and the question is, how can social entrepreneurs find right partnerships?
Yes, thank you so much, and thanks for having me here. It's really an honor to be here and to be with these colleagues sitting here besides me. I'm really happy to talk to you. Well, first of all, I want to thank especially to you because the definition you gave to us for social enterprises has been great. I think we can follow on that very well. And I want to add that I really think that social enterprises, I would add even civil society, are really important for every society in every country to go to further development. And today we have been talking a lot about politics, we've been talking a lot of business and investments, and I think we should never forget that the social enterprises and the civil society should be at least an equivalent part to the other two segments of society. So we should emphasize that, and I think it's really important, for example, not just for bringing solutions that government and business maybe cannot bring or don't want to bring, but also for really developing a country and a society. I've been living now in Berlin for 20 years, and I realized how much a vibrant civil society and good infrastructure, good cultural infrastructure, and also social enterprises can really bring forward a society. Berlin has 20 years before has been a very, I call it a tired city. And now, 20 years later, it's very vibrant, and many people from all over the world coming to Berlin to live there, to find their home. And I think it has very much to do with this, what we call soft power, and which comes primarily, according to me at least, from civil society and the social enterprise world. Today someone said, I think it was Mr. Klitschko, everyone can do something for Ukraine, you can do something for Ukraine. And as my colleagues here have described about what their companies do, I want to say 2 or 3 words about what Fineo is doing exactly to help the Ukraine and help development of the Ukraine and bring in what we can do to do something for the development of this country. Later on, I can maybe come back to your question. Of course, I haven't forget it, but I want to say this first. And I want to mention 2 things. First one is we have been developed since the beginning of last year so we call it Impact Startup Incubator, which has now 10 teams which we have selected, and they all are Ukrainian teams who have developed different programs for supporting the Ukraine. This has not been planned in the beginning. When we planned the incubator, then we realized coming the war in February, we have to do something exactly for this issue. We found, I think, about 50 teams who wanted to take part, and we choose 10 of them, which now prepare very different approaches to develop social organizations which can bring forward these companies for the Ukraine. One, for example, is trauma therapy. Another one is like the robotic arms to produce, how do you call that? Yeah, thank you. Prosthesis work. So just to say 2 examples. The other one, and this seems to be a real innovative solution, at least in Germany, is that we invented some kind of support for private initiatives And there are many in Germany who want to do something and act something to help Ukrainian people, but they don't know who, don't know how, and have no organization to do that. So we provide a non-profit organizational forum in which everyone can organize something which they want to do. They can choose, for example, we provide tax advice, we provide accounting, all the bureaucracy work which has to do if you want to do something bigger and to want maybe spend your money or spend cars or spend medical things. And they can kind of borrow this structure. It's a non-profit structure which we provide all the bureaucratic stuff around, and these people can just concentrate on what they want to do, and it's temporarily, and you can do it for 2 months or 3 months, and then you can go out and you have you don't have to do all this bureaucratic work. So it's another kind of technical solution. What we see that many people, like entrepreneurs, single persons, also like small cities who want to do something together, choose this possibility and to engage in Ukraine. So for the moment, I think I will stop. We have been talking a lot, and maybe we go into the discussion. I still haven't forgot your question.
Okay. Thank you, Philip. So Vilnius ranked third in the European Capital of Innovation Awards in 2021. The city is paying attention to the development of the social economy and supporting social entrepreneurs and impact leaders. I believe our next speaker, Remigijus Šimašius, Mayor of Vilnius, will share insights that will be great use for Kyiv and Ukrainian cities. So my question is, how can city-to-city cooperation or capital-to-capital cooperation help to develop social entrepreneurship, and what is the agenda of Vilnius?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Of course, it's a privilege to be here and to talk about Kyiv future right now in this situation. And of course, we do collaborate a lot, but not going into details because everybody does collaborate and everybody do achieve good results. I would like to draw attention to two paradoxes first, right here, what's happening. First, we're talking about social enterprise, social economy, but we are people not from Ukraine here on the scene. While this is nothing wrong with that, but the problem is that I think that exactly Ukraine and Kyiv may show the best examples of how it works. Because during turbulent times, of course, all the formal networks, all traditional networks are collapsing, and you immediately need new solutions. And when I look to Ukraine on how food is provided for needed or for military, how new inventions are employed in military or in social needs again, how how production is organized immediately in the bomb shelters for military. All these amazing examples, I think it's enough for several books about social enterprise. And I think that it will be very soon time when we will be learning a lot how this is shaping social enterprises. And actually, I think that the experts actually in Ukraine, not so much of us on this scene. The second paradox is, of course, that we are talking about investment in Kyiv. It's about future, about strategy, while Kyiv doesn't have electricity and is under attack and so on. Is it paradox or not? I doubt, because, for example, on Saturday, we in Vilnius had a workshop and we discussed the rebuilding strategy for Mariupol, which is under occupation. So Kyiv is definitely in much better situation than Mariupol, but still you have to be prepared in order to be ready when you are in a position to invest and to work. And in this respect, I would like to say that, looking to examples in Europe, after these turbulences, occupations, attacks, destruction, what destiny comes for the city? Even we in Lithuania, we have examples when cities were heavily destroyed and they got dead. They never got bounced back. They are non-existent right now. And we have cities, including like Vilnius, which are heavily hampered, but these are flourishing right now, being like one of the most successful in Europe. So what's the difference? How it happens that some cities go down and some go up? And it has to be so in a way, because of course people, if you lose your home, your work, it's not necessarily the case that you always have to reconstruct what it was before. Sometimes you need to go to other place and to somehow to innovate about it. I think that Kyiv definitely has a very bright future because, of course, it's an intellectual center, capital city. It will definitely attract people also from other parts of Ukraine where the homes and factories and everything is destroyed. But there are three elements, I think, for the city to be successful in this case. One is the idea. This is very philosophical. Do you want this city to be rebuilt? And for Kyiv, again, there's no doubt, because being 1,000-year city, a symbol of Ukraine, people are very proud of being in Kyiv, of being citizens of Kyiv, so there's no doubt that people are willing to come back. This is not the case with all cities, by the way, but with Kyiv, it's definitely the case. Then there are more practical things, how to earn money for living, and how to have the nice urban environment to live. And in this case, we have good and bad lessons from our experience. I would like to share two of them. First, about economy, Lithuania is the country, and Vilnius is the city which is the most, which is getting most out of these recent developments of recent decades in European Union. I mean, in the GDP growth, salary growth, innovation of everything. I mean, in all rankings, you see like number one. It's Lithuania, Vilnius. So, how did we achieve that? Basically, we were faster than others and more open than others. That's it. And my advice to Kyiv would be not to learn from those who are rich now. Learn from those who are rich now, from those moments when they were not rich, but they are getting richer. Because when you are looking to those who are rich, you may get mistakes, because when you are rich, you are more worried about how to spend money and how to go extra mile and how to have nice-to-have things rather than essential things. So I think this is very important. And then fast and open, this is the solution. And for urban environment, again, I think it's very important to not to run to rebuild what it was, but actually to rebuild it in better shape. And again, in this case, we have also an expertise how to rebuild better streets, how to rebuild better schools, and how to rebuild better infrastructure. And again, simple advice would be, if the school is destroyed, first, using maybe some data, including with Google, you decide how many schools you need in cities now and how many will need future, because no need to rush to build all of them. But if you rebuild, please do it better than it was before. And how better? I know that Belgium, Netherlands, Germany, Italy, everybody will say, please build this school, or maybe rebuild this school. So I would advise to have a catalog of good things which you want to be rebuilt. And if Italy or Germany comes and says, no, we want to be built, so which one you choose? Oh, you have better idea. Why better? Of course, do better. I think this is a simple approach which is very necessary. And we've started to work with this, including with Kyiv, with Ukraine, but I think we have to be very straightforward and not to compromise on rebuilding modest thing, but rather just good things. Of course, now the question is how to survive the winter. But again, we are speaking about what will be during the springtime. And I'm full of confidence that it will be a great city in the future, even greater than before. Thank you.
Thank you. It is definitely very relevant what you are saying. Now we are coming to Q&A part, and I will start with my questions. So, first of all, it is obvious that Ukraine and Kyiv need a clear action plan, an agenda, how to develop social entrepreneurship. Which organization or entity should be in charge of developing this agenda and this action plan, and how to create proper conditions for financing social entrepreneurship? So I firstly pass this question to Francois, and then we can go on with other panelists.
I was quite inspired by the mayor here.
Yeah,
I think the idea is, you said it's philosophical, but it's actually very important. I think that's what this forum is about, is imagining that idea. And I think putting the social economy on the agenda means that that idea is being seeded, right? That vision is there, right? And so I think it's a really important start. Who owns that? I think the people own it, but ultimately the city and the state have a really important role in being able to set the conditions and actually set policies and legislation. In some countries in the world, you can register as a social enterprise. In the UK, in France, entreprise de mission, B Corporation in the US. This is a real thing now. It isn't just, a few people on a panel talking. This has emerged as a real sector. So the idea is there. how do we build business better, I think is the whole question of the social economy, right? And how do we do that in a way that everyone participates in the economy and we can address some of the social challenges at the same time. So I really like that idea. And then I think, it's clear that the state and the city has a really important role in setting that action plan, but doing that also in a better way, in participation with civil society actors, finding ways. If we want to build a better school, all right, maybe it isn't only up to administrators sitting in a public building deciding that. Maybe we ask teachers, maybe we ask parents, maybe we ask children, right, around what the future of education should look like. And I think there's some really important opportunities now to kind of set that framework and then let people start to develop the plans for what a social economy in Kyiv could look like. And it will look different in different parts of the world. And I think also Kyiv needs to imagine what it wants its city to look like and what it wants its societal sector to be integrated with this economic development at the same time. Kind of the other pillars of what should be done, we can talk about public and private procurement to help incentivize it. We can talk about creating incentives for funding and taxation. We've talked about investment this morning. How do we get impact investment? How do we do blended financing? So there's so many opportunities, but it does require the public sector to take that first kind of overall step, but in a way that really brings the private sector with all it has to offer, but also the societal sector.
So Jeroen, please.
Yeah, I think some great things you've both just mentioned, actually, and to your point that there are already so many brilliant Ukrainian organizations and innovators there. Actually, just take the hosts of this who've organized today, Impact Force, and talk to Olga and team. They've got a brilliant vision of how to support the social economy and social entrepreneurs in Ukraine. Just need support and funding. So there's already a clear, and there's many other organizations that are doing great work. I think to your point of making better businesses as well, I don't think what we're saying is that all business in Ukraine going forward, as you're thinking about recovery, needs to be a social enterprise. And I think we need to grow the social economy. We need to support organizations, and the social enterprise is brilliant in that it is working on, working on something that is going to have impact for society, impact for the world, but it's going to reinvest most of its profit back into the business. But equally, businesses, if we can get all companies and startups to embody the principles of the social economy, embody those principles of social entrepreneurship, so that all businesses put people, purpose, and the planet at the center of their business goals, that's what we're really talking about for that transformational change. And I think the social economy and social entrepreneurs can be, great case studies. We've got so many of them. And I think that's something as well that we need to think about. And I was actually just talking about with the team from Impact Force, like, how can we shift that perception, and how can we inspire the next generation of entrepreneurs to be thinking like that, to be thinking social? How do I make Ukraine a better place in the world? And I think that is really central. So social economy, huge role to play, and let's ensure that transformational effect happens on business writ large.
Yes. Please.
I think it would be very important to start with a very open view, maybe with not too strong imagination of how this development could be, but a really open approach, a listening approach. I think it's quite similar to what you said too. Listening to a lot of people and not starting with a very concrete view what it has to be, but to be open, to listen to people and to take all their thoughts with you and to organize something. It's because if you start like maybe as a government and you have a very clear imagination how it could be, most probably wouldn't happen in a good way. That's my I suppose. And so this openness should be, and then to make it useful, I think it would be helpful to have at least some understanding of what social means and what social economy means, because if you haven't, it could be too confused maybe in all the organizations. So just be very open, talk to a lot of stakeholders, but have an imagination of what kind of social economy you're talking about. And then it comes maybe to partners. maybe to your first question you have been asking to me, I can answer like this. I think it's very important when thinking about financing a social economy to bring very different kind of financing actors to the table. Because for a social enterprise, I think it's really a problem if there's just only one kind of financing institution which just gives all the money and this then like a monocausal finance. So you need some, involving maybe some potential clients for the social economy. You need donors, philanthropic donors, who finance maybe some more critical and innovative approaches, which are not cannot be financed in a business way, and of course investors, which then give the money more in an investment style. So very different kinds of money, kinds of financing, which can come into the social economy, which helps them to grow better.
I would first of all follow up with what you just said about this bottom-up approach, but just want to add one more thing. It's not enough just to listen to what people are thinking about, because listening and then deciding is a kind of democratic approach, but we have to have not just democratic but liberal democratic approach, which means like allowing them to act even if there is no consensus on the whole society. So I think this still old-fashioned laissez-faire approach is very, very important, because this is what civil society is all about. And suddenly you may find out that the idea which was not selected at first was most powerful, and maybe it will gain power. So I think listening and allowing and providing all possibilities. But then I don't know who will be the main actor and who have to be in charge of this, But definitely both local and national governments will decide something. This is how states do work. And I have like two stages algorithm of what I would advise. First, I think that Ukraine and Kyiv would have like 1 to 2 years gap after the winning of this war, when you may do everything in order to achieve the results. Because afterwards, all those people, all those experts, you know how it works best, they will raise their heads again and they will explain how it was good all the time, so no need for innovation. In 1 year or in 2 years, everybody will be looking for new things and will not listen to the old ways. So this is the short gap, 1 to 2 years. I'm quite confident of this. During this year, I think that, first of all, you have to think, is it closer to Moscovia or Russia, or is it closer to Western approach? If it's closer to Russia, just forget it. Just done. After 2 years, you will forget it, and you will stick back to this, because you will think that this is yours. But actually, this is not yours. You have a gap when it's so easy to get rid of all this nonsense, which we are all full of this, in Lithuania and even in the Western world. Just follow the Western way, radically. And second, when you follow the Western way, please decide, is it the problem which is being solved, is it your problem, or it's a problem of a very rich, postmodern Western country? If you will listen to Germany, for example, you hear a lot about closing up the nuclear power plants. Is it a question for Ukraine? Probably not. You will hear a lot about passive homes. Is it a question for Ukraine? Of course it is, but do you have enough resources to have all the homes passive? Maybe the more quick solutions are more important, and basic solutions are more important. So there's two levels. First, is it Eastern or Western approach? If it's Western, is it your problem or is it the problem of a rich country? So that's it, simple algorithm. So I think this kind of approach and from the government may boost the economy, including the social enterprise.
Okay, we have spoken a lot at this forum in general about impact and sustainability. So the question is, how should a city promote the idea of impact-driven leadership, social economy, and sustainable urban development? And I will pass it firstly to you, Remigius, and then one by one.
In our case, what we did, and in this case, it doesn't matter, is it a wartime or post-war time or pre-war time? So I think it works all the same. So are you fast enough? Are you open enough? Do you employ open data? Do you provide the possibilities? So I think this is as simple as that. I mean, the more complicated it gets, so less efficient it gets. So I think it has to be very, very simple, and I would urge to stick to that. At least that's what works in our case. If we start to complicate things, because you always have big advisors on providing big strategies and so on, and the longer strategy is, the longer time it gets to prepare it, the less readable it is, less understandable it is, and you lose time, you lose inertia, you lose everything. So simple and ambitious. That's the key words.
So we are always saying that the long path starts with the first step, so step by step. Okay. So anyone else?
Quick comment. I think thinking about what's happening right now and also in the immediate recovery, it's clear that Ukraine will need its citizens to play a really active role across everything, right? And I think that this opportunity gives a structure for that. The challenge I think we've seen in other countries is there's no one ministry of social economy, right? Just like innovation, right? Probably for your innovation strategy for the city, it's got to go across every ministry. You know, every ministry has to be, you know, encouraging its citizens, encouraging enterprise in every industry sector. And I think the same thing needs to happen here. And, you know, that therefore means some kind of cross-ministry organization needs to happen. That's it from me.
I think maybe also to your point of who you're listening to, I think one of the beauties of the social economy is it is very diverse and it is very inclusive. So make sure that, you know, I think when we're listening, or when we're not just listening but actively giving people opportunities, it's ensuring that we open those opportunities up to everyone. That you're not just listening to white men. We are sadly missing Suzanne, who's wonderful but couldn't be with us today. But you know, I think if there's so many people, for instance, will have a disability in Ukraine, sadly, and so how do you empower social innovators people with disabilities to be drivers of that change? And you know, I think it requires the openness. I think that when you look at what is needed to catalyze this transformation, it's access to capital. I think it's access to technology. It's you know, access to talent, which I think we clearly have, and then it's conducive regulatory environment, which I think what we've heard certainly from Vitaly Klitschko and from when, you know, in our conversations with the Ministry of Digital Transformation, for example, extremely open, dynamic, and have that ambition. So the ingredients, I think, are there, and if we can provide the capital and some of the support, and say we collectively, then, you know, the ingredients are there for us to really achieve some of that ambition.
So if you please.
I would add one more thing. I loved your comment before when I said, just listen, and you said, don't just listen, then you have to let go. Yeah, you said something like this. And the thing I want to add is not only give money, give structure, but really to let go, and let go, give space. So give space for people to meet, to organize themselves, to invent their ideas. And space, I mean really, literally, room. You can create room, especially as a city. I think you can create rooms and doors, and this gives like sort of open-minded culture, which maybe helps to foster these social enterprises.
Okay, there is one last question which I want to bring up before giving the floor to the audience, and especially, what about women in social entrepreneurship? Are there any particular special obstacles which women are facing while entering social entrepreneurship worldwide and in Eastern Europe especially? So I think, firstly, I will ask this from Rowan, and then up to you.
Well, I think, you know, without knowing the demographics, specifically of the social entrepreneurship sector in the Ukraine, if you do look at, say, the European Social Enterprise Monitor that Euclid brings out, women make up a huge, to my point about the social economy already is inclusive, women make up very proportionately leadership positions within social economy organizations, social enterprises, and they employ more women. So actually, this is another point as to for why the social entrepreneurship, social enterprise as a model to help scale is they've already solved for that. They've already understood that diverse teams are more successful, diverse-led companies are more successful. So again, I think it's another example of how do we apply those principles to the wider startup and business sector where we are not yet at equality. So from my perspective, I don't think there's I actually don't think there's as a challenge, I think, that we need to overcome.
Yes and no? I think definitely, but probably there's still, I mean, if you look at VC funding and impact investment funding, still predominantly going to privileged and men. So, but the stats are probably better. I don't have them at my fingertips. But what you've kind of demonstrated is that, the business model is built into thinking about diversity and inclusion. But I don't think we should put our hands up and say that's enough. There's an intentionality there. But
no, you're 100%
I'm going to
right.
+1, but +2.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. No, sorry, in access to capital, we are 100% not there. And I think in terms of the actual organizations, I think inclusivity is baked into social economy, but you're absolutely right. I mean, it is just mirroring the, the broader venture capital scene, which is women. I mean, there's a range of numbers, but as little as 5% of global VC capital will be going to women-led companies, which is staggering. So that needs to still be solved.
If to add, first of all, I think that the barrier for women is bigger in traditional business than in social enterprise. What you see typically, it's like in big business, the proportion of women is smaller than in social innovative enterprise. And it relates to many issues, and research is made on many aspects. First of all, it's somehow strange and ungrounded bias that, if a man approaches for a big loan in a big bank and he says that I've never tried it, but I will do this, so people tend to trust men more than women, which is complete bias, but it's the situation. But again, on the other hand, when you see on how women, especially women, are created social enterprises, NGOs, or small businesses, it's a very agile, bottom-up approach, listening to what actually is needed. And I think in this respect, you have to think about the structure of the city as such, not just to go for big strategies and then to wait until they will be implemented, until the BRD will provide a big loan or a big investment, but to start from the very concrete or particular steps. And when you spoke about this providing actual spaces for gathering, I think this is essential, especially for women, because they tend to go there. Do you have the space for gathering in the school? In Soviet schools, you don't have this. But in normal schools, you have to have it, and immediately you have a community center in there, and immediately you have more communication. Well, do you have marketplaces? Do you have streets which are open? Do you have ground floors which are suitable for small businesses? Do you have the clear provisions how to open up these ground floors? So we experimented with this. Some have some very good results with this. But again, I think it's not like if you just will speak about women, it will not be such a good result. But if you will speak about the environment, which is also very inviting for women, the result could be a very, very big one, both for men and for women, actually, but especially for women, because women they meet some biases which are very strange.
I wonder if I don't want to put Olga on the spot, but I wonder if we should actually throw to a woman to answer this question rather than us. Olga, I'm going to put you on the spot quickly.
Thank you so much. I'm really happy that you're all here together with us, and you would be able to join in such important moment for us. And our aim was when we started working about goals, and I'm happy. I'm so grateful for your. I don't know. You made us to rethink about our forum and what we can do, how can we build new network, how can we develop social economy, maybe like a new driver for revival of our Ukraine. So maybe this is my answer.
So the question was about the role of women in social entrepreneurship and problems which women are facing.
I can say, because I try to avoid this question, because honestly, in our NGO, in our impact force, we are only women here.
Right.
It's not only about the war, but now we are thinking that we have asked and invite more men to join to our NGOs to be maybe more powerful and more equal. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me microphone again. Thank you.
I think that was a great answer. I believe we now have just the time for one last question from the audience. Let's see who's the first. Okay, Do we have a micro? Yes, we do.
Hi, thank you very much for discussion. My name is Elena Kalibaba. I'm the CEO of First Impact Social Venture Fund in Ukraine. And we already invested in 30 companies. No, 18, but 30 will come in soon. And what we face right now is that we have the lack of legislation and legislative framework, how actually to do the impact investment in our country. And do you have any recommendations or advices or the experience that you faced before how to do this?
If I'm a lawyer, so maybe I'll answer about legislation something. I think first of all, it depends on what are your goals. I mean, do you have some restrictions which you need to overcome, or do you want to have some more involvement from the public sector to support and so on? I think it's very, very important to decide of this, because if speaking about restrictions, so when I was speaking about this time lag, so you are already in this time lag when you may do everything, and I'm looking to what Rada is doing in swapping up all the strange barriers, all stupid regulations and so on. You are so quick and so efficient in Ukraine that no other country is. So if it's a simple solution and you just need a political will, so just make it clear and go for it as it is. If you need some more sophisticated tools, okay, that is more complicated, then of course, yeah, then you need to work and to identify it, because no Verkhovna Rada will understand what you need. I mean, so that if you know already, then that will be easy.
We are working in this, but maybe I'm sorry, I just was listening in your discussion, and because right now we are every day facing this problem and how to work with, because we have different the legal entities that we are investing, and this is NGO, and then individual entrepreneurs, and then LLC, and according to the tax pressure. So it's always, if this is a returnable support or it's free of returnable support, and different types of different support, and you don't know how to deal with this. So, and what my question, because I know that in Lithuania you are also supporting the social enterprises. And here, because we are like the private company, but at the same time, for social enterprises, it needs to be the access to the state money, how to do this, so how to sell the social services, for example. And still, we are in the process of development of all these processes as well. So that's why I was asking how you deal in your countries. In Latvia, for example, they have the law. And the organization can get the status of social enterprise for 1 year, for example. And according to that, you have the special framework if you want to get the state support. In Ukraine, we don't have that. I don't know how in Lithuania right now.
We also have it.
Yeah, so what is working, what not? Because I know the pluses and minuses situation in Latvia. Right now, we are also trying, so we want to do the lighter and the best variant right now, because we are in the war.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but we are exceeding significantly the time. Maybe 20, 30 seconds if possible. You can. No. Okay, so then
I'll do one just to say we can take it offline.
Press on, because you are working with an impact investment. How you do?
I think just to say, first of all, congratulations on what you're doing. As the first impact fund, you're going to be pioneering. You're going to face barriers, right? There are other countries in the world that have come through this. There's a global steering group for impact investing that creates national advisory boards and connects them around the world around learning, around policies to advance impact investing. I'm happy to connect you, but there are also lots of other country-based lessons. But just to say, you know, this is part of the ecosystem, but you're going to be pioneering, so it's going to be painful. But congratulations. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So we don't have any time left. And I just want to summarize briefly. So social economy in Ukraine was underestimated before February 24th. But the way people, businesses, NGOs, and local authorities united their efforts under ongoing attacks is remarkable and inspiring. It shows the potential of social economy in Ukraine now and in the future. To succeed, we need to create powerful social impact ecosystem based on high-tech and innovation. So we will discuss the opportunities and challenges of this process in our next discussion panel. And here we have to, I just want to thank you thank the panelists and the audience. We have to finish the third panel. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the next panel, please make sure that you do have the headphones with the translation, because it's going to be a mix of Ukrainian and English.
Дякуємо учасникам дискусійної панелі «Соціальна економіка як драйвер відродження Києва». Запрошуємо на сцену модератора 4-ї дискусійної панелі «Нові технології для реформування Великого Києва». Зустрічайте Ніна Левчук, співзасновниця Impact Force та United for Ukraine.
Many thanks to the participants of the panel, Socioeconomy as a Driver for Kyiv's Revival. We would like to invite to the stage the moderator of the next panel, Emerging Technologies to Reform Greater Kyiv. Please welcome Nina Levchuk, co-founder of Impact Force and United for Ukraine.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening. It was a long day. I hope you still have an energy, because right now we're discussing very important topic. So I'm inviting you to take your seat, and very soon you will have an opportunity to enjoy the conversation outside. But please, for now, take your seats, and we're going to start in a second. So I would like to start with saying that technology plays a critical role in our day-to-day life. They enable us to build a social connection, impact every sector of the day-to-day life, and resolve the biggest crisis in the world that we're currently facing. Technology becomes one of the key drivers to keep us connected during the hardest time. We saw how many people were displaced, it's millions and millions, and family was separated. Technology was helping those families stay in touch. Obviously, now it's becoming harder and harder, especially if you're in Kyiv and in the cities next to the Kyiv. Yet, we're living in the world, as one of my good friends said, where the technology meets sympathy. Since the beginning of the full invasion, the whole world united through technology to support Ukraine and Ukrainians. We observe how, thanks to technology, the private sector united with the public and government through effective decentralized mechanism to deal with the local and global challenges. When it's come to the urban development, conversation on how technology can enable and transform the cities was dominating on urban agenda around the world for a long time. Yet, what was missing from this agenda is how actually our cities could as well become sustainable, how they could become hard, where every citizen could stay connected, and actually it's a human city, it's not only a technology city. With GDPR, with taxonomy, and generally greater embracement of the SDGs, cities and their ability to observe technological innovation much quicker than large states become places of opportunities to blueprint the path for not only smart, but sustainable living. Our honored speakers that I will present in a minute will discuss how to use momentum to reform a greater city of Kyiv with emerging technology now and in the post-Ukraine war. Please welcome speakers of our discussion panel named Social Economy as a Driver for Kyiv Revival. The first one, I would like to invite here Petro Olenich, Deputy Mayor of Kyiv, Chief Digital Transformation Officer of Kyiv. Please take your seat. Next one, Theo Blackwell, Chief Digital Officer of London. Please take your seat. Gregoire Ross, Head of Political Strategy and Dialogue at the BMU Foundation, Herbert Quadrant. Please take your seat. The next speaker, Ekaterina Delafer-Merlon, lead WEF's Global Alliance for Social Entrepreneurship. And the last but not least, Vladimir Klitschko, founder of Klitschko Ventures, please. Thank you everyone for joining me today. Before we start, I know that Mr. Lenich prepared one video for us. So I would like we start with this video. Please play the video.
Europe's first largest country, Ukraine, is a center of bravery. On February that the lives of Ukrainians changed forever. Kyiv, as the capital, met the war face to face and gave a worthy rebuff to the enemy. It's impossible without free access to information. We added the service of connecting Wi-Fi in bomb shelters. Kyiv digital app is transforming into life-saving war information tool, united the main city services and adapted them to the conditions of martial law, reporting the destruction of infrastructure facilities. Useful maps for citizens have been created and updated. Ukrainians can find the schedule of evacuation runs and get psychological help. Even after the invasion, we are still strong. In the application, you can find about 3,000 stops, track public transport routes, and purchase a QR ticket for fare payment, as well as cashless payment system in parking. Local e-petitions have boosted e-democracy processes in Kyiv, tracking local moods and needs of society. The air quality monitoring system helps control the presence of pollutants, but contributes to better environmental conditions for human habitation. Resilience through digitalization.
Thank you so much. Today, our panel gonna cover 4 main parts. We're gonna have a journey here. We're gonna start how actually technology transformed Greater Kyiv. We're gonna continue with rebuilding efforts. We're gonna go as well and observe what does it mean from the cultural code perspectives. And we're gonna finish on challenges and commitments. And therefore, I would like to start with you, Mr. Lenich, about the transformation. Can you please share how actually all the work that you're doing with all your fantastic team right now as a part of the Greater Kyiv team, how your priorities have changed from technology perspective from the beginning of the war, and how it's look right now?
Вітаю всіх.
Hello everyone, I'll deliver my remarks in Ukrainian. Thank you so much for inviting me. I am delighted to share the stage with the leading experts, with the leading figures that have reached public recognition worldwide. I'm happy to share expertise and also listen to their views on how we can develop our future together. I've prepared a set of slides that describe the status quo and the status of play. Our team, headed by Vitaly Klitschko, has identified a plan back in 2016, and we have implemented the strategy gradually. However, the year 2022 revamped our priorities. We had to adjust in the light of the war that broke out and due to the act of aggression that Ukraine suffered from. And this aggression was launched. And can you please put the slide in the screen? Yes, this is slide 1. Next slide. Main focus back in 2016 was the fact that city needs to be livable, safe, and environmentally friendly to the citizens. We need to implement global environmental goals for the generations to come, for this area to be and remain comfortable place for living and for economic activities and development as well. Naturally, the generations to come need to benefit from the results of our work, so it's about sustainability. Smart City Congress recognized us as the best city in the world in terms of digital transformation. We were recognized for ensuring citizens' comfort even during the hostilities. This knowledge is universal. War is the worst event possible. However, each and every one are subjected to such exposure risks as COVID or natural disasters. Therefore, we can project our experience and share it with European and other cities. none of the countries presently, and I hope we'll never have the kind of expertise, how do you counter these kind of challenges that we have faced. So Kyiv has some case studies that it's willing to share with partners, how you organize digital systems, how you organized algorithms that bring services together. Next slide, please. Next slide. Back in 2016, our team focused on the inquiries of our citizens. They wanted city services, e-democracy, and transport services. Next slide, please. We got rid of the queues, or we created user-friendly transport services, and we improved feedback with the community. Next, please. Having said that, can you please change the slide every 10 seconds? Just switch the next slide on every 10 seconds. Thank you. Next. Direct contact with the community and transparent budget. This ensured transparency for the investments. The businesses could talk to the city directly and gain feedback. In 2022, as you can see in the slide, we are up against a new challenge. And the citizens wanted something else. We wanted to ensure actual information, safety, and comfort. We also wanted to empower the SMEs, even in the conditions of shelling. Kyiv has withstood the strike. Kyiv was invincible, and our team has managed. However, we've changed the concept of our future development until 2030. Key goals, global trends, we have a better understanding of that now. The world has changed and we need to adapt to that. Public safety is our priority. That would ensure comfortable living and security, and this would create an understanding for the businesses that they can invest in the area. Further services that we provide is as follows. It's related to environment. Our key strategy here is global environmental situation in the city that paves the way for comfortable and safe living. Transportation services, they're growing not only in Kyiv, but in Greater Kyiv too, in order to connect the masses of population. Before the war, the population of Kyiv amounted to approximately 6 million citizens that were using transportation services. We will further develop e-democracy tools because we want to foster direct communication between the businesses, the city dwellers, and the local authorities, and the city administration. And the city administration can become as a proxy to help coordinate the addressing of all the problems. Education is key. Not only do the children need modern educational tools, but we also want to drive further e-education to ensure access from any place worldwide. On top of that, we want to revamp healthcare services. They ensure full-fledged communication and feedback with the population. We want to be aware of the needs for healthcare services or social services are in place. And this ties in with social assistance. We need to understand how many vulnerable groups are there. How can their challenges be addressed? How can their interests be taken into account? What the city authorities need to ensure to make sure this territory is comfortable and safe for living. These areas are always attractive for the investors, as we understand. They attract both investors and people who would be willing to live in this territory. Kyiv has successfully passed this challenge. Ukraine is above all else. We encourage you to invest in the city. It's stable, it is growing. Kyivites, despite missile attacks, are very good at standing up to this challenge. Thank you.
A lot, Mr. Lenich. It's impressive to see what the work you have done already. You brought very important point. It's about building something that you could leave for the new generation and really to make it sustainable. I mentioned in my provocative statement in the beginning that we could hear that smart city and urbanization, digitalization is now on the top of agenda of many political forums. Yet, sustainability is always sometimes is missed in the projects that we oversee. You were showing great example how you want to achieve it. I would like to ask our next speaker, Mr. Blackfall, actually to share his experience about what does it mean to build a smart city in the same time sustainable city that is supported by innovative technology. Please.
Well, thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be here and also to just understand the fantastic amount of innovation and progress done by the Kyiv digital team in serving its citizens at this vital time. So London's history is a smart city, and as Chief Digital Officer for London, I kind of shy away from that term. Sometimes it's not amazingly helpful when talking to Londoners, but nonetheless, if we take it in its broader sense, which is how do we use data and design and digital and technology for the benefit of citizens and for the achievement of the things that their democratically elected mayor has set out, then London's recent history has quite a lot of quite big plays in this area. Next year, next February, is going to be 20 years since London set the congestion charge, which was a smart city platform before the term had even been coined. So that was a network of cameras linked to a payment mechanism, linked to a national database to charge cars for coming into London and therefore improve our air quality. And just this week, the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, launched the kind of distant relative of that, which is the ultra-low emission zone, which again manages polluting vehicles in our city. But fundamentally, I think there are 5 things that lie behind a city's good use of technology. And these things are really, really important because whether we are dealing with urban reconstruction after a war or we're dealing with a big, big issue like net zero, we need to be in the place of mind and prepared to do partnerships. And those partnerships which we might willingly have sought out previously in the past when city leaders meet business leaders or engage with universities and entrepreneurs and say, okay, let's talk about how we can work together, they've failed because, one, we haven't had a common understanding about how we design things together. So design thinking has not been embedded in those conversations. So we haven't been able to express need in a way that the other can understand. 2, we certainly haven't been able to share data properly. So what a modern city needs to do is think about not how it collects all of the data from the citizen, but links it so that people can pursue projects that are of benefit because we've understood the need. 3, everybody needs really good infrastructure, and I think there is tremendous potential for city government to use its assets to promote full fibre connectivity because the city usually owns most of the buildings or across the city and therefore can do that. 4th, I think there's a real potential for partnerships through our ability to create, have talented teams, and we need to think about that. And 5th, what I call new institutions, new collaborative institutions. We need to create new digital teams with the right people and the right skills to take forward these conversations with a good methodology and a good process. So working in an agile way. And we can't do that through some of the old institutions that cities have. We need to create new ones.
Thank you very much. You touched very important point in the beginning, right? It's about really build the link, right? And real the common ecosystem where actually those actors could engage. I would like to speak to you, Katya, and ask actually, you working for the Schwab's Foundation, you working every day with numerous social entrepreneurs who committing to society and who are rebuilding ecosystem and who are bringing innovative approaches. And they are one of the actors, main actors, right? We were saying that it's very important that people in the end is the heart of the city, so they're committing to the rebuilding, they're committing to the new cities, right, smart cities and as well sustainable city. Can you a bit share your experience from other countries so we could as well learn from what you've seen, how actually we should integrate those actors in that ecosystem, maybe what the challenges you have seen on your way, right, and how it was helping actually to build those sustainable cities?
Thank you so much. And first of all, again, thank you for inviting us. And I think I will start actually, especially after the Petros presentation, I will start with actually a lot of places around the globe and cities and countries should learn first from what's been done already. Honestly, that's only we are learning and taking lessons from others. It's actually, that's a state of art. This is amazing how much been achieved. So just another probably round of applause for the Petro and for everything that's been done in Kyiv. So I think that will be my main part, is actually let's learn from what's been done actually in Kyiv. Another part is when we're talking, again, as you rightly pointed, we're talking about the smart cities or sustainable cities. What we are now talking is how we're going from smart to really human-centric. And that's on the point that Theo also was mentioning. How do we design it around the human and human-centered design? And here I will get us back a little bit to the previous panel, and my answer to this will be very clear. To design the really human-centric city, we need the humans behind that. And we need entrepreneurs, local entrepreneurs who embrace locality, who embrace context, and who are actually the primary actors in the crisis situation, in the food situation, in the transport situation, who use the transport every day, who use the food systems every day, who understand that, who understand the challenges from the primary actor perspective. So to embrace and build smart technology, sustainable technology, a human-centered technology, we need to really rely on these local entrepreneurs. And my second point is, what does it actually can bring to this city, this local community entrepreneurs? And what we've seen, they can actually bring really sustainable and circular transformation around all the urban systems. That include, when we think about the food transition, we have amazing examples on the tech entrepreneurs in the cities who introduces the systems to measure the food waste, working with the private sector directly, managing their shelf, managing their products and supply chain. So we're talking about total circularity. Same again, I mean, we talk a lot today about the energy as well. So how do we bring decentralized energy solutions from the people measuring it, enabling through the technology that's also come again from the local users and the local entrepreneurs. And we know the solutions that, of course, we can learn, but also then transfer the learning to other countries and other places for the energy and circularity. But last but not least, in my point on what the local entrepreneurs are bringing to the smart, sustainable, or for me, anthropocentric or human cities, is a diversity. And they bring and really embrace the diversity of cities and the diversity of culture. How do we employ diverse people? They know which communities can bring which skills to the city, to which corporates, and how it's been employed. So that's been talked a little on the previous panel as well. With the rebuilding and reconstruction of the war, the diversity of people really have to come first, and the local actors and social entrepreneurs, and especially the ones that Alona is working with, are the ones who will know the best how to build these cities.
Thank you so much, Ekaterina. That was a great speech, and you touched many important points of how we are putting people in the center, right? In the center of everything what we are doing. So people first, right? And everything what we're doing around that, we bringing as an example to other countries. And I think through this war, it brought a lot of, obviously, pain and suffer, and the whole world watching us, right? At the same time, it's bringing a lot of awareness how brave Ukrainians are, how brave other people are, right? And it's more and more people get to know what is Ukrainian culture is, right? What is our songs, what is our art, how we actually, how we united as well as a nationality, right? And how we actually get everyone in love around about our culture and about our people. So I want to speak a bit about people actually, and with that question, I'm coming to Mr. Roos, as you saw, like, we're already facing so many opportunities to use innovative technologies, right? We saw the transformation already happening. We saw that we are making sure it's connecting all of our society. We aim to make it sustainable. Now, how in all of that, with all these best practices around, beside the fact that I do believe that Kyiv and Ukraine now is an example to the world, what does it mean, digitalization and transformation, yet how to make sure we could empower even more cultural code while we're building sustainable and smart cities.
Thank you very much, Nina, and thank you to Olga and all the team for bringing all those great people and those great panels together. That's a terrific question, by the way. So to answer that properly, I'd like first to tell you that we can't do anything if we don't have the right mindset. And I'm saying this because I'm standing next to Petro, and I think Petro is a real champion. What he and his team have achieved in less than a year in the terrible circumstances and very challenging times, everyone would have failed. And I think that what he's showed us is just outstanding. And as a Frenchman living in Germany, I can tell you, we would dream of having that. It's just extraordinary, and I think it gives us so much hope about the future. The second point, before I answer your question properly, is that what I'm happy with everything I've heard, and especially that discussion, is that reconstruction does not start tomorrow. Reconstruction does not start in 6 months, or whenever this infamous war ends. Reconstruction starts now. And I think Petro and then what Theo and Katja stressed have shown that it has already started. And what it requires now is, on our end, Europeans, to deliver on our promises. Promising is good, but delivering is better. So now jumping to that related question on culture, I mean, I'd like to start with a terrible context. We've all heard that the Russians had looted almost everything in Kherson's museums. And the situation in Kyiv is not any better. So technology will indeed definitely support mapping, tracing, and keeping track of arts, and will manage in a way to create a digital space where there will be opportunities to access the extraordinary Ukrainian cultural heritage. I think that's the first point, and it's extremely important, because victory will not just be about regaining territory, but also cultural territory and what it means to be Ukrainian and what kind of cultural reality and artistic heritage you can identify with. And by the way, I mean, Ukraine has 7 UNESCO heritage sites, and I think this stands for something. And it has to be protected, and technology indeed has a lot to do with preserving, but also promoting what those sites stand for. And when I see what the city of Mosul and many other cities in Iraq have managed to do, I'm really confident, looking at Petro's leadership, that technology will indeed be leveraged to promote that cultural heritage. The second point, and I very much align with what Katja stressed, you know, the need to be human-centric and not just being remote, talking about figures. No, it's about people in the end, and I think that Mayor Klitschko stressed it this morning, you know. We can be the bodyguards for your investments and your choices. We're here because we serve the people. We've been talking about mental health, starting with looting in Kherson that is quite negative. I think we can end on a positive note because I think the narrative is extremely important. Technology can open new ways for the younger generation to express themselves, to connect with their own historical and artistic past. And talking of apps, there are now opportunities with apps. If you combine, you create children or young people at school create something, they draw something on an iPad or an app, and then they use one or two other apps that helps them look at what they've created in a very different way. That's what we call smashing apps. I mean, this has a tremendous power on the younger generation's ability to let all those feelings out. That's the first point. The second is that the artistic scene in Ukraine is absolutely outstanding. And that the opportunity to promote them further outside, but also to boost their reputation and support the economics of art is also extremely important. So technology in this regard can be extremely helpful. And the third point, and perhaps my last point, is how we can connect when the infrastructure does not allow for more mobility. And we've seen many cultural centers in Poland, for instance, using virtual reality to recreate heritage sites, exhibition rooms, and lots of different ways of connecting with arts. And this will be extremely important also to promote Ukrainian arts outside Ukrainian borders and perhaps connect with people in Asia or the global south that perhaps have had a special blurred relation to that conflict since it started, and that it would actually change their mindset and the way they look at the whole I would say problem, at the whole war. So I'd like to end on that. I think it's for me the most positive lesson is that the situation within the hands of extraordinary people like Petro, and for that I think that is of our tribute, our support, and we are ready to support with network, with financial capacity, yes, I just feel as European as you, Petro. So it's super exciting, I must say.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Gregoire. So you were speaking about financial support, and with financial support, I would like to move to you, Mr. Vladimir Klitschko. From one side, we see like a lot of promises, right, on the global political scene. From another side, we as well already engaging with many investors, right? And as Mr. Leonid was today mentioned, we are ready. You invest in Ukraine. We are ready. You invest in Kyiv. So speaking about and observing how the private sector is uniting in order to rebuild our country and in order to invest in our city, where do you see the biggest opportunities and challenges?
In Ukraine.
Opportunities,
where
yes.
else?
What the challenges? What the challenges you
Where
think
else?
we might face?
It is in Ukraine.
And
If
how
you're
to-
surprised, you shouldn't. The bad news, we have war. The good news, we learn from this war a lot. In Europe as well as in Ukraine. We identify ourselves as a nation. How much time would have need to identify ourselves as a nation, what we stand for? The war started not on 24th of February, but in 2014. That's how long this war is still going, and escalated on the 24th of February. Because the world didn't listen to us. We were telling this is the beginning, and there are no consequences for annexation of Crimea in the east of Ukraine, and eventually we got what we got. So, the good news, I start with the bad, but the good news, it is in Ukraine. Why? Why do we grow in the challenge zone? And we never grow in the comfort zone. And that's exactly what is happening in Ukraine. We're speaking about the second strongest, best army in the world that we're facing, and you know, it was counting to 3 days until we fail. No, that didn't happen. 3 months, all right. No, 3 months later, we actually were kicking back. And it is absolutely a challenge for us. And in this challenge, we're showing the world is actually the Ukrainian army probably going to be one of the best army in the world, because we learn how to fight with pretty much not a lot. We don't have much of weapons. We have lack of weapons. We have lack of manpower compared to our opposition. But we have learned, because we're a highly educated nation, we have learned how to use it in the right time, at the right moment. We have learned how to stay focused. And our focus is changing. It should stay really agile, because what we need today, we're not going to need tomorrow. So we need to really adapt to everything, to our environment. 3 weeks ago, we didn't talk about electricity at all. It was not a topic, or water. And boom, unfortunately, all of a sudden, it is crucially important to survive actually in this environment, because winter is coming. And who knows what we're going to talk about in 3 weeks, hopefully about more investment in the country. And I believe, since you're more business side than political side, I believe that now is the time to think about investing in Ukraine, because later on there's going to be a lot of people and you're going to be just one of a million. But now you have really an exclusive time. It is challenging. There are a lot of, uncertainties and no guarantees. But I will tell you one thing for sure. We're going to stand right there, and which we do with open hands, and give you any opportunity to be part of us as a supporter, because the economical side is extremely suffering right now. It is extremely important to have this support. And I will say a quote of Warren Buffett. If you remember, he said it, which doesn't sound nice, but when the blood flows the streets by. You heard about it, right? All of a sudden, I'm thinking about this quote and thinking about entrepreneurship. And obviously, as I said, our focus is changing, but we need to stay agile. And of course, our coordination needs to be with our partners. You are our partners. And guess what? We're partners of yours too. We're part of the world ecosystem. We've been connecting the Eurasia and Western Europe just geopolitically. That's our position. Geographically, it's our position. With the Azov Sea and the Black Sea, the, so to speak, gate to the world. And we are connecting. If you want to do any business, you're going to go through us. And unfortunately, it did cost us many, many, many wars in the past. And now, and eventually, now we need to get to our borders, defend our country. We do need support right now, and we will continue to need it. We will rebuild and make one of the most attractive European countries. And that's the dream that I want to tell you. Be part of this dream, and let's make to walk the talk, so to speak. Let's make it together. Let's do it. It's exciting times. Really exciting. It is challenging, but it is exciting. And you know what? Eventually we're going to get it. Because our resilience, our endurance, not just our Ukrainians, but our as Europeans. We are a European society. We are a European country. We are part of European Union, not just with the association, which was recently done, but literally, mentally. We're hard workers. And I'm more than sure that if you're going to have in your companies and any association with the Ukrainians, you will be amazed how good we are at what we do, and how well we serve, and how well we, how good the quality of what we do. So I'm more than sure that, and I wish to you that to think multidimensionally. We cannot just, see black and white, but multidimensionally, be agile in this case. And you will understand maybe this line a little critical, but ego is the driving force. We are egotistical, we're Ukrainians, because we have our ego. We will not be living as slaves on our knees in a dictatorship. We are the free world. we were choosing in 2014, and we chose it and did it and continue doing it and will do and will succeed as the free country and free nation. To be free, it's so awesome. It's so difficult, but so good. And we fight for it literally, together. We're on the front line, and you're baking us up. So have a big ego is not that bad as you think, because that's the driving force in us. And obviously, acting without compromises. Sounds shockingly bad kind, you know. What? Compromises? We're not 14, 15 years old, you know. We have some, you know, old good Europe. We've been through wars in Europe, in our history, European history. We know what we want, we know how we want it, and when we want it, and to answer your question, where we want it, in Ukraine. Thank you so much. Please, keep on punching, as we say it in boxing, in my previous career. Keep on punching, keep on supporting, keep on investing in Ukraine, and you will have great joy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fedor. You inspire me so much. And as an investor, I'm already ready to invest. And you know, I could as well make a motto right here. Like I could make a motto right here. You know, we are pivoting right now as a business model to the most sustainable business model. Join our cap table early on, you know, and then you will see fantastic ROI. So definitely, you all should join and invest in Ukraine. So we're now almost in the end of our panel, and we learned today a lot. You shared your best practices, you shared your opinion, you as well make very strong call-outs. I want to make sure we as well have time for a couple of people who wanted to ask the question. But before that, I would like you guys do a very, very short statement or commitment from now on, from today on, what you commit. Like with an action, very important, right? We're not here just to speak about how we're going to support Ukraine, but what would be action, either from your country or from your organization or from yourself as individual, if you're not ready to commit from your company, to Ukraine, to support Ukraine. I would say, who wants to start? Okay, but I see you already have a mic, so please, go ahead.
Certainly, I'm going to work.
Thank you, Theo.
Thanks. I mean, just on behalf of the Mayor of London, I mean, we really want to work with your team, Petro, and ensure that you are linked up with the people in London that you need to talk to in order to build the infrastructure that you need for the future of your great city. So we've already talked about that a little bit beforehand, but I want to offer that.
Thank you so much. Mr. Olenic. Oh, sorry, Katia. Do you want to go next? Go next, and then we will go back to... Okay, Mr. Olenic, do you want to share one commit or one action? You already showed many actions today, but maybe anything you would like to add?
Well, I can only state the fact. We mentioned user-centeredness and this concept. So create all services that are people-oriented. They resulted in the outcome that we are proud to support today in the data. This is just a tool, though. So it's all about people, boils down to people. Kyiv citizens, our team, headed by the mayor. Volodymyr has joined us since day one during war. He helps us grow digital services. This robust team paved the way and will pave the way to your successful investment. We promise we will keep up work that is people-centered, for the business, for the people. It's all about people. Resilient team that is resilient and will keep developing the city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm not going to keep on one line. I mean, my first commitment will be that I will give the jacket back. That's my definitely first. But we can see that's like just a reinforcement, the human side and the culture side with Kyiv freezing. Vladimir was still managing to warm me up. So just a little bit on that. I will second the second point from Vladimir as well on the crisis is an opportunity. It's actually in two languages of Hebrew and Mandarin. Crisis do mean opportunity. opportunity. So while we are absolutely in crisis, not only in Ukraine, but globally, we're in climate crisis, we are off of all our targets and planetary boundaries, we need to look at that as an opportunity. But that's the big picture. So coming to the action that we can take as the World Economic Forum and the Schwab Foundation and the Global Alliance for Social Entrepreneurship that I'm leading, our action is actually to benefit from what Olga was also saying, that finally the social economy in Ukraine gets some spotlight and surfaced. I think we need to take opportunity of that, work together with core trailblazers in ecosystem and first adopters already who are existing in Ukraine, such as Alona, your organization, and support from our means and bring in global partners and looking how we really can create an ecosystem for social entrepreneurs in Ukraine to flourish, to support the one who exists now, but also grow a next generation of social entrepreneurs, grow a generation that will inspire all entrepreneurs actually to be social. And that's a key idea. So all entrepreneurs could be social, even if they don't name themselves like that. We are, again, like just getting back in the world crisis. If we don't become all of us social entrepreneurs, we will not get out of this crisis on the positive note. So I don't want to close on that. So let's all embrace this.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your commitment. Mr. Gregoiros, what would be your commitment or action?
Well, if I were a coward, I would tell you that my commitment is to be back next year at that forum, but in Kyiv. But that would be very easy. One that I'd like to make is that I'd like to, with our organization as well, work with Petro and his team and see how we can do more by connecting European cultural centers and their counterpart organizations in Ukraine, and how we can leverage technology to simply promote Ukrainian culture and Ukrainian heritage, to make it, to spread it all around the world, and to support with the tracking of looted art, which I think is a very important topic.
Thank you so much. Mr. Vladimir Klitschko, what would be, you already showed today as well, many commitments, many action, anything you would like to add?
Let's get to action.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. I would like, we still have time. We have managed very well with time. So I would like now to give opportunity to ask questions and do maybe a quick sum up to Haris Piplas, a doctor of architecture and urban design, who is now actively as well working on supporting rebuilding efforts. So please. Do we have a mic? Extra one? Maybe? Okay, here.
Thank you very much for giving the word. It's great to be back in a way. I had the pleasure to be part of the opening session in the 2020 edition of the Kyiv Investment Forum. It's a different time now. I hope you and your family are safe. I went to the war in Sarajevo, so I agree with Mr. Klitschko saying endurance, perseverance, resilience is very important. And I feel this forum and what Nina, Olya, and many of you behind and in front are doing, your partners, is for me a symbol of endurance, and please continue your work. And just to continue what you just mentioned, let's act. And yes, we are, and this was already said, you know, we have to use digital tools in all our urban management activities. So yes, there is a critique to the smart city movement, but still we have a luxury situation that Ukrainian is the most digital country, and obviously Kyiv and your city are pretty advanced. And in this sense, how we could do, and I'm here to make an offer and remark, an input rather than just express solidarity, is to, if you want to design a human-centered city, this is rather easy. We organize urban or city labs where we try to extract this human, if you want, collective intelligence, inviting stakeholders, the community, the startups, the investors, not dividing the stakeholders in the good ones and the bad ones, and creating a multi-stakeholder process. And this is why most projects in Europe fail, not just because of lack of talented architects or economists, or not enough money, because of the lack of collective support. And in this sense, digital tools can be used to demystify the interest of the stakeholders. They can be used also to create an evidence-based process and data-based backed urban vision and implementation. And in this sense, we've done it you have, in what Mr. Klitschko mentioned, so you have this, you unlocked incredible human potential because of this tragedy that's happening. And I feel this is something that's a great phenomenon.
Thank you so much. Thank you. With that, you will have an opportunity to ask our dear speakers the question during the cocktail part. We're almost in the end of our day. And first of all, I would like to say a huge thank you to all the partners for all your support, for having all of us together here. We're going to finish with a very important video. Before we're finishing this video, I would like our team, please, to bring on the screen the survey. And we'll ask everyone to scan the code. This survey is very important for us. It will help us to understand what the most interesting for you opportunities within the Kyiv and within Ukraine to invest. And because we have many investors today here, I would like you guys all to ask to fill that survey. Can we please? Yeah, here. It's right behind Mr. Vladimir Klitschko, but you still could see it, the QR code. Please scan it now. That's very important for us. We really respect and we're really looking for your opinion. And I know you all already buy in after a fantastic speech from Vladimir Klitschko to invest, yet we still want to know where you want to invest, what exactly it is. Super. Thank you so much. So you could take your time while, like, you know, enjoying cocktail as well to filling this survey. One more time, huge thank you to all the speakers. Let's please give the huge round of applause. It's a very long day. It's a hard. It was so inspirational. It was so helpful. Thank you so much for sharing your expertise, for being with us. Again, thank you so much for all the partners. And we are looking forward, yes, we are looking forward to see you all hopefully next year in Kyiv, right, as we already heard today here. Yeah. Okay, so you want that people take a bit more time to... Okay, should we go to the video now? Okay, fantastic. Can we please now put our final video?
The land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by Ukraine, by Ukraine. Stand by Ukraine, by Ukraine. Won't you stand? Won't you stand? Won't you stand by Ukraine? One more time. Oh darling, darling, stand by Ukraine. Whoa, whoa, stand by Ukraine. Won't you stand? Won't you stand? Won't you stand? Stand by Ukraine. Slava Ukraini!
Slava Ukraini! Can we... Do you want to do the picture? Please, can you go back for a second? Can we please do the picture all together with the panel? Thank you so much. Да. Это правда. Would you mind, gentlemen? I stay. Thank you. And now, please, everyone, join our cocktail and networking part. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Екатерина.
Thank you very much. I hope you in Germany at some point, because I know you had you're in Munich at the security conference.
Yes, I am.
Если честно, я уже, честно,
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. I am Federica Mogherini. I'm going to moderate this session, this last session of this very fruitful day. And I would like to start by welcoming the mayor of Kyiv that is joining us, unfortunately only online, but I think everybody understands why it is important for him to be in Kyiv in these hours, following the news. And Mr. Mayor, it's a pleasure to see you joining us, and we're very much looking forward to exchanging with you tonight. Thank you for taking the time in such a dramatic moment for your city and your people and your country that we all love and support. But before turning to you and to Vladimir, let me start by thanking and recognizing the role of the Burgmestre, my dear friend Philip, for this excellent initiative, for hosting this important forum. And maybe I will start asking you, what is your takeaway of the day? How do you consider the results of this important event that has taken together today so many different players, but also because I know that the city of Brussels has invested a lot in the past already and has also different plans for the near future and for the present on how to support the city of Kyiv. And I know from experience how important responsibilities have the cities and how much mayors can support each other in difficult times. What are the activities that the city of Brussels has already put in place, is going to put in place in the near future, and what is your takeaway for this important day? And recognizing again you and the entire city, the municipality, for all the work done in solidarity with Kyiv.
Thank you, Federica, for first to be there to moderate this debate. First of all, I want to thank the team of Vitaly in Kyiv and here, and my team here in Brussels to organize this. When we had the idea a few months ago, during my first trip in May, we tried to organize something special to convince all the people that everyone has something to do to help Ukraine. And this is the goal of this meeting. I saw this afternoon, this morning, but I see also tonight some investors, some bankers, some real estate, some provider of energy, some public transport company. And when we signed the MOU, this is also the goal to show that together with the different cities of Europe, because we are more than I think 13 cities, but it's only the beginning, we can create a task force to help Ukraine with all what they need. Because, and I remember a sentence that the responsible of the investment of the European Bank of Investment in Ukraine said to me, we are there for millions and billions, but cities have a special role to dedicate some help with special action like hospitals, like energy provider, like education, for example. And I also take this moment to to say thank you also at all the Belgian people who welcome all the Ukrainian refugees. It's remarkable to say that 80% of the Ukrainian refugees are welcome at the own home of the Belgian people. And then this solidarity is for me a real good signal. Every Ukrainian says that this war is the war of people who share the same value. And with this value, we can build another world and we can build a better relationship between Ukraine and Europe, but also to show the way on our children. It's why I'm very, very satisfied when I talk to Volodymyr and Vitaly that the team is very happy because he knows now that more and more people are ready to help. The role of Brussels, to finish, it's when I say to Vitaly, if you want to organize something like this, I think it's better to do it in Brussels, because we have connected with all the European institutions, but also world and international company. And it's the fact, no, we will see that, because it's not easy for the people to move, maybe at the borders of Ukraine, and that, but everyone is here, with the connection also, but I think it's maybe for me a next step for Brussels, first diplomatic city of the world, to share this experiment, to share this experience, to help other countries.
Thank you. I think this is really true. Brussels has a potential to play a role in European and international networking, and also in the so important juncture between public and private. And I know that this is one of the things that maybe we'll discuss a bit more with Vladimir in a moment, but maybe let me turn immediately to Kyiv. Mr. Mayor Vitaly, I think that's the question that we all have in our minds following the news these days and these last hours is to ask you what is the situation in this moment, because we know that challenges and difficulties and needs change by the day, by the hour. And I think that it is important in order to understand how to better support, in particular the city of Kyiv that is so hardly hit these days. What is the current situation in this moment? Which are the real needs and the real challenges in this moment on the ground? And how can the international community, the European community, both institutions but also the private sector, support at best in this moment the citizens of Kyiv and the city?
Good evening, everyone. First of all, it's great to actually did investment forum, and we have symbolic connection. Everyone have to understand the reason of this senseless war. This war starting Putin because he want to put us back to Soviet Empire, to Soviet Union. Soviet Empire. We don't want back. We look in the future. And our future is to be the part of European family. Is Putin never accept our wish. And we fighting for our future to build democratic European modern country, modern Ukraine. And very symbolic, Brussels have some status because all European Parliament, the whole European institution right now in Brussels, we can call Brussels capital of European family, of European Union, and also right now capital of Ukraine make investment forum in capital of European Union. It's a very symbolic point, and that's why I want to say thank you very much for so many energy what put Philip to help to organize this forum in your hometown. And it's very important to present Ukraine. It's very important to help Ukraine. It's very important to talking about our future. I talking about our family. European family. We actually, Ukrainian, it's we European, we geographically, we European. With our mentality, we are European. We're European with our history, we European, but it's very important to implement European standards of life. It's our main goal, and we see the great result of another our neighbors, east. The country who was in East Europe, who was actually in the part in Soviet Empire. I'm talking about the Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, Hungary. They make huge progress. They already the part of European Union, and we see how good developed infrastructure, about the standards of life, about rule of law, and our main goal, we want to following this great example and to be the part of European family, and we fighting for that. It's very important to be. I have a plan to be today in Brussels, but I hope it's everyone understand the reason. In last days I cancelled my plans because it's huge risk today. Maybe tomorrow we receive a lot of information from different sources. It can be next rocket attack in Ukraine from Russia, and it's very important to be here with our citizens. It's very important to help immediately, to take the challenges. We are responsible for safety, we're responsible for lives of millions. And that's why I take very difficult decision, because we so much prepared and want to be in Brussels today, but sorry, I stay in Kyiv, and I hope everyone understands the reason. Current situation in Kyiv, difficult. We have problems with our infrastructure, with electricity, and right now we have a deficit more than 50% in our hometown. It means half of population, more than 1.5 million people right now without electricity, in darkness. We do it everything what we can to fix, to give the services to the people. It's nothing work if you doesn't have electricity, no conditions, no elevators doesn't work. It's nothing in the home. We're so close connected to electricity, and it's right now no services. We're fighting to fix that, and also at the same time to prepare to defend our country from sorry excuse me, from the next Russian attack. Actually, we're fighting to survive, fighting to win this war. The Russian Federation doesn't have success in the battlefield, and right now they try to destroy the normal life of our citizens. But we are strong, and if I can explain the day, it's every day, from morning to evening, a lot of challenges, a lot of needs, and very important to give the feeling to every one of our citizens, they is not alone, they need the help, and we are responsible for services, we're responsible for safety, we're responsible for lives of the people, and that's why it's not easy work, but I don't want to complain, I just explain. It's a big challenge, but no fight, no win. That's why we take this challenge, we're fighting for our future of Ukraine. It's a part of the of our to implement our dream. We will be the part of European family. I'm more than sure. And today's investment forum, it's very important symbolic signal for our friends. And one more time, thank you very much, Philip, for your courage, for everything what are you doing for our hometown, the capital of Ukraine, for our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I think that all of us understand very well the difficult choice you had to make to stay in Kyiv. I think that anybody would have taken the same decision to stay close to your citizens and to provide services. You rightly said, you are Europeans, your path towards the European Union is now open, and you know that you can count not only on the institutional support, but also on the support of the populations in Brussels, in Belgium, but in Europe, in the European Union to accompany you in this journey and have you in the European family, as you said. But you also pointed at the immediate challenges, if I can mention some: electricity, energy, the reconstruction that one day hopefully will have to start, investments, but also the immediate support for the winter that I imagine is particularly hard in Kyiv, and this ever-changing situation on the ground. And I think that's the message that comes from this investment forum today is so important, because it brings together the institutions but also the private sector. And maybe this is something I can ask you, Vladimir. How do you see, first of all, the results of this day, but also the role of the public sector and the private sector and the cooperation that can be, the synergies that can be put in place in supporting Kyiv and the people in Kyiv and Ukraine altogether?
Bonsoir, everybody. I have to say what kind of impression I have. Absolutely positive. It puts light in the darkness, this investment forum for Kyiv. Light in the darkness that unfortunately Ukraine is right now. We have winter ahead of us, and it's a huge challenge, as the mayor just described how many challenges are out there. But that's how you grow. When you're out of the challenge, though, that's when you grow. We have grown as a nation since 2014, when the war actually started. Many people forget about it, and we were warning the free world, so-called free world, that we need to put consequences. Not just sanctions that are sound, that good, but didn't do much. With annexation of Crimea and supporting with the military forces, shooting down civilian airplanes, Malaysian airplane, as we know, back in 2015, if I remember correctly, the year, and how much it took to actually find who did it. And eventually, the free world sees that the evil has recognized as a terrorist-sponsored state as Russia is nowadays. All the murdering, raping, killing is happening now in Ukraine, continuing. And I want to say, even though the events are so dark, but Philip, after meeting you in Kyiv with the mayor months ago, you did ask yourself, how can I help and support Ukraine and the capital of Ukraine? And today, with many participants, and I want to say compliment not just to you, Philip, Mr. Mayor, but I want to say thank you to everybody who is here in the audience and were in the audience today. We're listening, making plans. Obviously, we all have plans. We all have plans in the free world. Christmas time is coming, New Year's, we make wishes and all of this, and getting ready to finish up this horrible 2022. And it's just not horrible for Ukraine, it's horrible for the world, because we are the largest European country and probably the richest European country. With our soil, and mostly importantly with our people, that defending right now on the eastern border of the free world, democratic principles that we've been fighting for since 2012. I'm positive, as well as every single Ukrainian man and women, our will is not to stop with the weapons or rockets, that our cities are getting attacked weekly. You cannot stop our will to live in freedom and not as slaves on our knees. It is impossible. It does take time to achieve peace in the country and get back our country and the borders that we were giving up to the nukes in exchange for sovereignty of our borders in 1991, where Russia actually one of the countries that signed it as well. Well, as we've learned, to live in peace you need to prepare for war, but aside from that, during the war you need to prepare for the future, for peace. And this investment forum is something amazing because it's opportunity to look at something that you can invest your time, your thoughts, your ideas, your capital. And I know it is challenging to say, and like, what? Investing now during the war? And I just remember the words of Warren Buffett. You've heard about it. When the blood floods the streets, buy. Have you heard about it? When he said it? So it is very sad that we talk about blood, but it's the time to rebuild. You cannot stop life. And after every war, there's going to be peace. But we need to fight for peace. And fighters are totally different. Not just men and women, but also ideas. Something creative and not destructive that evil Russia is doing right now in Ukraine. And I probably will also quote another man from the history, J.F. Kennedy, that said, don't ask what country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. And honestly, that's actually what every Ukrainian does, asking each other, what can I do for you? And actually without even asking, getting support or giving support. And I'm definitely, I would say, I'm in a certain way, I'm proud that I'm Ukrainian, and I'm proud of us Ukrainians. And I hear it a lot that you guys are brave, you're good, you know, what you do in Ukraine, it's fantastic. But I have to say, everyone probably would have done the same. It's your home. And when you see that your family members getting killed, murdered and raped, your neighbors, your home, you're always gonna fight until last drop of your blood, your energy, whatever it takes. And that's why I just want to assure you, we will continue to fight for our freedom. There is no evil force that can stop us. And I want you to be our allies, to look at Ukraine as opportunity and not as a disaster. We're a beautiful country, as I said, with beautiful and talented people. And I'm more than sure, we were talking about it today, that next economic forum must take place in Kyiv. It must happen. It will happen. And you, Philip, Mr. Mayor, you are giving this light to all of us, whether you believe, because from your thoughts and ideas, we're getting it all in action. We are here. And we're talking about investment in Ukraine, ideas, support in Ukraine and about Ukraine and Kyiv as the capital. And this is great. You're really giving us lots of support and energy just with this idea and this economic forum that take place here in Brussels. Thank you so much for your dedication, having peace, and build new Kyiv, build new Ukraine. Thank you so much.
I consider the applause being to you, to your words, to the mayor, but also to the solidarity that the city of Brussels, I would say also probably the entire European Union, through the city of Brussels symbolically tonight, is and has been building to support the people in Kyiv and in Ukraine. And I would like to underline something very important, I think, that you said. Two things, if I may. One is that this year has been awful, but the war has started back in 2014 with the annexation of Crimea. And the second thing that I think is so important to underline is that each and every individual, each and every institution, each and every, even small business everywhere in the world has a role to play. Everybody can do something to support Ukraine, the freedom, democracy, the reconstruction. First and foremost, to fight on the military side. I'm very proud, personally, that the European Union is for the very first time mobilizing military support to support the Ukrainian fight against this invasion. But also, and at the same time, in parallel, to work on the reconstruction and mobilizing the resources, including human and financial resources, to start investing in the rebuild of the country. I would say in the rebirth of the country and its capital. Indeed, well, I think that we would be all wonderfully happy to meet again next year in Kyiv for this forum. But now it's time for me to open questions to the floor. So I think there is a microphone somewhere. So I see 1 and 2 hands up there and 1 here in the front. So maybe we can take 2 or 3 together, and please introduce yourself. And also, if there is one of the speakers you want to address the specific question to, please say so. Otherwise, I will ask them all to reply.
Hello, everyone. My name is Vasily Kushmans. I represent NGO Promote Ukraine. First of all, I want to say, Mr. Closet, thank you so much for opportunity which you give on this Christmas market. In the umbrella of Bruxellesville, we started a campaign named Give the Light to Ukraine. We sell it Ukrainians products on the chalet on Christmas market and make every Friday a concert with Ukrainian artists. And all donation which we collect will go to buy electro generators to Ukraine. And according to this, I want to ask Vitaly Klitschko, Mr. Mayor, what better, generators or transformator?
Thank you. I saw a hand. Do we want to take maybe 1 or 2 questions more, or do you want to reply immediately? If you want, Mr. Mayor.
Do you want to answer, Vitaly, or we take
a few
more questions?
Okay, I'll give you a short answer. We need the help, and we very appreciate for every help what we receive. It's actually right now we're talking about Christmas time. Listen, it's right now it's huge discussion. We doesn't have electricity, and huge discussion in our hometown. We need Christmas tree or not? Because Christmas tree need a lot of electricity. The people doesn't have electricity in our city, and we decide, and business people give presents to our hometown to make Christmas tree, and with what if Putin wants to steal the Christmas from our children, we're not allowed to do that. Definitely, we make a Christmas tree in our hometown, especially for our children, and I hope we need the help. We will be very thankful for generators. We will be thankful for transformators. What we have for any help, we just say thank you very much. But it's also, I wish me, nobody know how long will be this senseless war. But I have wish the next year, the investment forum we make in our hometown and invite the Belgian friends and in peaceful city, Kyiv, where in Ukraine will be back peace and normal life for our citizens. It's our wish before the Christmas to every our citizens of our country. But thank you for everyone who helped Ukraine. We never forget help of our friends. It's very important today. But I don't want to say what is much more important right now.
Thank you. And I think the decision of not letting the war steal Christmas is a very wise one, because life cannot be stopped. I see a question there, and then here in the first row.
Rafał Świętowski, Ambassador of Poland to Belgium. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the Mayor of Brussels for organizing this event, and secondly, my admiration to the Mayor of Kiev of everything you have done from the very beginning of the war, as for defending not only your country, but also Europe. And now my two similar questions. First, to the Mayor of Kiev. Bearing in mind current situation in Ukraine, especially as for winter conditions and the state of energy infrastructure, what are your expectations with regard to possible further waves of refugees going to Poland and to other European countries? And my question to the Mayor of Brussels, if I may, what is your opinion about the readiness of Brussels and Belgium for acceptance more Ukrainian refugees, taking into consideration some, if we can say, migration crisis in Belgium as for FEDASIL and things like this? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe we'll take another couple of questions.
Hello. Hello, so my name is Davy. I'm a former NATO employee. I was living in Kiev when war started, so I came back in month of March, and today I'm supplying Ukraine with as much as possible, and currently, recently we had lots of requests for transformator and generators, and my question is everything going through Energo, or each city can also purchase its own equipment, or everything is centralized through Ukrenergo?
Thank you. We take a last question, not the last, but last for this round question. Yes?
Yes, good evening. I'm Ambassador of Latvia to Belgium, and I'm gratefully honored to be among this great group of people today, starting from early morning. And my question goes to the Mayor of Kyiv and as well to Vladimir and to you, Federica. It's regarding education. My country experienced the last war. It started in 1940. It ended up in 1991. We had a great deal of refugees, actually, that left Latvia during the war. And one of the most difficult tasks for our society was to keep our education system intact. Because whatever investment might be coming, still there will be people that will implement whatever we envisage for Ukraine. And is there anything from your point of view that still we as Europeans actually can do much better helping your kids in your schools in Ukraine these days, and as well maybe your students that actually live here as refugees these days, but at some point will return back? Thank you.
Thank you. You want to start?
I will cover then the question about education and support, what can be done better. I wish that all the refugees, Ukrainian refugees, gonna come back home. We need them to rebuild, and they want to be back home. And it's great to be as a guest in some country, but at home it's always better. that's why it's hopefully this war is going to be ended with borders that we were signing for, as I explained in 1991. But you know what? You've been doing so well for all of us in Poland, in Baltic countries, and Brussels, and many European countries. You've been very open, and you do understand where we're at. You do understand that most of you guys understand that the evil that is right now in Ukraine, the evil war, it's just important to give support and understanding for all the refugees. So I just want to say thank you. Continue. What can do better? Just continue. Continue what you've been doing. And I believe that now, during the winter time, the prices for energy are going up. More refugees maybe will come to Europe because Ukraine, we have challenges with the energy supply, as you just heard from the mayor. Your endurance is crucially important. I just wish you, and that's my Christmas wish, to end up this war sooner than later. And I wish to all of us that, and all of you guys, to have patience, because eventually endurance beats everything in life. So just remain what you've been doing. Or in boxing, we were saying, just keep on punching and never stop. Thank you so much in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor? Yes, you want to? Yes, indeed, there are two mayors. Vitaly?
I want to give you answer for the question for where we have to leave for our equipment. I'm not just mayor of Kyiv, also the head of City Association of Ukraine. In our association is more than almost 1,000 communities, big towns, small towns, villages. It's also a lot of challenges what we have. It's the Russians, aggressors, kidnapped more than 30 mayors of Ukrainian mayors, and we actually handling and became the mayors back, but 7 of them right now has disappeared. We don't know where is mayors of another cities, and they's killed or somewhere in the jail. And also we remember the mayor of Gostomel bring the medical equipment to his citizens, food. They was shoot, and a small village, Gostomel, a small city in Gostomel, north of Kyiv. It's actually self-government is very important. We feel what people need exactly, and we give immediately the services. And that's why if you have equipment, if you have the staff, it will be great to, if you wish to send immediately to the people who need your help, it will be better to talk to the people who have a connection to these communities. It's the mayors of cities. And that's why we actually give 50 buses. The rockets destroyed 150 buses is burning in Dnieper, city Dnieper, and we give the 50 buses from Kyiv to our partners, what we receive to another city, what we receive from our partners. We give ambulances to also to the city. We help with fire machine, with fire car, with Kharkiv. We send right now the buses and the food and humanitarian help to Kherson. We try to help to everyone, but and take our unity, because our unity is the key. Is the key to be strong. And if you have a wish to help to the cities, please connect us. We can give you direction where people need you stuff, you help much more. It's a difficult situation, and we want to say thank you for everyone who give support to our country. Please don't forget, it will be biggest mistake to think the war far away from you. This war doesn't touch you. This war, the biggest war after the Second World War, and can touch everyone in the European continent. This war can touch everyone in the world. Please don't forget, Ukraine have 5 nuclear plants. One of them was in the fire. Biggest in Zaporizhia, biggest nuclear plants was in the fire. If will be explosion, it will be much more bigger. This war can touch everyone in our planet. We're fighting right now. We're fighting right now and defending not just our homes, we're defending every one of you, because we're fighting for the same values, democratic values, human rights, press freedom. And it's fight for the future of European Union, and we need the help, and we need the peace and unity around Ukraine. Unity with Ukraine is a key for peace and freedom in Europe. It's our main goal to stop this senseless war. About that, have a dream every citizens in our homeland. Sorry, I talked too long.
No, sorry, because I think that for us, every single word that you say is, first of all, a source of information, but also a source of inspiration and motivation to keep going in supporting your people, your country, which is also our security and our freedom, because you are fighting, we are fighting together, I think, for freedom in Europe and in the rest of the world. You're perfectly right on that. And Philip, there was a question for you too. Is Europe and is Belgium going to stay, and Brussels going to stay resilient and open in the solidarity that it has remarkably shown so far?
For sure, but the first thing that I want to say, because you asked this question, how can we be sure that all the materials goes directly to the good person? With this forum and also the different visit, we have no connection. I said this morning that, for example, in Brussels, we choose to help the hospitals of Kyiv, and we connect doctor with doctor. Then they speak the same languages. And then they speak the language. I'm convinced that the people who work for example, energy supplier, private, public company, they also speak the same languages. And then there are a lot of opportunity and a lot of initiative. For example, the initiative of Eurocities and European Parliament with the generator. And what I propose to public or private company is to follow the way that we build together, and to be sure that all the equipment goes directly to Kyiv. The second convoy of the city of Brussels is a large part financed by the private company. Other thing I really want to thank as mayor of the capital of Europe, Poland, because without Poland it's impossible to welcome all the refugees. I have a lot of contact with my friends, Rafał Trzaskowski, and it's true that there in Warsaw, there are more than 1.5 million refugees. It's the last figure that I have. Here in Belgium, it's among 100,000. It's not so much. How can we welcome more refugees? We don't know, but we need to do it. It's true, we have a crisis from people coming from Africa, from Middle East, and it's true. But what is very interesting, and you know that, Federica, this is the first time that we activate this special authorization to move all around Europe. In Brussels, we organize all the arrival of the refugees, the start of the recognition here in Brussels, first of all in an ancient hospital and then in exhibition center, and it's very quick. And then, what is my experience? Ukrainian people are ready to work, ready, they want to come back. Also important to say, they want to come back. And what it changed more and more, few weeks after few weeks, It's not only a figure now, the Ukrainian refugee, it's visage, it's people, persons. I said that 80% of the Ukrainian refugees are welcome at the own home of the Belgian people. This solidarity is very important. And now we create with the city of Brussels, with private company, with the region, with the federal government, more place to welcome refugees. Because it's normal that we support other countries like Poland who help us. But to speak about that link, for me it's very important that refugee is not only figure. In this room, there are a little girl, Karina, there, is in the classroom now of my son. Because she followed the same courses. She was in school. She is in school. His mother is there. She now connected with all the Belgian people. Now Karina is a part of our nation. It's very, very important. But I know, Karina, that your first dream is to come back home. Then the role and the goal of the public authorities, but also I insist, the solidarity of the Belgian people is so important and so amazing when it happens, because at the beginning we have always this feeling that people are afraid about refugees, they don't want this. Immediately, the 24th of February, it begins. It begins immediately. Then to respond to Mr. Ambassador of Poland, first of all, thank you very much for the help of Poland. And yes, we need to be solidarity with countries like Poland who welcome so many refugees. That's the goal and the role also of the capital of Europe, but also of Belgian people.
Thank you, and I think Brussels and Belgium deserves and need an applause for all the solidarity shown. And if I can add a word on this, I'm really proud of the way in which Europe has reacted, not only to support Ukraine, but also to welcome Europeans. And if I can add a little personal note, I hope that Europeans collectively will learn some lessons from this and will keep this in the memory for the future. Hopefully there will not be any more need to have any solidarity scheme of this kind, but we know that crises and wars are continuing in the world, and I think that Europeans have shown that they are able to show solidarity and to manage also huge transfers of this kind. I owe the ambassador of Latvia to Belgium a few words on education. So I guess that was for me, as now I am director of the College of Europe and the director of the pilot project of the European Diplomatic Academy. I have to say I'm proud that the college, with its two campuses in Bruges, Belgium, and in Natolin, Warsaw, Poland, has always had Ukrainian students, but this year in particular, we have opened our doors not only to all former students that needed to come back home. For them, our college campuses are home, so we have hosted them. But also, obviously, we are continuing hosting and having Ukrainian students with full scholarships, both in Bruges and in Natolin. And I take this as one little signal, obviously, at the master's degree level, but going down to all the school system in Europe, of how important it is to cultivate, to invest in the education, continuous education of Ukrainians, wherever they are on European soil today. And for the College of Europe in particular, to focus on the education of Ukrainians on European affairs, exactly to prepare the accession process of Ukraine to the European Union, to develop the knowledge that then will serve the future officials of Ukraine, negotiate accession and join the European institutions. And that's what we mainly do at the College of Europe, both in Bruges, here in Belgium, and in Warsaw. But let me say one special word also to recognize someone that has helped running this wonderful day today, obviously the teams of the mayors, but the college has contributed somehow also in the running of this day, and I want to thank the participants of our European Diplomatic Academy, among them 2 Ukrainian young diplomats that have been here since 7 o'clock this morning in 2 shifts, helping, assisting the organization of this conference. We have 40 young diplomats from all over Europe, including Ukrainians, but also candidate countries, young diplomats, to forge together a sense of being European diplomats, not only the European member states, but also the candidate countries. And I'm very proud of them, and I'm very proud of the support that they have been giving today to the organization of the conference. And I have to say, even when, again, I told them, but it's starting 7 o'clock in the morning, so you will have to take the train around 5:30. And the commitment, again, it's little things, it's little small things compared to what people are living in Ukraine and in Kyiv. But the motivation to support the people in Ukraine, because we see them with us in our same community, educational community, is so strong, because we know we are the same family. We know that we are all Europeans and we need to support each other. And education is a key part of this. So the college will always do its part in this. And I'm sure, and I know that there is a lot of support also, again, at all levels, from primary schools, to from kindergartens up to university levels. And I think the more we can do together, also to strengthen and to reconstruct in the future the education system, not that it needs to be reconstructed, but the infrastructures of the education system in Ukraine and in Kyiv is something that will need the mobilization of all of us. It's not a strong message I want to pass. It is not only solidarity, it's also in our own self-interest to cooperate on the education system and on the academic system level with Ukraine. Today, as it was in the past, today regardless of the war, and tomorrow even more so. Good, I think we have still time for maybe just 1 or 2 questions, and maybe I would give the floor to the ambassador here on the first floor.
Good evening, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Very short. First of all, my appreciation of personal engagement of Mayor de Close. We met, and the first thing you explained your experience in Kyiv, in cities around Kyiv, and really appreciate it. So because it's always personal. And my question is to Mayor Klitschko. It's about greater Kyiv and about innovation and sustainability. You need to look now a little bit beyond horizon. What kind of Kyiv we are going to build up in few years? And it's time to plan now if you want to build a modern, green, sustainable, and comfortable city. And I know that the city had started to work on that, on a smart city concept. What is your vision now? And I must tell you that European Commission, and I represent Ukraine in the European Union, and I know there are possibilities also to fund, to support financially the development of such plans. Are you looking into those opportunities now, in spite of the difficulties that Kyiv and all Ukraine are facing?
Thank you for your question. It's actually our vision to be European. We actually European. I am enjoying so much my first job. I was teenager. I already talked about that. I working as guide in our hometown. And listen, I enjoy so much to invite the people who come into our hometown to Ukraine first time. I see the people looking before the war. I use my skills as guide. Invite the people coming to Kyiv and listen a lot about Wild East, but to see how change the people opinion about Ukraine, about Kyiv. Actually, it's a real European city with it's our history. It's really huge potential in our hometown. And yes, of course, today to talking about investment in during the wartime, it's difficult for business people, but we have to plan day after tomorrow what we want to see. It's my personal vision, not just my vision, the vision of the people. We need old and modern. Please don't forget that Kyiv more than 1,500 years old. Old and modern, innovative city one of the green city in Europe. We have a lot of parks. We have a big river. We have a lot of islands, and it's our treasury. It's actually Kyiv have huge potential as touristic city, and actually we receive in 2000 just before the COVID 4 million visitors from around the world to our hometown. It's the numbers growing up with people who visiting Kyiv, and everyone who come to Kyiv very surprised from gas-friendly people, from our hometown, from hills, from river, from islands, from nature, and from gas friendship of our people. And actually we have a lot of plans. Ukraine, after the Soviet Union broke, the freezing, and right now I'm talking about another East European countries who make huge development. Ukraine is freezing in this period of time, and that's why we have to develop whole potential what have Kyiv as capital of Ukraine, and Kyiv is great example to another cities and another towns, another villages in our homeland. It's actually I can talk about that pretty long time, but Kyiv have a lot of sites, and it's our main task to polish the every site and make right lighting, and it will be like diamond. It's actually Kyiv as diamond with his potential, with great opportunities what we have for every citizens in our hometown, for every visitors, and regarding business, regarding know-how, regarding vacation, regarding touristic direction, and actually Kyiv is metropolis, and in this vision we have to bring the good condition to every direction, and we have a lot of opportunities to develop every direction in our hometown. It's huge potential. I wish before the Christmas, just few weeks before the Christmas, and before the Christmas, everyone have a wish for the next year. I wish me to invite every one of you in next year to peaceful. I hope we do it everything. The peace have to come to our hometown. The next year to make investment forum with every one of you in our hometown and make huge presentation. The next presentation, next steps about opportunities, about business, about choices what we have in our hometown, and our main goal: modern European, old and young same time, the city in East Europe. City Kyiv, capital of Ukraine, and great opportunity to make excursion for everyone who coming to Kyiv in my hometown, to using my former skills as guide, touristic guide in Kyiv. I wish before Christmas this wish, and we do everything to implement that and to do it modern European city in modern European country, Ukraine. with capital Kyiv. Fighting for that, fighting for dream, and never give up. That's why it's very important to have a dream and do it everything to implement it in life. Welcome to Kyiv, every one of you.
Mayor, apologies, may I add a little bit? Just a little bit, your brother is talking. I don't know if you see us, but my voice, obviously. I just want to add a little bit to the question that was asked. Just a moments ago, there was a presentation of Digital Kyiv. And I believe, obviously, it was extremely important to hear it from the mayor, but also, on the other hand, the team, allies not just of a mayor, but allies of every single person that lives in Kyiv. And digital world is the world that helps us to improve things and accelerate the evolution of the development of the city as well. So please visit Digital Kyiv. You will see how many services, and now even in English, which is amazing because we do look forward to have lots of tourists and break the 4 million record of tourism, double it hopefully next year with 8 million and more. I'm more than sure that what I see from my side and my perspective, because I am Ukrainian, but since February I'm spending more time than ever I've probably been in Kyiv. And I have to say that just to see that during the challenging times, we have no electricity, water shortage, we're getting attacked by the Russian rockets, but you cannot stop our will and our development. And even though Mayor is facing a lot of other challenges, but also his team is working on different stages, so work doesn't stop. Obviously, it's horrifying what is happening in the country and in the city, but we're not stopping. We're developing, we're creating, and as I said, just moments ago, the team was representing how far we went and how much services you can find on the digital side, just as an example, and it's definitely going to help you to realizing what's the vision, where we're moving to, and I think that's an additional as digital answer to all of this. I'm sorry, I just want to add, Mayor, apologies.
Well, thank you for this addition, and I think it's a wonderful conclusion. I think that with this image of digital Kyiv, but also ancient Kyiv, and this diamond that will be polished to welcome us all as tourists with a guide of exception and the mayor next year, but also all of us as friends of Kyiv and of Ukraine, all investors, public and private, that will hopefully join the next investment forum 2023 in Kyiv as the capital of free, peaceful, democratic Ukraine. I think that on this note, on this invitation, thanking again the mayor, the Burgmaster of Brussels, Philip, for having this great initiative. Thanking the mayor of Kyiv for having joined us. We're mindful of your time and we appreciate how important it has been to dedicate this hour to us today. And to you, Vladimir, for your insights and your inspiration. And also I would like to thank all ambassadors, participants today, not only to this session, but to this full day of work, for not only having listened, but also having committed to projects and to work that continues and will continue even more in the months to come. And I think we all share this New Year's wish that hopefully is going to come true, to be all together in Kyiv as soon as possible why not, in the beginning of 2023. Let's not only cross fingers, but also work for this dream of a peaceful, free and democratic Kyiv and Ukraine to come true and host us all for the next edition of this forum.
And thank
you
you
very
as well.
much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.